Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is gonna come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my god.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back to back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's #2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved 1st place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarter solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
Plays brought to you by Trentealer. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And
Hello, 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 and welcome everyone to the Grand Major Online series. We're here deep in the middle of Cycle 2 for EMEA. My name's Jerry. I'm joined here by the incredible, dynamic, and Dread. And There's a lot to go through because we've got so many incredible games coming at you today. Several hours of just the best finals that EMEA can deliver. Dianic, I know you're excited.
I'm so excited for this day. There's so many things that could be said, but I don't want to spoil anyone, so I can't wait to get into this day.
And Dredd, how's it going over there? All the way from America, by the way. Thank you for joining us. I know it's early in the morning for you.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It's early in the morning, but that doesn't matter for me because I'm here for the finals. It's going to be super fun.
Fantastic. All right, so let's delve straight into why we're here, what's going on. We have so many things to show you, but first, let's work out what's going on, okay? Why are we here? We've got the series format. So, at the moment, we have, well, 8 teams here today to try and push their way up the regional leaderboard. But we started with over 100 in this this cycle, competing through the Swiss stage, through the open qualifiers. We whittled those down to a top 16, although it was actually a top 17, just by a strange little quirk. We had an oopsie over here. It worked out just fine. And then last weekend, we ran that top 16 through what is known as the promotion format. We're using a similar format this weekend as well. And we got down to our top 8. Now, of course, what is it all in aid of? Why are we here? We've got the Grand Major coming up in November. And if you manage to top the regional leaderboard for all the cycles after that, then you get an automatic invitation to the Grand Major. Everyone else gets filtered through and deals with, you know, maybe going to the closed qualifiers, maybe going to the open qualifiers. But everyone's in search of that top spot. Dianic, I'm going to come to you because we have some interesting absences when it comes to looking at this overall leaderboard and who made it through to this cycle top 8 and who did not.
I mean, you've kind of already spoken about it. Tycho, a team that last time finished and won the entirety of the cycle number 1. They're not here today. They didn't qualify for the top 8, meaning, yes, they are in a safe space. They have 100 points, so it's still good for them. But let's be honest, you said it, Jerry. If you are in number 1, you're gonna go straight to the major, and they want to secure that place. Unfortunately, today they're not gonna be joining us.
Absolutely. Worth mentioning as well, Golod's not making it to the top 16 and Wing It falling out of this cycle's top 17 themselves. Means that we do have 5 returning names. 5 Fears, Lightheart, Boba Slurper, Special Force, and Fake Cows, and just an asterisk over Special Force. That is Team Monster Pig, in case you're a big Monster Pig Newark or Jurgen fan. So, let's have a look at how those top 17 results played out. You see, top 16, it's just on the back of my tongue. You know, I'm so used to saying it. Top 17 is what we had, and you can see all the teams that didn't quite make it on the right-hand side of your screens. Tycho being that surprise, finishing 15th place. And, yeah, what do we think about these teams that have made it through, though, Dredd?
It's super exciting, honestly. I mean, I like that we're seeing different names coming in of these different cycles, and we've got more cycles to go too. So it's going to be really exciting seeing how it's going to play out in cycle 2. But guys, you always got to remember as this is going on, there is going to be more cycles to go as well. So those points that we were talking about before, after winning this and placing in top 8, is going to get even more important as the year and the months go by.
Now we can take a look at exactly what's happening today for the top 8. Let's have a look at the bracket for this afternoon's or evening's or morning's excitement, depending on where you are in the world. We start with what looks like basically a normal cash-out tournament. If you've ever played it in game, this is what it starts out as. You've got 2 simultaneous cash-outs, 4-man or 4-team showdowns, races for cash. And the winner of this eventual bracket, after another cash out and another 3 versus 3 at the end there, books a spot in the finale, that gold slot. Now, keep a log in the back of your mind of that, because they'll be appearing much later. They get to save a lot of time and jump forward. The losers, or the bottom 3rd and 4th teams in these first cash outs, do drop down to a lower bracket in this stage 1. And that first cash out game on the bottom half of your screen there, that is an elimination cash out. The 4th place team in that cash out goes home early. So a very early danger for any of these 8 teams competing. The remaining 3 do get seeded into a waiting list effectively. So we have a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and they get filtered up back into the upper bracket. It's not a normal upper and winners and losers bracket. We have this upper bracket now in stage 2, where you can see at the start, the top 4 teams, which are the 3 teams that didn't get through at the upper bracket, and then the first place team in the waiting list, they start in upper bracket 1. They play a cash out followed by a 3v3, and that determines another finale team. There's another gold slot. Then we get upper bracket 2, and the second team on the waiting list comes into backfill, so that's a lower bracket team. We do that again, and then upper bracket 3, the same again. The last place team from that waiting list comes into backfill, and by the end of that, we have our 4 finale teams going into stage 3. And stage 3 is about as you can get. It's just a cash out followed by a best of 3 final round. So you want to book your spot here early if you can, get a nice few hours break or so, but there is always a chance to book your spot in the finale right to the very end, Tynek.
Absolutely. Listen, if you are one of the teams, do it just like Taco. Get yourself that first victory in the first 3v3 and then find yourself in the final round. It can make a big difference. And at the end of the day, listen, they're here to gather more points. You already mentioned it. We have 5 out of the 8 teams from last cycle returning in this cycle. I think this is already going to be such an interesting game. Also considering we have a new season and we got a new map.
Yeah, there's a lot to go through when it comes to new stuff. If you've been watching this channel for the past few days, you'll have noticed all of the incredible streams going on, all the different segments with the new season, and there's so much to be excited about. The melee rework, all this stuff. Dread, we're going to have a look at the arena pool, which is the one thing that hasn't changed for this cycle, because we are in the middle of things. Maybe you could talk it.
Yeah, so, just like you guys were saying, this is going to be on the new season, but these are the maps we're going to be playing on, so we're not going to the moon today. We are going to have, though, Monaco Skyway Stadium, Cis Horizon, Fortune Stadium, Bernal, Las Vegas Stadium, Nozomi Citadel, and Fangway City. These are all the maps that are going to be open in the pool for today, Jerry.
Absolutely. And a definite possibility that we do see the moon at some point soon. But as we mentioned, we're in the middle of a cycle right now, so it's definitely not the right way to go. We're going to stick with these 8 for the time being. Now, let's come back to us and talk a little bit about the teams that we have in this top 8. Because, Diana, you've been putting together some really interesting stats. I feel like this is the finals first in terms of data analysis. I'm really intrigued what you've got to show us about cash out control.
Exactly. I prepared a few stats for you guys. Not too crazy, so don't tune away, guys. It's very simple to understand. We have 5 teams returning to the second cycle, so I wanted to do something special. Here are a little bit of few stats, what these teams are capable of. Now, you will be wondering, what is every single thing? Plug conversion, I think, speaks for it. If the team plugged and they won it, they got themselves a cheeky little win. Steal conversion, if they never had the cash out before that and they stole it from the opponent and they converted it into a win, that's when they get themselves a point. If they failed to do so, look at Special Force. They attempted 4 steals and failed all 4 of them to convert into a victory. If you take the retake conversion, if they somehow had to retake their cash out after a steal or plug, it counts as a retake conversion. Bobo Slurper on the side, they've never had to retake because they're so good at controlling the cash out. There comes the cash out control percentage into the game. Here it just matters. If they had the cash out under their control, that's when this comes into place. If they never controlled the cash out, this stat doesn't matter for them. But Bobo Slurper, we can see they're really good at controlling the cash out. They have a 63% of how good they're controlling the cash out, but they didn't control many cash outs. I mean, look at it. They plugged 10 cash outs over and they won effectively 8 out of 13 played cash outs. Really high stats. If you take it 5 years, for example, a team that made it all the way to the finals, they earned 40% because they played so many cash outs but only converted so little of them. They plugged 14 cash outs and only converted 6 of them because their control is very inconsistent, and that is something these stats want to tell you. The teams are very inconsistent. They thrive for chaos, lights out, 5 years, fake outs. They need chaos. They need fights. That's when they are strongest. Boba Slurper, Special Force. They're good at playing the defense, playing the control, but they're not that well when it comes to attacking or stealing something from the opponent.
And it's worth mentioning as well, these are all stats from that top 8 about a month ago with these 5 teams were all present. And it's also worth noting that every single stat here looks like it's a kind of negative in the sense, you know, but that's to be understood because controlling a cash out for 2 whole minutes is a rarity in this game, and it's very difficult to achieve, especially at this level, Dianic.
Exactly, and it just showcases, right? We only have stats right now from the first top 8. Throughout the whole cycle, I'm gonna of course be adding these stats, and we're gonna get a much clearer vision of how good the teams actually are. But these are the stats just from the first cycle, and it already shows again 5 phase. The fact that they were all the way till the final, didn't make it. They never really actually had a good control. They had many cash outs, but failed to actually secure that many. And again, that's something that the stats want to tell you. Not always to be applied, because they're very inconsistent, sometimes really good, sometimes losing every cash out. But that makes them so interesting, because how come 5 is they're in the 2nd place, but yet have this low of a rating when you look at Boba Slurper, where they are currently on 4th place, but have a higher controlling rate, but a worse offensive rate. Here again, it's something to take and just to have a look at it.
It's such an interesting stat, and I'm really happy that we've got this and that we can run with it in future cycles and really get a big picture on a lot of these teams. I'm particularly intrigued about Tycho, who of course aren't included in that stat line because they're not here, but we do have those stats somewhere in your back pocket, I'm sure, Dianic. So for future seasons or future cycles, we'll see just how good they are. But Dread, I want to talk a little bit about this next game that we've got coming up. We've got our first quartet, our first cash out, Lights Out, Special Force, Boba Slurper, and Team Morale. Now, looking at this, it's a who's who of not 5 fears. That's my thoughts, right? Got a lot of teams that aren't 5 fears here, so all of them will be thinking, we've got a shot at this.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really close one. I mean, you know, we talk so much about how stacked these matches can get, but I mean, this is the top, I was going to say top 16 again, but the top 17, you know, it's going to be crazy. And, you know, we've got Lights Out with Perzone, Donk Rage, an easy win, and Special Force with Monster Pig, Bow Bow, and Yerg. Team Morale with Kevin Q, Synergic, and Jumparao. And they're going up against Boba Slurpers with Boba Slurper himself, Palma, and Cyborg. A lot of these names we've seen all over the place, even on the ranked leaderboards especially, but it's going to be crazy, which is awesome about Dianic's stats too, is it really dives deep into the crazy technicalities that is in the finals, because on the big screen, a lot of people, you're always just watching the cash out steals, but there's so much little things going on in between while those cash out steals are happening that even allows the cash out steal to happen sometimes, Jerry.
Absolutely. And I look at this set of teams, and I feel like Team Morale are kind of the underdogs in this set, right? They're the unknowns in terms of coming in here. They managed to make top 8 on the 3rd time of asking. They had to lose 2 of their 3 versus 3s in the top 16, and they finally beat Heiming at the very death to be the final team to secure their place top 8. Everyone else here, sort of known quantities in the professional scene. They've been about, some of them have been to the major as well. Dianic, what does it take for an underdog side to come into a cash out this stacked and do the work that they need to?
Listen, there's a lot of surprises, right? So, I mean, look at Monster Pig, aka Special Force. Even though they came in very surprising, very new to the scene, they still perform very well. And because no team has no data on you, meaning they can't prepare for you, that gives you a lot of benefits, a lot of surprise factors. So even the teams who are coming in new, don't be underestimated. Of course, give respect to the teams that are already there and are performing, but use that surprise effect to your advantage, and maybe even try to really swap out the maps as much as possible to just keep that surprise factor throughout every single map.
All right, the map vetoes coming in, and Dread, perhaps you want to take us through it.
Yeah, just give me 1 second because my screen is not pulling up real quick, so I'm going to throw that one back to me then.
Fair enough. I was hoping that you would be able to see the map vetoes too. We have a couple of issues here. I can see Team Morale have banned Skyway Stadium and Boba Slurpers have taken out Monaco, but that is the extent of it. So I don't know exactly what the rest of the ban phase is looking at. There we go. Updated for me now. Special Force taking out Nozomi Citadel, Lights Out taking out Fengwai City, and then we have Fortune Stadium as our randomized pick. That is where we're going for the first cash out of the day. Danik, a very standard map, but as we were alluding to earlier, this is a new season. There's all sorts of crazy new stuff. We've got the melee rework, a lot of massive balance changes for some of the top-of-the-pile weapons and gadgets in the game. And even before that, a couple of weeks ago, we had a H+ Infuser nerf that shook up the meta somewhat. So what do you expect? And maybe leading question, is it the unexpected?
I mean, it could be, right? It could be the unexpected. For all the new teams, they can make this meta to their use. For all the older teams, it really comes to the question, do you stick to what you know and play it for right now? Or do you change and adapt to the new meta? It's a tough question to be answered. With all the melee changes, with the heavy becoming over something really strong, I couldn't tell you which team is going to stand out here the most. But what I want to see is teams actually using these new changes to their advantage. Let it be mediums, let it be 2 heavies and a light. So much that could be said, but I want to see melee. I want to see those shotguns shine today. But for this first game, I'm gonna put my hands on and say Boba Slurper is going to be my prediction just because of the stats. And again, they went so far last time. I wanted so much more from them.
You know me. In fact, I'll let Dread give his prediction first, so that maybe there's some tension here.
You know, I think there's going to be tension right off the bat, and it's a tough one. Like we were talking about too, it's so hard because Boba Slurpers is a really good pick, especially because, like you were saying, those stats. I mean, the numbers don't lie. They hold on to. They finish a lot of those cash out towards the end. But I think I'm going to go with Lights Out for this one. I think they are definitely got some big players on their team that can make it through this cash out.
Well, they started Cycle 1 very sluggishly, if you remember, so they'll maybe come into this top 8, thinking, yeah, we need to get off to the races very quickly. For me, though, I feel like that's just, that means that it's going to be a really tough one for them. I'm also going to go with Dianic. I feel like Boba Slurpers is a solid shout, given the stats, given the pedigree of the lineup. This is Palmer on Fortune Stadium we're talking about. I know he's going to be rocking the SA-1216 no matter what, and I can't see them losing this. I know that's the most caster curse phrase I could probably have produced, but there I said it. Boba Slurpers are my pick. Now, as we're getting ready for this, are there any things that, when it comes to the meta specifically, you might be expecting, Dread? Because we've seen these patch notes, we've seen that there's a lot to sort of unravel, but there are a few favorites that could be there, and in fact perhaps you'll have to sort of spin that wheel while the game is going, because it's here already, folks. The first game of top 8. Dianic, Dread, take us through it.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Dread, here we are yet again, the second cycle top 8, and our first game in the first stage has started. My god, Dread, I do want you to answer Jerry's question, so go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, so far it's looking like we're not gonna. I was gonna say, you know, we might see some more like melee weapons come out, maybe a sledgehammer or two, but it's not looking like that, as we got some LH1s from Nigiri, getting some really nice shots there, as well as Persone with the KS is gonna get a kill on the other side of that map, but Nigiri just trying to run away with 2 HP here. Getting a little bit of regen, but almost got it stopped again, trying to roll through that fire, but he can't quite push through. There's fire everywhere on that staircase. But he's the last one alive now, and it's actually a 1v1 versus Nuok, but he's going to go for the regen here and get the revive up as well. But it looks like a lot of invis, Dianic.
Ooh, it does look like it. He will get the kill eventually. So right now, it does look like Boba Slurper will stand up on top, but it will be a trade in the end. Both teams have wiped each other. That means Daikasha will just stand for a while. That is quite surprising to see there. On the other hand, look at it. Lights Out have already plugged their first cash outs, and it's going to be Team Aru trying to attack it, but it doesn't look like they're trying to pivot maybe away. Unclear yet. The decision yet to be made.
Yeah, that was very interesting for both the teams to wipe each other at the very beginning on the other side of the map, but a little bit of a different story on this side, as Lights Out has won this team fight. So they are going to be holding this cash out now and setting up here, trying to figure out where they're going to play for that defense. And looks like a little bit of a spawn manipulation coming through as well. But Special Force is back in and making their way across right now. And we got a red barrel in the hand of Rubinski here. Gonna see if he can maybe get a pick over with it, but we've got them coming up right now on the flank. Actually, the red barrel goes out, but doesn't get a lot of value out of it as Nuwak takes out Rubinski, and then Monster Pig's going to get pick out of Donkrage, but Perzone is going to get that trade back over there to Nuwak. He is the last person alive there. He's got to live just a little bit longer for these defender coins to come through. Is he going to be able to live long enough? He is. Both those coins end up coming through, Diana.
And here we go. Look at the cash out. The steal needs to happen every single second, so the longer person can stay alive and maybe just prevent that steal till the teammates come along and get themselves in a good position. There we go. The steal is being attempted right now, but there is the attempt to try to take it away. But look at it, the nullifier works perfectly. Unfortunately for the side of Team Aru, they're not going to be able to flip it just yet. Lights Out, they're still standing strong. Now going to be wiped completely out as they go for one more attempt. I mean, what a play. Yet again, trying to bait the teammates in, but that nullifier onto Person was brutal. But here's the next team coming along. What is actually happening?
I mean, this is actually crazy. So Team Arau actually came in and took that. And Jurg, Ebola actually, almost ends up going off the edge there. Jurg is getting this hand res up, and Bola is going to go ahead and grab a body and go through that gateway again to get his teammate back up as well. And there's still a fight coming out over here as Bola is just taking that gateway over and over again, trying to stay alive and kind of get out of there. They're going to need to start rotating towards this next box. I don't think anybody's going to contest Boba Slurpers on this one because there's not very much time left on it. And the rest of these teams, they're going to want to get the pacing up and start working towards that next cash out.
The good also thing here for Boba Slurpers, if nobody contests, and that means they're going to have a fair shot at the next cash out to be back into the rotation. They're a bit behind now, but that also just caused because of the wipe that they had to take early on against Special Force. Surprising to see here, still them not being even questioned a tiny bit, but we have 3 of the teams, Lights Out, Special Force, and Team Arrow, all of a sudden trying to fight each other over a singular vault.
Yeah, and it's just an absolute mosh pit over here, but it looks like the teams kind of realize that, and they're kind of breaking off just a little bit because none of them wants to get stuck in these third parties here, especially when these cash outs aren't even running yet. But we do finally get a plug on that other side there. And now Best taking a lot of damage here. He's going to land that winch, but it's not going to matter because the entire team of Special Force is there to answer. And now it's only Sin left alive on Team Around. He's going to end up going down as well. And now this box is going to be able to be plugged over here on what's more commonly known as the hospital side of Fortune Stadium here.
Yeah, but look at that second box. Shortly right after that's going to be plugged as well. And yet again, Lights Out, they're able to plug their second box into this game, while Special Force has gotten themselves the first one. Again, if you look at the control percentage that we just talked about earlier, we can already see Lights Out. They found themselves now with 2 players down. Donkrage is the last man standing, trying to defend it off, but we both know this cash out is going to be in danger very, very soon. Luckily, though, these fan coins will be used. They're going to spawn themselves back into the game, but the steal is already being attempted. And this time, it just looks like it might be possible. It's going to be Boba Slurper on the attempt. They will each find a kill once, but look at them. Only Nigeria now standing strong, while the next team is already coming along trying to steal it.
Yeah, they are coming along right now trying to steal this, but Rubinski is going to end up going down, and Lights Out is in a very tough spot right now as both of these teams are coming in to try to fight this. Team Rao is on it right now, trying to see the steal go through, and it actually gets stopped at the very last second, but Donkrage was the last one alive, so he paid for his life for stalling that right there, but they might be able to hold on to this, maybe. I mean, we have pretty much every team in the lobby here. It looks like even a member of the Special Forces coming here as well, because they know that nobody is over there fighting them. And we have some steals coming through, but there's only 8 seconds left for Lights Out to come back into this fight, Dianic.
Only 8 seconds left and the steal is already being attempted. Look at it from the looks of it. Boba Slurper might just have it, but no, the winch! Last second will deny it. And somehow Lights Out, they still stand strong onto it, but they're gonna go for the second time. Palmer, he tries his best, but look at this. They will get it at the bitter end. He gets the steal, and my god, what a play. The first winch just being denied. The second one will go through. Lights Out have just spawned in, so they did they weren't even close enough to really deny this one. Of course, they're still trying to get maybe a wipe here onto Boba Slurper, but my god, what a second round of cash. It's so chaotic, and yet again, one team being completely ignored on the other side. The hospital not even being contested. You said it, every single team is now chipping into the box of Lights Out, which then ended up being Boba Slurper's one.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I thought for a second that Lights Out might actually hold on to that after full wiping, but Boba Slurpers were able to take that at the very last second, fighting off pretty much every team in the lobby there. And now we have, it looks like that was Team Arao over there who did get the tap on 6. But Lights Out, who spawned in at the very end of that mosh pit that was going on over in that other building, were able to plug this second to last box on the other side of the map, and now Team Arao is going to have to decide where they go with this, but they're going to run into a lot of resistance here, so it looks like Boba Slurpers is kind of defending this cash out A and going to hopefully try to stop them from it being plugged, possibly, Dianic.
It does look like it, but they're really bringing it away. They really might trying to double this one. There's a cheeky little fight happening. Special Force, they're going to lose themselves one player. But look at it in the meanwhile. Lights Out, they've plugged their third cash out. Unable to even convert one of the 2 cash outs. They find themselves...
They got doubled!
They got the double, but it was from Team Arao. They doubled it, but look at it. Right now, it's under the control of Lights Out. I mean, if they stay completely through. Every single team is now fighting for the top. Boba Slurper, because it has been doubled, they find themselves in a safe position on the second place. All they gotta do is not wipe, get some of the kills, but even just stand still in the corner, and they got themselves second place and move on.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane. Lights Out, again, are going to have to fight through every team in the lobby to hold on to this one. Nuwalk is going to go ahead and drop that C4 off of it. Take a little bit of damage on himself as he does so. And go ahead and get that other C4 off as well. Also, just to point out, Nuwalk is the only one in this entire lobby on Dash, which is another one that's surprising to me. No, I lied. Cyborg is also on Dash as well. So there's 2 dash lights in the whole lobby. Everybody else is on Invis. And here comes all the kills coming through. Yerg actually gets a melee kill onto Perzone. Cyborg's going to take out Monster Pig. Yerg is going to go down as well. Nuwalk being the last one alive. All of Lights Out is down again. This time, I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to the box as long as they did while they were dead last time, Dianic.
Oh, look at it. They just waited for the flip to then be active. Lights Out, they've lost the cash out, but it is now under the control of the team who plugged the team around, got themselves the plug, and also the steal. It will be swapped one more time. Special Force. They get themselves a last second cheeky little swap, and with that,
wow,
they shoot themselves to the first place.
Wow. I mean, first match of the day, and we have a double.
God.
In the first match of the day. That is insane. But, I mean, if that just tells how the rest of these games are going to go, it's just going to be absolutely wild. As we saw, this replay is the first match, the first fight of the match, and both of these teams wiped each other at the same time.
Absolutely insane, and just constantly right. Lights Out, they kept on trying, but unfortunately they never actually had much control of the cash out. Every single time they were forced to fight multiple teams over and over again, and that just really caused them to lose that many plugs. Jerry, I want to hear your thoughts on this, because you've been watching this, and already for the first game, this was a pure chaos of a match.
Oh my gosh. That was insane. That was just all-round chaos. And we don't see many doubles nowadays. Since the introduction of Double Jeopardy, it's been a rarity, but Team Arao almost booked their spot in the next round with it. Look at this. That's still working out so perfectly, but Cyborg is in a brilliant spot to wipe out everyone in the follow-up. It was Special Force that got that steal at the end, though. So, yeah, Special Force and Boba Slurpers coming through huge. And you've got a feel for Team Arao. But the biggest thing for me coming into this match and looking at, knowing that we're coming out of what is a pretty dominant HLL meta, is seeing Rabinski moving on to that medium and it not quite working out for Lights Out. But more importantly than that, all of those dash lights switching over to Invis Dread. We've got so many Invis lights in the lobby now, and with that brings a lot of LH1, for instance.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I actually thought it was going to be even more Invis. I actually thought there was not going to be a single dash light in the lobby, so it was actually a little bit more surprising for me to see a couple of those players still left on dash. But I mean, they were kind of making it work. I mean, you see Nuwalk up there 9 and 5. That dash, even though it went down to 2 charges, it could definitely still work, Jerry.
And Cyborg, the other player also running dash in the lobby, got 12 kills. So clearly there's something still worth doing if you've got that dash light in your pocket. Maybe all these invis lights ought to think another time about going back to just the 2 dashes. I know it's a bit of a hamper if you're used to 3, but still. We can see now Special Force and Boba Slurper await in that second cash out game. We will jump down to the next cash out. But have a look at where Lights Out and Team Morale have ended up. They're in that lower bracket. This is familiar territory, unfortunately, for Lights Out. This is exactly how their top 8 began in Cycle 1. And they're going to hope here that history actually repeats itself from now on, because they made their way straight back into that upper bracket and even booked themselves a spot in the top 4. But they do keep making it hard for themselves, Dianic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they plugged 3 cash outs and couldn't really convert a single one of them. That is just a bit heartbreaking. We also must be fair to them. Every single cash out, they had multiple teams trying to contest them. So they were just faced with being the team who is in phase, who isn't behind. And every single team wanted to play the exact same. The teams on the other side, like Special Force, Boba Slurper, who were slightly behind with their cash out, they were left alone because nobody wants to be phased out of the phase. That's where it was a smart decision, but at the same time, they were just very unlucky. But on the other hand, they couldn't keep the control, which seems to be proven and yet seems to be the same issue as the first time they've played in the Cycle 1. Now, we have a second match as well to decide who then moves up and who moves lower. We're gonna be seeing now Random Tongues, 5 Fears, a Fake House, and Skywalkers. And already, I must say, I'm so excited to see 5 Fears and Fake House and Skywalkers of Krieger Blue in the same matchup.
Yeah, it's another similarly sort of made-up lobby here. We've got 3 well-known teams, lots of sort of well-known players dotted around, and Random Tongues essentially the old not-so-secret lineup. And Fake Cows, 5 Fears have been around the block. 5 Fears, of course, being possibly the most feared team in the region. And Skywalkers, again, another team coming relatively out of the blue. Emilian Q and Petrick. And these have kind of formed just for this cycle. We'll see how they do. They've made top 8, so there could be a lot of potential in this roster, but we've already seen one underdog fall short, Dread. What are Skywalkers going to have to do to make sure that they don't end up in that lower bracket alongside Team Morale?
Oh, man, that's such a tough question, especially with what we just saw in that first match out of the absolute chaos that can happen in cash out. It's going to be a tough one, but I mean, I think the number one thing that you always got to try to keep in mind, especially for these cash out games, is just to try to keep that pacing up and really try to focus on where that objective is. And if you got all these teams, one thing I think I don't see a lot of these teams do, especially on the EU side, is if they're getting third-partied a lot and they got every team in the lobby crashing out on them, just peel out and go for the other objective. I don't see that happen very often in here, but I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, Jerry.
We will. And just looking at our stats that we came up with earlier, Dianic, in our head-to-head to do with cash-out control, Fake Cows and 5 Fears both relatively low down in these standings. And, you know, top of your stats, I don't want to put too much weight on your stats here, but we just saw Boba Slurper and Special Force make their way through. So I think the stats don't lie. I think these are really worth looking at. Fake Cows and 5 Fears, not quite as good at cash-out control. Perhaps this is signaling a better chance for the likes of Random Tongues, for the likes of Skywalkers.
Absolutely. Here again, every single team has their own struggles, and for the side of 5 Fears, it's just the inconsistency. They're sometimes really, really good at what they do, and a lot of the other times they're just very inconsistent to even keep control of the cash out. They need to retake it multiple times, which of course then causes them to be in a very high risk factor if they even gonna make it. Here again, stats are stats. They're gonna have to prove themselves here again. We know 5 Fears can be better, and guys, I have good news. We're going back to the exact same map we just came from.
That we are. We have a map beater coming right through. It looks very similar, all things told. Skywalker's taking out Nozomi Citadel. Fake Cows removing Monaco. 5 Fears taking out Skyway. And Random Tongues do not want to go to Bernal. Probably, most notably there, Skywalkers and Random Tongues taking out some very favoured maps. But again, Fortune Stadium coming through here. Let's bring out some predictions, Dred, because I'm feeling like we've already, all three of us, started to make up our minds about who's coming going through. And I'm going to say it straight off the bat. I think Random Tongues are going to do it. They're going to be hungry. They didn't make top 8 last time, and I think they have a point to prove it.
That is a good point. I was not expecting you to say that, actually. I think I'm going to go with 5 Fears, which is what I thought you were going to say. But Random Tongues is a great one as well, too. And it's going to be a tough one all the way around. But 5 Fears, I mean, I'm a huge Nagos fan. I have to choose those.
Danik, what are you thinking?
It's tough. It's tough here again. Now knowing what the teams are capable of and seeing them already now a second time, Random Tongues is definitely a good team. But my vote is going to be going to the side of Fake Cows. Just because, I mean, guys, if you want to win, you're going to have Synergy first. And that's all I'm saying. That's my statement right here.
There's no team that do it better than Fake Cows when it comes to Synergy as well. It's beautiful to see. So adaptation so far has been really important in these cycles. We saw Tycho take first place in Cycle 1 by being that unique force of HML, by upending the meta with a D-map, with data reshaper, with APS, with all of these things. But right now, we're only going off one game, and it's actually familiarity and comfort that is proving to be the difference maker. Those 2 lights in the last game, still running dash, even after that nerf. We're going to find out if that trend continues into our second cash-out game, Dred and Dianic. Let's see how these teams fare with a fresh new season, Season 11, all the new toys and tools to play with. Dred, Dianic, take it away.
Yeah, we are absolutely going to see here. And, you know, if it's going to be anything like this first match we just watched, it's going to be insane. I wonder if we're going to end up seeing a double again, Dianic. It's going to be crazy.
Listen, we've already been shown how crazy these matchups can be today. Considering, again, these teams are hungry for it. Cycle 1 is over. Cycle 2 is here. And there's not many more after this. There's 2 more for the teams to prove themselves. So you know that the teams wanted so much more. And then we have the first few teams are already contesting each other. Random Tongues against Fake Cows. And on the other side, 5 Fears against Skywalkers. And as already mentioned previously from Jerry, Random Tongues are kind of the not-so-secret roster before. And Denari is a very underestimated player. He's such a strong contender, not to be underestimated. Sometimes he just pulls these last few second swaps and is very strong on his heavy, so a player to really keep your eyes out.
Yeah, and another thing that I was keeping my eyes on is 5 Fears immediately getting wiped in the first fight of the game, which is crazy too. And now Random Tongues getting jumped on by Fake Cows, also taking them out as well. And it looks like Fake Cows are going to be the first ones in the lobby to get a plug.
First one's the second plug should be following very soon, but from the looks of it, they're still somewhat... There we go. They're now transporting it over to the box. They're going to be slightly delayed, but nothing too much of an issue. But as you already mentioned, Fake House, they do plug the first one. 5 is the second one. It's going to be a good start into this first rotation. The big thing here is for the side of 5 is they're not allowed to get themselves into a position but they lose this first cash out because, again, their control over the cash outs hasn't been the greatest in the first cycle. And they need to be really on their A game today. They don't want to fall in that lower bracket like Lights Out.
Yeah, they definitely don't. But looks like we have a fight breaking out over here. Looks like actually 3 teams coming in over here on this hospital point. Surprisingly, this is usually the point that people don't want to push, but Fake Cows immediately going down, turning this from a third party into a standard 3v3. Random Tongues trying to get as much damage as they possibly can, but look at this dancing through the gateway back to back. And Emilian ends up getting the kill on Durrani, but Roma is going to take out Petrick as well, turning this into a 2v2. Looks like Emilian is going to get the defib over onto Petrick to turn it back over. Random Tongue still in control of this box. Not sure if they're going to be able to get that body. Looks like they don't. Rani is going to spend one of those coins there to try to defend this point, and the fight's slowing down just a little bit. Still plenty of time on that box, though, Dianic.
Well, there's a lot of teams trying to contest it now. 2 teams, Random Tongues against Skywalkers, not finding themselves fighting over this, but it's going to be a bit of a trade now. Skywalkers are left with a singular person, now going to be wiped here again. That means the control will remain right now for Random Tongues. On the other side, 5 is they still keep a hold on to theirs. Nothing has happened all too much, but look at this next team. Fakeouts, they're back here to take and retake their cash out, trying to stick it, but unfortunately it's not going to be possible to heal from behind. Might make a difference, but unfortunately it won't. Random Tongues will prevail. 2 team fights on a singular cash out, and on top of that, will be rewarded with the cash out itself.
Yeah, Random Tongues with a really strong start there, just fighting off the entire onslaught of teams that were coming after them on that first cash out. And look at how much kill money they got off of that too, starting off the first cash out of the match with $14.7 thousand. I mean, it's so much kill money on top of that. It's going to put them in a really, really good spot to control the pacing of the rest of this match. And now on the other side of that map, that 5 Fears box just now finished as well. And look at the difference in money, Dianic, just off of the kill money alone.
It is absolutely crazy. Also considering here again, right, from the side of Random Tongues, they also had a cash out spawning, like a vault spawning very close to them. They might be able to go back to hospital and play that strong defense twice back to back, and they're going to be looking to do exactly that. And there we go. Skywalkers, they're also here to make this plug quicker, to force them into a different building. They might be successful. They just slip right through. What an actual play. This cash out was way further back, but started earlier, meaning they were able to plug, and everybody knows from the side of Random Tongues, they should not be going here for the double, meaning they're gonna have to play the other side. And Hospital, the stronger defensive spots will remain for Skywalkers for right now.
Yeah, what a great play by Skywalkers there to get ahead of that, and very good heads-up play. And now they're going to be sitting pretty for just a little bit, because I don't know if people are going to want to fight this hospital point again, especially with Random Tongues being so far in the lead. I mean, everybody else wants to get this next plug. Looks like that box did get yoinked, though, and is moving across. So now Fake Cows are kind of deciding that they might want to fight this point, as we've got Random Tongues and 5 Fears still fighting over this box to get plugged on the other side. Big healing coming out from Roma there, trying to keep Dyrani up, but Roma ends up going down from Treason because of it, and now the sonar nade is going to go through. They know where all these guys are on the other side of that wall, but Random Tongues, they did end up getting that plug.
Oh, it's just look at the delay. It's such a tough delay to deal with, because they know if there is a chance that a team is not going to go to the side of Skywalkers, they're going to definitely be rotating around to fight them, meaning they put so much pressure onto them. They're going to have to play a much more cleaner defense, but they decide to just fall back and give this cash shot and put themselves into the rotation. Look at this. If they get the cash shot from the side of Skywalkers, they found themselves into the rotation, and the 5 Fears, they were able to steal the cash because they were giving it for free, but right now they're also trying to just contest this and make their life a living hell. What is actually going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the decision-making there was. I mean, Random Tongues, I mean, I agree that it is very staggered, and you definitely could have gone and fight that other point, but they're so far ahead, they could have just held that and then just got some kills as the rest of the teams came over, but it looks like they're changing their minds and they're coming back to try to retake this again, but taking some huge damage from Carnifex here. Try to get healed up a little bit, but Koreki ends up going down instead. And now Dyrani is in a lot of trouble here. That dome shield goes down, but it's not going to be enough to save him. 5 Fears keep control of this box, and Random Tongues look like might have just thrown their lead.
Absolutely, they went off trying to put themselves in the right rotation. Unfortunately, it didn't work out to their favor. They were completely stopped. On the other side, 5 is all they did is, of course, take the cash out and then now defend it. But that misplay, really question. They wanted to put themselves into the phase, but it just wasn't the right play at that point. They had the cash out already under control. Of course, with the fear that there might be more people coming towards them, maybe cause them to try to go for that play. Now, if we look at it from the side of 5 Fears, nobody's really gonna try to be contesting them anymore. The cash out is nearly at its end. The next wall is already spawned, and for Random Tongues, they're already moving their attention towards that one as they're fighting along, trying to get it, but Skywalkers will be wiped, or nearly wiped, in the meanwhile Patrick will remain alive, but Random Tongues definitely are the favorites out of that fight.
Yeah, they definitely are, and Patrick over here on the side of Skywalkers just barely holding on to his life, trying to keep the money that they have. And now we still have a bloodbath going on over here between 5 Fears and Random Tongues. Random Tongues also really trying to hold on to their money here. Dyrani and Roma just both barely making it out. Dyrani finally finding his health regen there to get healthy again and try to stay up alive. He's going to go ahead and winch that body over. But Roma finding a kill on Kodaft. He's so far away from the rest of his team. Might actually end up getting that plug. That's actually huge for Random Tongues there. And then Deadplate's also going to winch his teammate's body over as well to get that res up. And now, not a lot of time left for this box 6. And look at how close it is spawn to A. We might be seeing another double here.
From the looks of it, there was a gateway used to get it on the other side for the side of 5Bs. They do not want this to be doubled. That puts them at a high risk. But look at it again. Random Punks find themselves in a fight with Fake Cows. Will right now be the stronger ones because they found a kill onto Deadplate, and they will remain as a whole free. Correct in the meanwhile will be now taken out. Unfortunately, maybe have Casa cursed them, and they will find themselves again losing a member. Denari now is the last man standing, trying to defend this, not to be stolen away. But there's so many eyes onto him, so many bullets flying his way. Will find himself be taken out, and now it will be swapped. Skywalkers are right there to take it under their control, and 5Fizz trying to control the second vote, not to plug it but to play keep away.
Yeah, 5Fears making an insane comeback throughout the course of this match here. I mean, they lost the first fight of the game, and now they're holding pretty strong onto the second place here. They just got to be really careful with their lives and how they spend them for this last fight that's about to break out here. Skywalkers, though, also in a really, really good spot here, but now going to have to fight through and defend the entire lobby that's getting ready to collapse on their point. And 5Fears here. Nagos just kind of setting up a little barricade area. Kind of just helping Skywalkers protect that point, because this is very much affects them as well if they get a little bit too aggressive in here. And here comes the rest of these teams, and they are still bringing that box over because Fake Cows, they need this double to be able to make it through there. But they are getting held by the entire lobby here, Dianic.
Is going to be a tough plug. Fake Cows, they might need a double, but I don't believe there's going to be any team who's going to let them do it. They did it. Absolutely in the moment. They'll find a kill as well, but unfortunately, they find themselves also losing so much HP. There's the next one. Look at it. Fake Cows are running over the entirety of this lobby. They might be able to get it, but unfortunately, there's no time left. They tried to get some kills. They will be lost in the end, and Skywalkers find themselves on the top of this game with, my god, a hell of a cash out in the end.
Yeah, absolutely insane there. I mean, Fake Cows, really, really valiant effort at the end, too. Getting so many kills, just wasn't quite in time to steal that box. But look at how much of an absolute bloodbath this match was as well, too. Both of these matches of the day starting off insane. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around this. I need a little bit of help from Jerry to come in here and kind of talk me through what was going on here.
That was crazy. And you know what? I was so distracted. I'm going to need one of you to tell me who came second in that. Skywalkers, of course, first.
Yeah, I believe it was 5Fears.
I believe it was 5Fears. There we go. All right. So, I guess, Dredge, you got your prediction right?
Yeah.
Diana, you predicted 5Fears as well, was it?
No.
Am I the only one who got it
right? No. Listen. I
you were
predicted
Fake Cows,
the
obviously.
winner. Yeah, no, I predicted the winner from the bottom up if you read it right. Fake Cows, of course. Listen, you gotta just flip the scoreboard.
Fair enough. Well, yeah. I mean, Fake Cows and Random Tongues not quite making it, despite that incredible performance from Roma and Irani. Kiriki slotting in for Elix, just not able to live up to those big shoes, it would seem. And Emilian, Q, and Petrick, the Skywalkers, this out-of-nowhere roster forming for this cycle, have topped the lobby. Impressive as well from 5Fears that they managed to come second with only 5 kills between them. That just goes to show how much of a macro game this can be. So, yeah, some real interesting takeaways from that. Yet another lobby with only 1 medium, but this time, Dread, it is that side that have gone with the more traditional HML lineup that have come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely interesting. But what's even more interesting to me, too, is some of the macro choices during that match. I mean, like you said, 5Fears, they only had 5 kills, but nobody was really fighting them after that first match. And then it was kind of almost in a way handed to them by what team was that left and then came back? I believe it was
Random Tongues.
Yeah, that kind of had that box plugged, and they were so far ahead in the lead, and they had that pacing going for them really well. And then I guess they just got a little bit too distracted by the stagger on the boxes and wanted to try to go back and play both, but it ended up not working for them in the end. 5Fears got that, and that was really the one box that 5Fear needed to stay in that and hold second place.
Well, a huge victory for Fire Fears, even bigger for Skywalkers, you'd argue. They are a team that came into this very lowly rated, and they've avoided that early elimination. So at the very least, they've booked themselves an afternoon of many, many chances to try and qualify for that top 4. But before we find out who does make it, we're going to throw to a very short break just to give ourselves a bit of a breather. And why don't you go and grab yourselves a snack, whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever. I know people are watching from all around the world, so take a few. We'll be back shortly.
The competition is heating up in the finals, and our viewers must be enjoying the show.
That's right, June, but it's time to present another exclusive interview with Five Fears, brought to you by Caroline.
I think the best would be to just start with a few simple questions. So maybe both of you want to tell me a little bit about who you are and your team.
Yeah, I'll start. I'm Carnifex. I'm the light of Five Fears. I have a competitive background in Overwatch, Valorant, and Fortnite. And yeah, I've been playing the final since day one.
So I'm Nakost. I've been playing the game since open beta as well. Been playing heavy for 5 years since like the start of 26. And I mostly played the CS my entire life. And yeah, I made the switch when the finals came out.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. And also good. I'm saying Nagos. Is that correct if I pronounce it that way?
Yeah, if you say NA Ghost, I'm gonna.
I will admit something to you right now. The first time I read your name, I may have read it a little wrong, and I thought it said Nachos.
No.
That's a good one. That's a good nickname. Nachos.
And now I'm like, I need to say Nagos and not Nachos. So
Yeah.
how did you two get into the finals?
I got introduced by a friend of mine. Before finals, I was playing Overwatch. I was kind of waiting for a new game to come out because I really wanted to compete on another game. And yeah, when finals came out, I tried it day one. I unfortunately didn't play during the close and open beta. But yes, I started since day one, and I've been completely hooked since then. And yeah.
I think I saw the open beta randomly on Steam. I just downloaded the game, and I remember spamming the beta. And when the beta was like closed, I was so sad waiting for the game. And then the game came out, and I just like go up on it directly.
And then you just logged in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite parts of the finals? Like, what makes it stand out to two of you? Because I mean, you're both pro players, so you obviously play the game a lot on a very high level.
To me, mainly it's the shooting and the movement, I would say. It's also cash out, like the game mode that everybody hates and love, all the pro players hate and love. But yeah, it's the way it's designed. It's like something completely new that I never experienced before, and yeah, I don't know, I love it.
I would say aiming for me, and like the way the game is played is never the same. Basically, like there's so much happening, so much like random factor. This is the thing I like the most probably. Then the destruction.
That's amazing. I like that too about the game. It is very chaotic, and you know, sometimes that's to my advantage, and sometimes I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, sometimes it's just
yeah,
like
it's also
guessing.
for the pro players the same. Sometimes you don't know what's happening. You're just shooting.
Things are just happening.
Yes.
Carnifex, could you tell me more about who Five Fears are? For like, if you're thinking that you're explaining this for like a first-time viewer.
I mean, 5 Fears is the best team in Europe. Like, what kind of question is that? No,
There
I'm joking.
we
I'm
go.
joking. I mean, 5 Fears is the new roster of Alliance, basically. Like, we were playing for Alliance in 2025 at TGM with Treason and Palma. And we had a roster change after TGM25. We swapped out Palma for Nagos, and we signed with 5 Fears. And 5 Fears is a North American org. So North American organization that was at the major event in 2025 with another roster, and they just picked us up.
Nagos, you joined the core roster of a already made team with Conifex and Treason already playing together. How has it been learning to fit into the team?
Actually, it was really hard because I needed to switch the class because I only played medium and I learned heavy basically from the start of the year, and also new teammates. So yeah, it was a hard time at the beginning, but I think I made it. I still can improve probably, but I think I made it right now.
Do you think that the swap from one class to another was the most difficult one?
I mean, in a casual level, probably not, but like in comp, people like most likely one trick a class, so they basically play the same class over and over. So yeah, I was a little bit behind at first.
Digarst. So Treason isn't here right now.
Mhm.
He's kind of known for leaving calls after winning tournaments.
We won the whole tournament?
Easy, bro.
Do I have to play anymore?
No, you're done.
Alright, see you later.
It's the way he did that. It's the way he did that.
But chat always spams this chant. Goat for a reason, we have Treason. So what's your favorite thing about playing with Treason?
Treason. I think you can't expect anything. Like he's always like random factor. It's like I don't know. He's funny. He's enjoyable to play with, and he's also like one of the best players in my opinion. In you,
Carnifex, you're considered one of the best teams in the region. First on the leaderboard right now is Takeo, the team you lost to in the finale of Cycle 1. Does this give you guys freedom heading into the top 8 for Cycle 2, or does this carry more weight on your team to perform now?
I feel like it kind of gives us more pressure on us, because if we manage to do good now, we're gonna have like a very good lead to go into like the Cycle 3 and 4, which is gonna translate to like maybe getting first place and getting the golden ticket to the major. So yeah, I think we really gotta lock in this weekend and do well, because if you actually are gonna like do well and get a lot of points, we're gonna be ahead by like quite a lot. I feel like
It seems like all eyes will be on 5 Fears this cycle, Scotty.
The pressure is on, June. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge.
Hello and welcome back to the top 8 for EMEA of the online series Cycle 2 rather. The route to the Grand Major 2026. I'm your host Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined as ever by the wonderful Dread and the equally wonderful Diane. We've got some interesting news for you that we will tell you once we have a look at our bracket. But first up, we're looking at this upper bracket match. Skywalkers, Special Force, Boba Sluppers and 5 Fears are ready to try and duke it out in a cash out, and then follow that up with a 3 versus 3, just a best of 1 final round for a slot in the finale today. So a nice, a big stage skip for the victor there. But we've already seen Skywalkers surprise us with their relatively new roster coming out of the gate, winning that second cash out game, Dread, and joined by some really big hitters in 5 Fears, Special Force, and Boba Slurper, 3 of the teams that made it to the top 4 last time. I'm going to ask you again, Dread. What are Skywalkers going to have to do to make it through to this best of 1?
Exactly what they just did in the last match. No, I'm not. You know, it's going to be a little bit tougher because the other teams that are coming into this are teams that are a little bit more known for their macro in these cash out games. So they're going to have to play it a little bit smarter. It's going to be tough for sure, but they played that last match really well, considering how many like third parties and just absolute mosh pits there were on a lot of those cash boxes. So as long as they can keep playing like that and really keep their heads on a swivel, I think they can do it, Jerry.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Absolutely possible. And they are the only team going into this with that medium in their lineup. We saw Emilian, interestingly, rocking the medium. We haven't seen him play medium in a long, long time. He's been a bit of a heavy main for pretty much the entirety of the finals lifespan competitively. But Q coming in from OnlyFins and Petrick coming in from the team once known as Current Team, they've found something here, potentially, Dianic.
I mean, from the looks of it, they definitely did, but it just comes down to the fact, was it just a one-shot or can they repeat it once more? This time they're fighting against a lot more different teams and it's gonna be tougher. As already mentioned, 2 of these teams already once made it to the final round, so it's not gonna be an easy task to do so, and they're absolutely brutal when it comes to the actually playing the game. Each team is different and that makes it so special. This next cash out, I do believe we're gonna see a lot of chaos.
I would bet on it, Dianic. Now, before we quickly run through the map for you, just a quick update. Breaking news. Unfortunately, Team Morale, a team that lost one of the first cash outs and is now in the lower bracket, have withdrawn from the competition, leaving us with only 7. So when we get to that lower bracket, it's going to be a quick set of 3 round robin games between those 3 lower bracket teams. But that's a good half hour away now. Let's zone back in on this right here. We have 5 Fears banning out Nozomi Citadel. Boba Slurpers taking out Monaco, and Special Force taking out Fortune Stadium. They're finally sick of playing Fortune Stadium. We've had 2 Fortune Stadiums on stream. We're going to have something different. Fungi City taken out by the Skywalkers, and that leaves us with a random pool of 4. Bernal is the randomly selected map. This is something that I think, honestly, 5 Fears and Special Force will not be too happy about. They've banned out 2 of the kind of very meta maps, and we've ended up on another one. Dreads, what are your thoughts about Bernal and how things might shake up here, especially knowing that we do have random variants in play, so we could see suspended structures?
Yeah, and I think if that does end up happening, I think suspended structures is going to be the one that could potentially slow the match pacing down just a little bit. But if we're not, and we're on in like just a standard variant, I think it's going to be even more fast-paced than what we had on Fortune Stadium.
Could be. All right, Dianic, I'll come to you for the first prediction then. Who are we feeling? You've had some time to think.
You're putting me on the spot here again, Jerry. I don't appreciate this, but listen, if I would have to give my vote, as much as I love Skywalkers, my vote is going to go to Boba Slurper. Just because if we look at the stats, which we presented early on, they had the best stats, so I want to see them show off what they're capable of. So Boba Slurper will be my pick yet again.
We both backed them earlier, and I'm tempted to join you, but I'm going to hold fire for the moment. Dread, who are you feeling?
I think I'm going to go again with 5 Fears because, I mean, they've proven over and over again that their macro in these cash-out games are so good. I mean, we just saw them win through a second place with only 5 kills total because they're so good at just pinpointing where that objective is and holding onto it. So I'm thinking they're going to keep that up.
I think I'm going to have to stick with, as both of you have done, your winning horses from the previous round. That means I'm joining Dianic, backing Boba Slurpers here. And yeah, it's no shade to any of the other teams in this lobby. Honestly, we haven't mentioned Special Force. We haven't mentioned Skywalkers in terms of being those favorites. But anyone could do it here. We've seen them all win a cash out so far. That's why they're here. That's where they're vying for one of those top 2 spots and the spot in the finale. So, Dread, Dianic, why don't you take us through the action on Bernal?
Yeah, coming right back into Bernal, Dianic. Sorry, I'm just excited about this. This one is going to be crazy. I think this one is going to be even faster paced because Bernal, it's so much more open and horizontal than Fortune Stadium was.
Oh, absolutely. And that just makes it so much more beautiful, right? You mentioned it. Open, it's closer. We also have these the houses, which just create a lot more different factors. Shotguns, close range, melee weapons are going to be so good. But also, we know Pike, for example, could be used now. Got a little bit of a buff as well when it comes to the headshot percentage. So many things that do apply on this map, which have been changed in the recent new season. But that can be talked about another day. The first fight's already happening. Skywalkers are now facing Boba Slurper. And Boba Slurper will already take out the first, the second one to fall as well. Make it maybe soon the third. There is the light waiting around the corner. Patrick trying to stay alive and as an invis, unfortunately, will be found and nearly, and there we go, also wiped. Skywalker's now wiped out as the first team of the entirety of this game, while Boba Slurper were successful, and the plug is also very near, 70 meters only.
Yeah, and one thing I think is worth pointing out, too, that's kind of interesting to me is every heavy in this lobby is on winch except for Jurg, who swapped over to mesh. Which is very interesting to me. And also, we're seeing no melee weapons yet. I thought for sure we'd at least be seeing a sledge come through. But I mean, it is very hard to make work, especially in these very high, fast-paced competitive settings. But There's still plenty of time to come through. We might see some of those picks happen. But, yeah, you're on that mesh shield now. Everybody else pretty much the same with a dash and an invis on every single team, except for we've got Skywalkers, you know, with that heavy, medium, light. Petrick staying on that invis, being the solo light on that team there. And now we're just waiting for some of these fights to break through as both of these cash boxes are getting ready to close in on the halfway point here.
Ooh, 5Bs have been found in the corner. Special Force, they had a good nose to find where they are. They found themselves now also being one man down. Nuok was found in the meanwhile, but 5Bs, they will remain in the building. Right now, the cash out is also, there's an attempt for it to be stolen away from the side of, I believe, Special Force. There we go. No, it was even by Skywalkers. It's a third team on the box. They got themselves the steal, and Boba Slurper, they're completely left alone to be ignored on the other side of the map, while 3 teams are fighting it out only in the first 8 cash out box.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that keeps happening. Even on Bernal, when it's so easy to fly across the map here, I guess maybe a little bit less easy when you don't have that dash on the side, but Nagos taking out Nuwalk there. Carnifex is going to take out Q. 5 Fears putting in a lot of work in these fights here, but it is still in control of Special Force there. We do have Treason hopping on it now. Is he going to be able to stick it through? Not quite. Special Force is actually going to be able to hold on to this, and I don't think anybody else is going to be able to hop on this now. It's still fight breaking out as everybody's going through this gateway here. Nagos making it out with his life. Carnifex and Tree them both down. He's going to have to make his way, I think, across this map, probably force them to coin, but Special Force, they are going to hold on to that point, Dianic.
Oh, they got the SWAT once, and my god, that was a bit of a juicy one. We saw every single team, even Boba Slurper, trying to participate. They didn't like to be left all out alone of this whole team fight. They had a few of the teammates, especially Nigerian Cyborg, they were all the way on the other side trying to, you know, manipulate what's actually going on. Even right now, we can see Newark trying to find some kills, but Boba Slurper, of course, they're focusing their attention to the next cash out. They're really good at keeping the cash out under their control when they have the plug or the steal, but attacking is what their weakest point is. So as long as they can plug this, they're in good hands for sure. But there's already a team, Special Force, waiting on the C cash out, and there's not only one but 2, maybe one in the distance as well, waiting for Boba Slurper to transport this vault.
Yeah, and Cyborg there rocking that V9S with the dash as well. Gonna go ahead and heal up Palma just a little bit there, as Nigiri is still down. These boxes are not getting plugged yet. They can't even really go back to grab that box. But they are going to go ahead and grab Nigiri's body. Make sure they hold on to that coin. And now, just kind of slowing down a little bit as these teams really, especially Special Force and Boba Slurpers, really don't want to lose any of the money that they've already picked up. But Nuwalk finding a kill onto Cyborg there puts them in a pretty good spot to be able to plug this box here. Monster Pig is going to finish off Palma there as well. Now it's only Nigiri. And I think, yeah, he's going to make the decision to go ahead and just back up, which means Special Force is finally going to be able to make that plug.
At least the first box has been plugged. The second one is already on its way, as we can see in the distance. Unfortunately, Boba Slurper to find themselves 1 man down. Skywalkers, on the other hand, are 2 men down. Are finding... Never mind, going to be wiped in a meanwhile. 5 Fizz. Now, gonna be finding that plug as they wipe Skywalkers also out. That's a great start for 5 Fizz, considering they weren't able to really secure the first box under their control. But again, Boba Slurper, they're a great team when it comes to the defense and controlling, but their offense has some vulnerability and isn't the greatest at times. And already we can see the first one's going to be traded out immediately. Boba Slurper fighting in Special Force in that corner. York's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to fall as well. Back up with the side of Cyborg, and they're now a 2-man advantage. They might be able to get this under their control, and then all they got to do is control it, and that's what they're best at.
Yeah, that is very true. Monster Pig was able to get Nuwalk's body up, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab Yurg, and Yurg already only has 1 coin left. But there is lots of time for them to come back and retake this here. But it looks like we've got another team coming in as well. So we're going to see how this ends up playing out, because it looks like we got Skywalkers joining the fight as well. But look at this. They're playing this really smart here, slowing down, letting these teams kind of fight it out a little bit, waiting until they see some more kills go through before they come in and start kind of changing things up a little bit. Looks like here they come, finally coming in now as Monster Pig ends up going down to Q. Boba Slurpers have now heard this, and they're backing up just a little bit as Nuwalk gets the last one left alive on Special Force. Boba Slurpers They are holding on to this. Looks like they're going to go back and take high ground, maybe. But there's not a lot of time on this point, so they're playing really close to it. And look at Palma just kind of hiding behind that barricade there with that KS. He's going to go ahead and move that barricade over a little bit. And here they come, finally making a move for the point. Skywalker's there, but the Pyromines end up going through. There's so much fire on this Q. Is going to try to winch it back over towards him, but that fire is still on it, and he's taking some shots from behind as well as Cyborg picks up a double kill. Q is going to be able to stop him from getting that triple, but it doesn't matter because Boba Slurpers got that money.
They got the money, and also they got the wipe on top of it. Look at these Skywalkers. They tried to make an attempt. 5 is... My boy Special Force was right there, but they weren't quite able to do anything. Unfortunately, the two teams were trying to take the cash out. In this case, Skywalkers and Special Force, they had an early fight which wasn't quite needed, and Bulbasaur, all they gotta do is wait, and they played it perfectly. Even though we saw Cyborg lose early on and get eliminated, it didn't really matter. He was on a defense coin, was able to get back in, and then created a pinch onto the cash out. Very good played from the side of Bulbasaur. Patience, slow defense. Cash out is what matters, and again, there's a reason why they're so good at it. And there's the next plug on the last phase here. 18k. Special Force will make the first attempt as they plug cash out number 8. B on the other side, 6 is being open as well, but from Skywalkers, and we can see the teams already rotating around as Skywalkers being again contested by the side of 5 is.
Yeah, and Bulbasaurs have to be here because they really don't want this one to end up getting doubled as well, because if that double ends up going to anybody else, they are going to get knocked out of that. But Q taking so much damage from Treason there with that LH1 up on top. Nagos is going to take out, or sorry, Nagos took out Q. Treason ended up taking out 1,000,000. But they're going to try to stop that box from moving over there. And the timer is counting down on the cash out that Special Force holds onto. And it looks like they don't really have anybody to fight yet, as everybody else is really kind of worried about that box that isn't even plugged yet.
Oh yeah, but 30 seconds to plug it, and for a lot of these teams, that second box could be quite crucial. But from the side of Bulbasaur, they want to keep this one away. As long as they can find themselves in that first or second place, they're going to move to that 3v3, which winner then is going to be moving to that third stage of today. So as long as they make sure this one ain't plugged, they're in a good position. It would be quite hard for 5Bs to really overtake them, and somehow they keep on getting away with it. Now standing and sitting in a corner. It's 5 seconds before the cash out B is gonna be wiped and gonna be taken away. And there we go, the first attempt on the steal, while meanwhile on cash out is happening, and it's going to be done from the side of Skywalkers. They got the attempt successfully. Unfortunately, they're gonna lose and find themselves some players under the opponent team. My apologies, Skywalkers, they haven't lost a singular member, but there we go, the next team is now coming in, and all of a sudden, since there's only 17 seconds left, and there's so much more teams who want to get themselves into those first 2 places, we can see the attempt of steals in that corner keeps on going along, but Boba Slurper, they have a few things to say. They want to stay on top of this, and they got themselves so many more kills and secured first place.
Wow. That is not at all how I thought that one was going to end there. And it's just absolutely insane. But Boba Slurpers, I mean, you guys got your predictions on that one. They seemed pretty in control of pretty much that entire match, Dianic.
It's, here again, absolutely interesting and a bit surprising to see, not gonna lie. Skywalkers had a big difference. They played a lot more, I'll say, reserved in the first match that we saw. It's a bit difficult to say, but I definitely want to hear what Jerry has to say, because he knows Skywalkers quite a lot. And what actually happened there? Skywalkers, a bit surprising to see where they ended up, Jerry, no?
Well, it was just a bit wild at the end. As you can see, it's 2 team wipes right before the end are basically what determined it, right? We saw, was it Special Force and the side of 5 Fears being wiped out right at the death, and the tallies were just so close. But Skywalkers, like you say, Boba Slurper were in so much control that they were able to play puppeteer. They were able to target the other 2 teams and ensure they wiped, allowing Skywalkers to hold onto that cash. And you can see it right at the end there. It was almost a truce. I feel as though Boba Slurpers have grander plans, and they see Skywalkers as an easy target for this 3 versus 3 that's coming up, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be really interesting to see how the 3v3 plays out, because we've seen this happen before, especially on the NA side as well, that sometimes you know, the team that's really leading the pack in that cash out round, and like you said, kind of gets to play Puppet Master. Sometimes that team that ends up making it through in the 3v3 goes crazy in the 3v3 and ends up winning it out of that too. So we can't really put all the chips in the side of Boba Slurpers just yet because, I mean, the Skywalkers could also break it out. The 3v3 is such a different playstyle, very much different macro than the cash out games. So we'll see. Jerry.
Now, if you're wondering why Five Fears and Special Force are highlighted in blue there despite losing that cash out, that is because they are not done yet. They unfortunately don't get the immediate chance to advance to the finale, but they are moving forward to the upper bracket of stage 2, so they will have another 3 goes at it, another 3 swings of the bat to try and book a spot in the finale. But we should turn our attention to Boba Slurpers and Skywalkers. As I mentioned, Dianic, Boba Slurpers, they've been doing really well. We've been backing them every step of the way. And this is not the match that we're looking at. Not right yet. Not right yet. We're going to get down to that lower bracket match soon enough. That's what's in our near future. But Skywalkers versus Boba Slurpers, Dianic. We've got to back Boba Slurpers all the way, right? Surely.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Jerry, we can't back down, guys. We have to go fever free. I mean, if we back down now, Jerry, that would be not a great look on us. Listen, we have to go all free. No, besides that point, again, Skywalkers, we don't have much information on them, right? They're coming into this. We know them from previous played competitions, but that first game that they've played was absolutely wonderful. We must also say they were in the first place because it was doubled, and in the end, they were able to keep that cash shot. But Boba Slurper, they have been a lot more consistent when it comes to actually controlling the cash shot. We saw it after the flip, especially on that second cash shot. They really didn't give it away. They played the objective. They didn't matter the kills. And even on that last one, they knew if they bring Skywalkers free, of course they might have an easier time. Again, a little bit hard to differentiate if they really got themselves an easier target or a more difficult target. We're gonna have to see that on the map itself. But I would say Boba Surfer played it actually quite smartly, because not only did they secure themselves the second place, but here yet again, they controlled the cash shot in a way they actually never had the cash shot under possession.
It's true. It's true. They had sort of distance control. They always made sure that they were the ones aggressing at the right moments, it felt like. Dread, I want to ask you a little bit about Skywalkers and the dynamics of a new team, right? Because we've seen them make their way through a couple of cash outs now. In some instances, it felt a bit fortunate, but when it comes to 3v3s, I feel as though we see upsets occasionally when it comes to new teams forming, just because, you know, that coordination in cash out is a little bit harder to replicate when you're in a new team. But when they're 3 versus 3, a lot of these instincts kick in. Is that going to affect your prediction here, Dread?
You make a really good point, because that's what I was going to say as well too, in the fact that when you're a newer team and you don't have as much synergy built up together yet, it is a little bit easier as individual players to work around each other in a 3v3 environment, but it is a bit harder, like you said, in a cash out environment where there's so much more outside sources that can kind of affect your like close quarters team synergy play. But all that to say, I think I'm going to go with Boba Slurpers on this one. I don't think it's really going to affect my prediction, but I'll say I am a little bit skeptical, because it really could go either way, but I'm going to lean towards Boba Slurpers here.
I've done this wrong, because me and Dianic have already planted our flags in the ground, and we know we're Boba Slurpers. But Dianic, maybe you can talk a little bit about the fact that this is another HML side, right? We only had one heavy, medium, light side in the first top 8 for EMEA. It was Tycho. They won the whole thing. We've only got 2 here, Skywalkers being one of them. They've once again proven that there is some validity to sticking that medium with the heel beam in your lineup.
There's many reasons, and at the end of the day, listen, a medium can make or break. It's kind of the glue in between the heavy and the light. If they don't function together, the medium is just the right choice. Considering the medium did get, I would say, a little bit of a buff with all the changes when it comes to the utility, also a little bit by nerfing the light's abilities, by buffing the heavy. It simultaneously also helps the medium to not be in this victim role anymore. It's not a bad role, it's a mediocre role, and it can make it really work. We look at that Talco, he definitely made it work, so I will stick with Boba Slurper here as well.
Yeah, we both put our flags in the ground, but we've got the game ready. Dianic, Dread, take us through it.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Dread, We find ourselves now in the first 3v3 of today, stage number 1, and the winner of this is gonna find himself immediately with a golden ticket to stage number 3 in that cash out. Boboslapper already once had that chance to be up there in that top of that top 3 stage. Skywalkers, on the other hand, they're the first newly team here, and already surprising to see how far they have come.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and going to be really interesting to see how they play through this 3v3, as lots of damage coming through on both sides here. Q finding himself in a really tough spot, though, is going to finally end up going down to Cyborg. Cyborg actually going to get a double kill onto Petrick and Q as well. Petrick was able to find Palma, but Cyborg taking out all 3 in the first 3v3 of the match.
There we go. Quick, easy, done, and quickly. Cyborg, again, massive player. He's had so many impactful plays in the first cycle that we've seen, and he's just going to continue his, let's say, road of... not destroying. The English word is missing right here. Domination. There we go. The road of domination. There, he's just going to continue his road of domination when it comes to kills. Again, Cyborg, really talented player. He's done a lot of damage, a lot of kills, a lot of impactful plays for Team Boboslapper already in the first cycle. But Skywalkers, they find themselves back into the game, and the one thing that we know, Boboslapper, they're really good at controlling a cash when it's under their possession. So Skywalkers, they're really going to have to make a lot of work here to swap this one to their name.
Yeah, and Boboslurpers are in a really good spot, too. This is kind of a tough cash out to fight into just because of where they're sitting. But look at Emilian just sitting in Invis there, just trying to line up his sights with the LA-20 to get some damage. Gets a little bit of damage on them as they drop down, as they were trying to kind of steal it through the floor there where that little opening is. But Boboslurpers all collapsing on them now. Emilian a little bit hurt. Trying to find an angle with that LH1. He's going to throw that sonar nade. Going to get a little bit of a pings up. Looks like they found Palma. Q taking a lot of damage from fire there. And they might need to slow down and kind of reset a little bit. But Cyborg jumping into all 3 of them. Cyborg wants to get really aggro, and he ends up paying for it as he ends up going down. But Palma is able to find the pick onto Q, and Nagiri getting Cyborg's trade onto Petrick. And I believe they're getting that hand res up now. There it goes, as Emilian is the last one, winning a 1v1 against Nagiri. But he's going to have to back up a little bit now as the rest of Boboslurpers is going to collapse on him. Cyborg with the dash, able to finish that off. And that is going to be it, I think, Dianic, for this first box.
From the looks of it, definitely 16 seconds till they're back, and the cash out's going to end any moment. They're going to be outside of the time when it comes to the steal. So the first cash out in this 3v3 is going to go to the side of Boboslapper. Yeah, again, proving they're so good at controlling this. They just have it. They have a perfect plan, and you can tell their team communication is really on top today, because every single time there is something, a problem that they're faced with, they find a solution as a team, and they communicate through that problem. Here again, when we look at the last map, also on Burnout, they were faced with 2 teams trying to contest them, and they created the perfect pinch together. There again, they were contested and they found a solution together, and that makes that team so absolutely dangerous, because if they are not stopped anytime soon, they might find themselves very soon in the final. Again, I have high hopes for Boboslapper. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say my mind right here.
Yeah, and they're in a pretty good spot right now to guarantee themselves into that final finale spot, but it still could be anybody's game. I mean, this is the finals. We could see reverse sweep coming through from Skywalkers here. All it takes is just one flip doing this cash box. Also, Cyborg putting in some insane work with Dash still. I mean, there was a lot of people coming into this, myself included, that was a little bit skeptical on how much Dash was going to be used, and I thought we were going to see a lot more invis. But Cyborg really kind of proving that one less dash shard isn't going to stop him from playing so aggressively and playing with so much crazy movement. And rocking that new V9S skin, which actually looks insanely good. I love the retro 70s sci-fi theme. I love the way that V9S skin works.
So you also looking at the style of these opponents, which I appreciate that. Style can sometimes definitely win you the games, but the one thing that is also going to win you games is when you get yourself that control of the cash out. Now, Boboslapper, they do struggle a little bit with their offensive takes. Sometimes they're not quite able to convert a steal and an actual steal and then able to keep it. That just comes down because they're great at defending. Their attacking side is something that really struggles or has struggled over the last cycle. The difference is, can they make it right now here. Palmer will find the first one, quick and easy. Cyborg one, maybe the second. My God, that was a quick one. Never mind. Boba Slurper, they've definitely looked at their mistakes and fixed them for the second cycle, because that attack was absolutely beautiful. We must also say, Skywalkers, why did Q find themselves all alone downstairs? That help from Emilian and Patrick just came a tiny bit too late.
Yeah, and Cyborg with the crazy target transfer too. Crazy shots coming at him. But yeah, I completely agree. Q kind of find himself a little bit out of position there, and they ended up paying for it. But there's still some time to come back in and try to fight for this. This is suspended structures, though, and it's pretty tough to come up and fight into that, especially when you got Palma with that KS, though, really able to kind of dictate. Oh, no! That is tragic. Emilian setting up that gateway ends up going down through Invis, actually, as they were able to peak where he was kind of running just a little bit too early. But it looks like they did get that body, but now they are really, really low on time here, Dianic.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the time is ticking away. Cube may find Cyborg, but it is a 2v3. They gotta go for that steal. They can't really go around and just play with the game. And look at it. We can see Boba Slurper already standing still because the time has passed. The round's over. Team Boba Slurper get the golden ticket into stage number 3 cash out. They'll be waiting. They'll be spectating. They'll be talking. While every other team, well, they're gonna have to go for stage 2 if they want to find themselves into that final stage. My God, it was a quick game. It was an interesting game. The one thing to say, Skywalkers, I need a little bit more synergy from them. But I want to bring Jerry back into this conversation because we all of us have put our points onto Bulbasaur, but fair enough, they did come out here. But Skywalkers, what can they do differently to get themselves into that third stage, Jerry?
We keep asking questions of Skywalkers, don't we? And they did so well to get here, but let's be honest. It was exactly what Boba Sluppers wanted, wasn't it? And coming into suspended structures, the team that wins that first vault fight and just keeps control is always going to have some kind of advantage. Boba Slurpers never looked like they let their foot off the gas, really, did they? There were very few deaths. I think that's one team wipe, essentially, for them throughout the course of that entire game. And there's some interesting stuff going on there as well. Palmer rocking the Pyro Mines. We've got Cyborg sticking to the V9S as well, which is now the highest DPS weapon within close range, besides the double barrel shotgun, for a light. So definitely some validity to that. And, you know, top fragging the lobby does a lot. It says a lot for the strategy. So Boba Slurpers make their way through to that finale, as mentioned. And Skywalkers, well, their journey is not done yet. They are booking themselves a spot still in that upper bracket of Stage 2. They'll have 3 more chances to join Boba Slurpers in the top 4. Dread, how are we feeling after that game? It was a quick one and done.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. And it was kind of like watching a Cyborg highlight reel for a minute there. I mean, 5 kills, almost 3,500 damage, and 2,000 support. I mean, he was healing his team. He was doing damage. He was getting kills. Opened that game with a triple kill. I mean, Cyborg, I think, kind of getting the MVP with that one, but it was a really good match by all 3 of them on the side of Boba Slurpers.
And I think we've now seen Emilian play almost every single class in the final, or all 3 contestants in the finals at a professional level. Moving on to the light for this 3 versus 3 makes a bit more sense. You know, the medium isn't going to help you as much on those attacks, particularly, unless you get yourself in a good defensive position, then he's not going to have the value. So switch to HLL there. Doesn't work out for the Skywalkers, unfortunately. Now, we will be having a break fairly soon, but have a look at that lower bracket. We already have a team that have withdrawn team morale. So what you're seeing down there is not actually representative of what we will be doing. It will be a 3-team round robin to get our waiting list of 3 teams determined for Stage 2. But I don't think we're going to linger too much on that right now. We'll explain things after we come back from a quick break. Dianic, have you got any closing thoughts off the back of a basically flawless Boba Slurpers run in this Stage 1?
Flawless, great. They're going and stepping into the shoes of Tycho. That's something that Tycho did as well. But they were contested by Team Monster Pig, which is now basically Special Force. Very interesting to see. They definitely have fixed some of their issues. I would say there's a lot of improvement coming along. But not gonna lie, I'm really looking forward to that lower bracket because we don't want to talk about it too much, but it has a huge impact. With that, I want to keep you guys on your little toes, and I'm going to take it away from you, Jared. I'm going to send you guys to a break. Get yourself a snack, and get yourself something to drink. We'll be right back.
The competition is heating up in the finals, and our viewers must be enjoying the show.
That's right, June, but it's time to present another exclusive interview with 5 Fears, brought to you by Caroline.
Conifex, how would you summarize the playstyle that Five feels like to adopt in competition for a casual viewer watching you play today?
I would say we are pretty aggressive, but at the same time, we tend to like pick the right moment to go aggressive. So it kind of looks like we are chilling, but like we are ready to like go in at any time.
Just being very quick on adaptive from going from a more waiting standpoint to like really going at it.
Yes, we're basically waiting for the right moment to go in. That's how we like to play.
Nagorst, Hagar caught you off guard while they were kind of playing Harry Potter under the stairs, using the APS and then the dematerializer combination with RG's Winch Claw. How did your team review the match afterwards, and what things would you change?
I think first map it was kind of my bad because I couldn't adapt. I never played against that before as a heavy. So I was thinking, but I had no idea what to do. Most of the time I was just like too late, so we lost the map. But Monaco was like kind of unlucky, I would say. We retake, they're hiding into the stairs. I say Cardi throw a sonar into the building, and it goes into an APS. So I don't know if they're inside or not. So I say fuck it, I force point, and then I heard like a demat and I see 3 people Avengers running like me, and I'm like, yeah, GG guys. So,
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
it was a random APS in the room, I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Can't
yeah.
explain.
Yeah, how did you feel, Carney, in that situation? Because like I saw that happen. I remember as a viewer watching. I'm like, wait, are they?
Yeah, I
under
don't
the
know.
staircase?
I don't know. I remember I coined inside construction, and I was like coming into the house from the construction angle. So I threw a sonar above, at the window in the middle of the room to like scan the whole house. But it did the APS that was like previously placed from the fight before. So I threw another one on the left, but the second one did the APS, but it was too far from the staircase, so I couldn't scan anybody. It was also like really unexpected for us because they knew we had sonars, they knew we could scan the staircase. So it was like kind of gamble for them, I feel like, to hide inside there, because if we do end up scanning them, they're like that, they have nowhere to go. But I mean, it worked out for them, so props to them.
Conifex, as I mentioned, you're heading into cycle 2 with a lot of momentum right now. Your opposition likes to frame you as team 5 frauds when you do not perform. But why
Yes.
should a first-time viewer make 5 Fierce that team to support?
I mean, we have the best light, best heavy, best medium in the live. Oh, I'm joking. I'm joking. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you like how we play, if you like maybe Nagos, Treason, or me, if you come by our stream, like you have a reason to support us. And I don't know if you just like how we play and watch us play. You know, I wouldn't mind an extra fan in chat. You know.
Yeah, this was a pretty short, fast interview, so thank you so much both for this interview. I am super excited to catch up with you again as we head into Cycle 3. So best of luck to you this weekend,
Thank you.
and thank you for taking the time as well to answer some of these questions.
Of course, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
It seems like all eyes will be on 5 Fears this cycle, Scotty.
The pressure is on, June. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the top 16 for EMEA. Sorry, I got that wrong. Okay, we'll try again. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the top 8 for EMEA cycle number 2. We're here on the road to TGM26. I'm Jerry the Music Man. That's Dianic, and over there is Dread. We've got ourselves something very exciting. Just as much as Embark has been cooking with Season 11, our admins have been cooking with a solution to the curveball that we've been thrown. Team Morale, one of our lower bracket teams, one of the lower 4, have dropped out. They've had to withdraw. So we have a short lower bracket format solution. And maybe we should throw that up on the screen just to get things cleared up. We're going to be running a 3-team round robin, with each team playing each other once in a best of 1 final round. And every single vault matters. Every single vault matters. At the end of it, you're going to be ranked based on those cash tallies. You get 2 points if you end the round with 50k in pocket. You get 1 point if you end the round with 25k in pocket. And you get none if you come out broke. So, pretty simple. And there are tiebreakers and things, but we'll talk through those if we get to them. Dianic, 3 best of 1s back to back here. And it's all final round. What do you make of this? Do you think this favors any particular team, or do you think it's pretty much even across the board?
I think it's going to be pretty much even across the board. It's going to be really interesting to see, because all of these teams were placed in unfortunate scenarios, just like Fake House, Lights Out. They had multiple teams engaging into their cash out, so that was really one of the big things that made them really stand at the bottom. But it also really matters where they place. If you're the first one, you have a lot more tries in the second stage. If you're the second one, you have a few lives. If you're the third one, well, you might find yourself only one single cash out to get yourself into that final stage, like Lights Out had last time. Our first match is going to be Lights Out against Random Tongues, and here again, this time, no third team, no outsider. It is just them, and that's going to make the biggest difference in between these teams. It's going to be a tough one no matter what, Jerry.
It truly is. Some really stacked lobby here. Random Tongues, of course, having the new entrant of Kiriki, essentially a sub in for Elix, who has unfortunately been dropped from that roster. So, just to remind you as well, the reason we're doing all of this is to create a little waiting list to see who makes their way back into the upper bracket and in what order. So none of these teams are getting eliminated as a result of these 3 versus 3s, but of course you want to give yourself as many chances as possible to reach the finale. So coming top is essential. Dread, you've had some time to think. We've got our predictions ready to fire. Who are you backing for this first 3 versus 3 between Random Tongues and Lights Out?
With all the time in the world to think, it's still so hard. I could sit here thinking so long I could be on the moon in the new Season 11 map. But it's tough. I think I'm going to go... I've been leaning more towards Lights Out, just because, especially since this round robin maps are going to be all 3v3s. These guys are pretty scary in the 3v3. But it's going to be a tough one for sure.
Dianic?
I'm going to go opposite. I'm going to say Random Tongues. Simple, done, and dusted. I think they've shown a lot more today. Lights Out, they've already done once the impossible. Can they do it again? Gonna have to see, but my vote goes Random Tongues.
Well, I'm gonna have to be the deciding vote, and I've got to say, I think Lights Out, Dredge, you're right on the money. They are such a good 3 versus 3 side. This is almost an exact repeat of what happened in their previous top 8, and they made it through to the final 4. So the less cash out, the better for them, and I think they are gonna do dirty. on Random Tongues' new look roster. I don't think they're going to have it together for the 3 versus 3s yet, Dianic. But there's only one way to find out how that's going to go, and it's to get into lobby and just duke it out. You know, we can do all the talking, but we know a bunch of players, 6 of them in fact, that let their guns do most of the talking. So, is it going to be lights out, really well-established team, that HLL comp that's just so deadly, or is it going to be Random Tongues with the potential HML? We'll see what Kiriki sticks to going into this. Dread, Dianic, take us into it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see here as we're going into this round robin best of 1 3v3s coming through here. And we're going into Fortune Stadium again, which might play a little bit differently now that we're on the 3v3s, Dianic.
Yeah, might play out differently, might play out the exact same way. It's really going to have to be depending on the team themselves. As you guys already perfectly analyzed and said, lights out there, dangerous teams when it comes to these 3v3s. No outsider team, no outsiding factors that could implement or change the abilities of these two teams fighting against each other. But the only thing that I see, I mean, Roma and Denari, they've absolutely outperformed when it comes to it. I mean, 10 kills Roma alone in a singularity game. Let this guy lose and he's really gonna wipe an entire team. That's the one thing I would be very afraid of, be lights out. Do not underestimate how strong Roma and Denari as a team can be with the addition of Kiriki now.
Yeah, I completely agree. And both these teams just kind of posturing a little bit here. Nobody really wants to make the first move and try to lead themselves into a disadvantage before they really fully know exactly where each person is. And now we're just kind of working our way down the staircase here, trying to see what we're going to run into. Looks like we finally run into each other. And now the fight is breaking out. Absolute chaos here. As nobody's going to die just yet, but the dome shields end up going out now. SA-12 ringing in the 3v3. SA-12 is huge, but ends up going down to the Shacked 50 from Durrani. Donkrage, though, getting that trade and a double kill, it actually looks like. And now Roma's going to be the last one. And it's going to take out Rubinski, but it's going to finally end up wiping there. Lights out, taking the first fight.
First Vault fight now being decided to the side of lights out. Random Tongues not quite being able to get themselves really a footing there, especially losing the first member caused a lot of troubles when it came to that team fight. They're gonna have to be a little bit more preserved. The second you lose the first member, it's gonna be so much more tougher to come back from. Surprising to see both of these two teams running a HML combo, and none of them really going for the HLLs we saw earlier and previously from one of the two teams. But the cash out has been plugged in a EMEA from the side of lights out, and we can already see there is a slight fight already happening because Random Tongues are back into the game, but yet need to find themselves at least one of the kills when it comes to even contesting the cash out. As their goal, the defense is right back. Lights out for themselves and the lower man standing. Donkrage not alone standing. Luckily, the teammates might not be too far to be rezzed, but they are on 3v3 coins, so there's no defense going to need still a lot of time till they can find themselves back into the game.
I'm going to have to pass it back to you, Diana, because I might be getting hit by CNS just a little bit on my side.
At least there's something so we can just initiate out of this. As for right now, the cash out has been swapped to the side of Random Tongues. They were able and successful on the steal. There's not much time left. Luckily, they don't find themselves yet to be taken off with a single member. But Kiriki is the only one that has me a little bit worried. There is on low HP, but there is the initiated fight coming in from the side of lights out as the case unravels, and every single medium pulling out the healing beam is going to be a tough one to really come back from, especially now that they've been wiped. And from the side of Random Tongues, they find themselves successful in this first cash out box as they take the victory and move no further to the vault.
Yeah, that is a very important fight to win there and take that box at pretty close to the last second. And now they have earned themselves 1 point, I believe, in this round robin format here. And now they're going to be working their way towards this next tap, and all the points really matter here in this, like Jerry was saying. for the rest of this top 8. But we're going to see how this plays out, as we could see another reverse sweep come through for Lights Out. It was such a close fight, but this fight breaking out over the box that is not yet tapped, as they're trying to collapse onto Random Tongues here. Jump pad going through. Doesn't look like able to connect to anybody here. And CNS is attacking my view again. I can't see. It's just absolute chaos on what I am seeing here, but it looks like Lights Out might be losing this one too, as Rubinski and Donkrage have both gone down. Roma end up getting one on that dash. He is not on Invis, as opposed to Donkrage being on Invis now as well. But Random Tongues, they might be taking another team fight, as Perzone being the last one alive. He's going to have to slow down a little bit and wait. And Random Tongues, they are going to go get this tap.
Top might be there, but here again, the plug is what matters. Person still standing all along strong, and there we go, the wipe is there. Whoops, that was a quick one. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to stand out strong, or even wait till the teammates can coin back in. This also gives them a little bit of a benefit, right? Because they've been wiped, the timer is very low, they're back in around about 10 seconds now. Yet the plug needs to happen, so they're gonna be back, I believe even before maybe the plug happens, or just like shortly after. There we go, and now they're back into the game. It just took a little bit of time, but they still have so many more attempts. Lights Out, though they can now go to the side of Random Tongues to maybe fight this one out. But again, they still need to arrive to the building first.
Yeah, and while my feed is getting attacked by CNS just a little bit, I forgot to download my VIA chip today, but it looks like Lights Out are back in, and I think they're going to be moving towards, but CNS is still attacking me. Dianic, help me!
Well, I can tell you one thing, Lights Out, they're really trying to go here head front into this spot. Random Tongues, they keep on holding strong of this cash out. The mash shields are now being pulled out, same as the bubbles and every single utility that there is on the map. Yet the kill to be found, but there was nearly a singular one, and somehow they're still standing strong. Random Tongues now finding a perfect win on the opponent. They will find themselves also now getting a kill. That is a huge play now coming through. Unfortunately, both of these two teams are going to find themselves on the lower end when it comes to players. Roma now in a 1v1 against Person to keep a hold of this, but he's fighting against a heavy. Person just needs a few of these shots. He fires them, and unluckily, Roma finds himself out of this danger. He got over that goo barricade. He now needs to make sure he has control of this cash until the teammates use the coins. He is alight against two players now. The defense was successful. Somehow he keeps getting away. He plays the objective as long as he can. He jukes around the opponents. Look at this. Lights Out are fully back in, but so is Random Tongues. There might still be a fight for this. The steal could be close as down there attempting it, but the dive in. Beautiful gateway coming through from the side of Roma, and he does make it work. The steal yet to be attempted, and Lights Out. The time is gone. Nothing they can do. They tried, but perfect gameplay here from Roma to just deny the two steals that they tried to attempt.
Wow, absolutely insane. Unfortunately, my feed was a little bit kind of taken over by CNS there, but great job by Dianic for giving everybody the play-by-play as what's going on there, and absolutely insane for that first round of round robin. And Random Tongues, I mean, it looks like, I think you were the only one, right, Dianic, that predicted that one?
Listen, guys, I don't want to say it right, but I have the script. No, I'm joking. No, Random Tongues, again, they just stood out for me, right? Especially when you just look at the names. Again, Lights Out, they're really good, but knowing their conversion rate and knowing their cash out control rate, which we touched on previous on, they're a team, they thrive in chaos, they thrive in kills, they thrive in inconsistency, and players like Roma, like Denari, they're two players who are known to be consistent a lot when it comes to the kills, when it comes to the conversion rates throughout other competitions. That's why I was just feeling a bit more confident in them, just because here again, it might be new to this competition, but they are not new to the competition itself within when it comes to the finals esports scene. And again, look at Denari, 5 kills. Look at Roma, 5 kills as well. And they were just so good at playing that cash out. Again, Roma, I'm gonna have to give him a star. That last stand, a 1v2, he uses the barrels, he uses the gas grenade, he used everything he had to deny a steal, and he's done it in an absolute perfect of a fashion.
It was an impressive game from Random Tongues. We have to hold our hands up, Dred, you and I, and say Lights Out just didn't perform in the 3 versus 3 the way we expected them to. Random Tongues, like we said, what we suggested could happen, looking a lot more secure in 3 versus 3s than they did in that one cash-out game that we've seen today. And I just want to say, we're both incredibly grateful for Dianic being able to guide us through that, because it was both me and you, Dred, receiving a slideshow version of that. Thankfully, everyone at home, I think you got it crisp and clear, so you got to see all the action alongside Dianic there. And we can see now what that's done to our early standings. Now, of course, I believe the points are a little bit different in terms of a tiebreaker scenario, but you can see on the right-hand side that this is registered as 1 win for the side of Random Tongues and a loss for the side of Lights Out. Now, of course, we have cows, the fake cows, no less, not real cows. Our beloved fake cows. They are waiting in match 2 to come up against Random Tongues. They've just seen Random Tongues perform very well. And so have you, Dianic, so I won't ask Dred this. How do you think cows are going to tackle Random Tongues? What was really strong about Random Tongues that you think cows can maybe try and unsettle?
Ooh, that is a very tough question. One thing that I would really say from the side of Random Tongues, they're really good at playing together and individually. They're very strong when it comes to the objective side. Roma didn't focus the kill. He didn't do anything. He played the objective at the very end. That makes them very strong. As long as Fake Cows can create that chaos and not give Random Tongues times to think, to do, to play, that's going to give them a huge advantage. The more chaos, the more there is less time to think for the opponent. That's what Fake Cows are really good at. So I would want them to really use the building, make the building collapse, maybe use a sledgehammer, maybe use grenades, C4s, to just make it impossible to fit what your next is. Because if you have a building, you know where the start of the door is and where the end of the door is. But if you have a collapsed building, you're gonna have to squeeze for every little thing, and that's gonna make it so much more for Random Tongues to have a clear thought on what to do. But that is what Fake Cows are really good at. So that's what I want to see.
Fake Cows, very adaptable. We know this lot, and also I believe we're probably going to be seeing Kodaft competing today instead of Louis Huncho if the game earlier was anything to go by. But they're a team that happily swap their roles quite frequently. You know, every single one of them, it seems, can play heavy. Every single one of them can play light. But most frequently, we see Deadplate on that heavy with the other two rocking light. And I believe that their 3 versus 3 record is usually a lot better against, especially against teams that are not in that sort of top 4 of EMEA, Dred, and they find themselves up against a sort of newly formed, almost, Random Tongue side with Kiriki in here. Do you think that gives them an edge here?
It's tough to say. I mean, Random Tongues has been playing absolutely insane. Also, sticky with the dash instead of the invis, even in the 3v3, which is very interesting to me. But we'll see. At Fake Cows, they've been together a long time now and playing really well. They have that synergy, especially in the 3v3s. So we'll see, Jerry.
All right, so we don't have much to wait for besides Fake Cows dropping into the lobby and getting things started. They only won one of their 5 cash outs in Cycle 1. Dianic. This is a team that are known for their 3v3s above all else more than anything. They did quite well in this in Cycle 2 as well. Came 7th seed, but they are technically the sort of least favourites coming into this. What do you want to see from Fake Cows with their HLL lineup? Do you want to see anything inventive? Because we haven't seen any melee this so far today. I was really hoping we might get a bit of melee usage given the new rework, but maybe none of these players have that in their back pocket. Is now the time to be experimenting? I don't know. Like, you know, it's for a spot in the top 4. So maybe there's some safety element coming into this.
Definitely could be, but there's also another factor. Again, chaos. And what is a utility? What is a gun that creates chaos? Sledgehammers, spears on the heavies, right? Those are things that a lot of players aren't used to fight against when it comes in the competitive scene. Everybody's known to play these on meta stuff. The second a player whips out something completely off meta, you will find the players creating, especially in the opponent team, more mistakes because they need to adapt to play against this like it would be ranked. You would see melee a lot more in ranked than you see it in competitive as for right now. I want to see Fake Chaos again create that chaos, be that team that's annoying, be that team that you can never guess what they're doing, because that's again what they're really good at. I want to see a sledgehammer.
I want to hear your predictions as we load into this game. I'm putting my flag in the ground and saying I think Fake Cows take it, but Dread, Dianic, maybe you've got other thoughts.
I'm gonna go with Fake Cows, I think, too, Dianic. And also I think with as melee rework too, it's also not only is it kind of hard to kind of first time it in comp lobbies, but also it's like a full rework. If they don't have a lot of practice time on it on the new season, it's gonna be pretty tough.
Ooh, it's tough for me to put, really. It's tough. I love both of these two teams. Again, especially Random Tanks with Roma and the Nari, but I will say how it is. I will put my money on Roma. He has absolutely impressed me. I'm going to go again with Random Tanks. As much as I love the Fake Cows, Roma has me convinced after that absolutely insane play of the last round. Now, the first cash is already being started by the side of the Fake Cows. Right now, we can see a HLL comp lineup being run from the side of Fake Cows. Usually to run a HHL, but there's a little bit of a shift going on, and from the side of Random Tanks, they're gonna run the exact same thing that they've done last round. It has already proven to be successful, so not why run it again.
Yeah, one thing I think is going to be really interesting here is if Roma can play as aggro as he did into double lights with this dash here. But we're going to see, because Deadplay wants to play aggro himself. He's going to jump in there. He's going to throw down that dome shield. He's got that SA-12, trying to get some damage out as he can. He's got Kodaft and a Glitch Calf right behind him, kind of supporting him here as his double lights. They're going to gateway back up onto the roof. And now they're going to be just kind of trying to find somebody. They walk right into Dyrani, though, who's going to end up taking out Deadplay. And then Koreki is going to use that Revo to take out Kodaft here. And that Revo, Dianic, I think is a really good pick, especially in these double lights. I mean, one headshot can almost one-shot a light. You just got to land that second shot.
Oh, it's absolutely brutal here again, right? They have two lights, gonna be a lot more dangerous. Glitch Cafe right now is the only man alive. Still trying to be sneaky, not to be found, as the cash shot is now gonna be moving again. It really comes down to who plays what and which cash shot goes to who. Every single one matters. In the end, stuff will also be decided when it comes to the tiebreakers throughout multiple different things. From the side of Random Tanks, well, they're just barricading themselves into this building and gonna play together like we saw last round. And that is something that they're really good at. They're gonna wait for Fake Outs to attack them and not the other way around.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And now, so we're waiting. That sonar nade did spot Dyrani, though. I don't think they're going to really reposition too much because they want to hold this high ground. But Fake Cows, they're going to have to find a way to push into this. They're going to break open the floor there just a little bit. I think they were hoping to drop some of them, but look at them just sitting up there on that goo, and Roma up on that windowsill there. So luckily weren't able to drop anybody. And now Random Tongues, they don't really have to be aggro here. They're just kind of playing slow and just holding this point. They're all just sitting inside this room. Fake Cows, I think they're a little bit confused. They weren't able to drop anybody there. They're like, Dianic, where are these guys hiding?
They're still hiding. They're up on the roof. Look at these goose. They're just waiting. But Fake Outs are really taking their sweet time right now. They're trying to go in as the first barricade coming through. Fake Outs are really giving their best, but there's only one person really creating the chaos. It's going to be Kodaft. But look at that plate. He's losing so much HP. Right now, that H-Blood is really coming along with that healing beam. The Nari standing on strong. Look at Koreki as well. The wipe won't be long and far away. My god, that was a quick one. And the biggest difference was the heals. My god, you saw the Nari really dropping on a singular HP, and the healing beam, the H+ infuser coming straight out of the pockets to make sure he does not lose his life. And with that, the first cash shot has been decided. No more time for Fake Outs to really come back and steal this one away. Quick round.
Yeah, definitely a quick cash out there too. And luckily my Via chip has finally kicked in, and it's going to thwart away CNS because I can finally see every single play happening here. And it's really interesting to watch how Random Tongues defend these boxes. I mean, sitting up there on the goose, sitting up on the windowsills, really trying to take every little inch of height that they possibly can. And with that, they were able to hold on to that first box, adding another point to their total for this round robin point system. And now Fake Cows on that revive are going to be able to get that tap in, setting up a gateway as well, Dianic.
It might come in handy. But here again, Random Tanks are really good when it comes to the attacking side. Wouldn't be too much worried But unfortunately, he didn't have much time to really gateway it away. He's only gotten a tiny bit of the space that he wanted to close in. But luckily, they're trying to get themselves towards that side hospital. They're nearly there to plug it again, but they're very split. Look at these fake goals. One of them is still on the other side of the building, while two of them, Deadplate and Kodaft, are standing alone. It is a 2v3 currently being contested. There is the first one being found. There's a second one. Look at the damage. Roma going absolutely huge on the damage. He's looking for more, Dread.
Yeah, he is looking for more and using that dash really well. Kind of going in and out of these doorways here, kind of peeking from every angle, keeping the rest of Fake Cows on their toes, or hooves, should I say, as they're trying to find out where Roma is. But that Indus bomb going to go through, and they're just going to kind of work their way around because Deadplate and Glitchcalf has kind of slowed down because they don't want to fully wipe here. But looks like Random Tongues have found out where they are, so Kodaft is going to go ahead and spend that coin. Roma taking out Deadplate on the flank there, and here comes Kodaft trying to get some damage in with that M11. He's going to have to drop, though, immediately as he gets turned on. Dirani finding one on the Glitch Cafe there. Now it's only Kodaft left alive. He's going to have to slow down here, Diana.
He's to slow down, get his teammates back up on the feed. Luckily, there hasn't been many coins used, but unfortunately... there's been he's been fouled! He doesn't get the kill, though. That is the wipe! Oh, no, that Blade was so close to be back into the game. But just a few seconds before he was able to use the coin, he was found in the corner. In these moments, you do wish that you have the invisibility, but unfortunately, he didn't. So it didn't quite work in his favor. But then meanwhile, by the way, we didn't talk about this. There was a plug, and the plug has happened, so they've already lost so much time just because of that stall and just because of that wipe. They're not going to have many tries here to really bring this back in their contention. Unfortunately, great spawn manipulation right there. They go over and they're back up on the roof trying to use the gateway. There's the first one to fall. Dread, this is not looking great for the side of Fake House.
Yeah, it's not, but there is still time on this. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to get Glitch Cafe's body there. They're going to have to slow it down and wait for that coin. And look at them just kind of crouch walking around. They really don't want to be heard here by Random Tongues, because if this team wipe goes through, I think that is going to be it for this match. And look at that, winching it over onto that jump pad to really manipulate that catch box all the way over there onto the bottom off of that building now, giving them even more height to play with from the roof here. This is going to be really tough, but they do have the winch still available from Deadplate. He's going to winch that back in there right on cue, and they're going to have to go for this. Kodaft is back, but here comes Random Tongues. They're jumping in now as they know it. The dome shield is going down. Deadplate, he's going to force the hop off of the plug there, and now he's going to go back on it as they force Roma to back away just a little bit. Huge damage coming out. Are they going to be able to do it? No way. Roma says no. I'm going to hold on to it. Roma with a triple kill.
Roma does it yet again. Not only did he play the game, he played and manipulated everything to his advantage in the first best of 1 3v3. He does it again, back to back. I told you guys, this is a player not to be underestimated. I mean, here again, he proves it. He didn't participate the first cycle. He's here for the second cycle, and he's ready to really make this entire lobby be all about him. What a play. Fake House had no chance whatsoever. Jerry, I'm baffled. Roma is on the top. Roma for president.
It's a strong shout. It's a strong shout. He turned on the controller this morning and decided to roll over everyone. That 3K at the end was just disgusting. Let's have another look at that right here. How does he pull it off? Incredible. Some low HP targets, but, you know, you miss every shot you don't take.
9-0.
More balls than everyone else in the lobby combined.
Oh my god.
Not just that, but, like, absolutely smashing it. 9-3 is the Roma versus the rest of the lobby score. Incredible.
Jerry?
Absolutely incredible.
Mind you, Roma has not died a singular time.
Even more incredible. You know, we saw him at the very end. Both of his teammates died. That was the only time that Kiriki and Darani died as well. So fair credit to them for keeping themselves alive, enabling Roma throughout all of this. Look at the assists they managed to get throughout it. It wasn't just a one-man effort, but it's about as close to a one-man effort as we could possibly get in this game. So yeah, Roma deserves his flowers for sure. Now, what that's done for Random Tongues is they've just won 2 3v3s flawlessly against Lights Out and Cows. That secures them that #1 spot in the waiting list. So they're going to go right back into stage 2 in upper bracket 1 and have 3 more shots at reaching the top 4, joining Boba Slurper. Right now, Lights Out versus Fake Cows. This is to decide whether a team gets 2 more goes or just the 1 in that upper bracket. So it's a big deal. You really do buy yourself an extra whole opportunity to reach the top 4 if you win this 3 versus 3 right now. And it's going to come down to it. There will be no tiebreakers. It's all about what happens in the lobby between Lights Out and Fake Cows. So far, in the 3 versus 3s, they've been dunked on, Dread. Like, there's really, in terms of confidence, these guys are going into this at an all-time low.
Yeah, it's definitely not really kind of how I expected that to go, but we'll see. You know, the dashes, I thought the dashes were not going to play a part as much as they are, but these lights that are still deciding to stick to these dashes are playing so aggro, and it's really working out for them, Jerry.
Yep, it absolutely is. There's validity to every strategy in this game, and even with that dash nerf going down from 3 to 2 charges in this season, it's still out there. I would like to note, though, we've got a really healthy mix, it feels like, of Invis and dash across the board in this top 8 when you look at the upper bracket as well. But right now, yeah, it feels like the dash lights are stealing the show. It's still very flashy, Dianic.
It is very flashy. Again, it's just a question, right? New season has dropped very recently. It's not been here for a whole month. So a lot of these players are going to stick to their usual, right? I'm used to dash. I'm good on dash. I'm going to stay on dash. There's not really a big reason for them to change around because this top 8 is, I believe, a day or 2 into the new season, so the changes haven't even been as implemented. Of course, the more weeks pass, the more changes we're going to see, but because it's so fresh into the new season, a lot of teams, a lot of players are gonna stick to what they're best at. No point of changing around when there's a higher risk of playing a comp you've never played before.
Some of those finer details are switching up, though. We've seen a lot of V9S today on the lights, not as much 93R, so interesting to see that come to favoritism. Now, we have our predictions ready. Dread, I'll come to you first. How are you feeling about this matchup? Lights Out and Fake Cows, none of them have won a game yet. So who's not going to lose now, it feels, is the question.
You know, it's tough, but I did think it was going to be Lights Out taking it from Random Tongues. So I think I'm going to go with Lights Out on this one, taking a dub over Fake Cows, but it's going to be a tough one. I mean, these predictions are hard.
Dianic, I would like to predict your prediction because I know that it's purely vibes-based. I know that you're going to say
hold
Fake
on.
Cows.
I'm putting a lot of brain in my predictions, okay, Jerry? I predicted twice.
But they've got the Skinergy. You never overlook Skinergy, Dianic. I know you so well. Go on. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, Fake House. Fake House. What can I say?
There we go. Vindicated. I feel as though I have to go with Dread on this one. Lights Out were definitely underperforming, it felt, in their 3 versus 3, whereas I feel like Fake Cows got completely dusted. And Lights Out will feel like they have to turn something round performance-wise. I think Fake Cows will misjudge this game going into it. It will be Fortune Stadium once again as we head into our final 3 versus 3 to find out who's going to get 2 chances at the top 4 and who only gets 1. Dread, Dianic, let's find out.
All right, back again for Fortune Stadium here in this last game of this round robin. It's going to be another pretty important one, Dianic. And it's a tough one for me. I think it could go either way.
It could definitely go either way. It really comes down to these small micro decisions, or like macro decision as well, which is really gonna make the big difference in between these two teams. But luckily,
I agree with you, but it looks like CNS might be cooking me again here, but I think we're back. And it's gone again, Dianic. I'm going to have to keep it over for you for again.
I hate to break it to you, Dread. CNS is also taken upon me, but I can see some things. I can tell you, Fake Cows, they're not doing fantastic. 2 of them are being completely taken out. Glitch Cafe and Code are both gone all up to the... Never mind. That play's now dead as well. As I was just talking about him, he is gone. Fake Cows have been wiped. It's going to be a Lights Out now standing out strong in the first team fight. Listen, CNS is absolutely brutal here, by the way, from our side of the ends. Do you need, like, I don't know how to help you, Dread.
I don't know either.
Just tell CNS to go away. Maybe ask them politely.
I don't know if my Via chip is outdated or what. I might need to get some more Halto insurance, or I don't know. I need all the help against CNS here because they are out in force, it seems. But it looks like they're backing down just a little bit, as I can now see Donk Rage moving this box over and getting ready to get this plug in. Fake Cows kind of right on their tail, though, it looks like, coming up into this. Might even beat them there because who is that? It looks like somebody on Lights Out is way behind everybody else, Diana.
Oh, there's definitely a person, and it's going to be Rubinski, who's so far behind. And again, Fake Cows are just right there, really already engaging and trying to make it a difficult task for the side of Lights Out to make themselves here successful. Deadplate will be the first one to find himself a cheeky killer to kill here onto Lights Out, and it was Person who was taken out. He now finds himself on a very long, staggering coin. The fact yet is that Fake Cows, they're trying to, again, chaos is what they're really good at, and as long as they can initiate that, like they've already proven and shown to us, it can be good. But luckily from the side of Lights Out, they have another cash out box which they can focus on. Fake Cows have stolen the vault and are moving to the side of Hospital to plug it and bring it under their control.
Yeah, that's a pretty good big play from Fake Cows here, because if they're able to get here soon enough and kind of set up just a little bit on this box, they're going to have a really good hold, but I don't think they're going to have a lot of time because Lights Out looks like right on their tail again, as these teams have now touched every side of the map, coming over to finally get this first box plugged. And Lights Out right above them. Now going to be making their way in. Fake Cows, no time to set up here, as Lights Out literally right on the other side of this doorway. Barricades are going to go down as shots are going to ring through just a little bit. That invis coming through. And now it's somehow a standoff, even though these teams are just right up next to each other, Dianic.
They're right up next to each other, but they're trying to play this together. They're trying to place down the barricade. Didn't quite work out. The winch also not as successful. Huge RPG coming through. Look at that damage being done on the side of Fake Cows. Lights Out. They will lose Person in the meanwhile, but look at the damage yet. Finally being able to go back up. Person may have been raised, but the next one, Rubinski, is gone from the board. Next explosion coming through. Donk Rage and Person still alive, holding on to strong of this. But look at the building collapsing. This is chaos. This is what Fake Cows are known to be perfect and conditioned in. Donk Rage will find himself standing all alone against two members of the side of the Fake Cows, but those are really low HP. Deadplate and Glitch Cafe still waiting. And look at Codraft. He can find himself maybe on a cheeky little coin, same as Rubinski here. Both will coin in, but it's still a 2v3. Person needs to be raised in the meanwhile.
Yeah, that is true, and we are coming up on just a quarter time left up on this box. So now they are going to have to try to hold this. And look at how much destruction has gone through this building already now. I mean, there's so many floors, so much ceiling and walls kind of broken down, laying all over the place here. It's going to kind of make it hard for them to fall. And oh no, Rubinski goes through that gateway off the map. Glitch Cafe getting one of the first gateway kills we've ever seen in comp. But is it going to matter for the whole team fight? It looks like it is, because Kodaft able to finish off per zone, and Fake Cows taking the first box.
My god, what a play. And here again, Dreadfright, look at that chaos. The entirety of the building falling down. And the fact that it's not just a horizontal floor anymore, but it's a vertical, it's a rectangle, whatever it is. From the side of Lights Out, this is something they have to face when they play against Fake Cows. Chaos, unpredictability. Where are they? Are they in this corner, that corner, over here? Are they standing on the slight ceiling that is falling above them on their head? That is what Fake Cows is so good at controlling. Being unpredictable, making the building unpredictable, not to the norm. And they've played it out perfectly. Again, that gateway, absolutely wonderfully played there. Fake Out's going to take a little bit of damage here. Need to be careful. Glitch Cafe is not allowed to die here first. The second there's an early kill, everybody knows there's going to be an execution falling right after that. Luckily, both these two teams are very far away from each other. So if there is a kill, there's enough time to at least res the teammate.
Yep, that is true. And now this next plug is going to be so important, because Fake Cows so far have the lead, and they want to hold on to this to try to get a better seeding coming out of this round robin into the rest of this cycle too. But we're going to see how it goes, and these teams both know it too, because it looks like it's going to slow down a lot here. Just as I say that though, Lights Out finally starting to move their way across. And Fake Cows just kind of playing smart here. I like this, holding down that center of the map. making sure they don't commit too hard to one side, because once they do, Lights Out could just change directions here and move over, but it's like they did commit a little bit to trying to fight them here as they have gated on top of their heads. Lights Out, though, still just trying to make it away with this box, not really committing to this fight, not trying to shoot back just yet. They're just trying to get this box moved as fast as possible. But Dawn Rage, I think, might have got broken off just a little bit, Dianic.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not quite there with the team, but luckily he's been able to regroup. Was just a matter of what window is being chosen. Unfortunately, Lights Out there gotten himself a little bit away from the cash out, so they're gonna have to face Fake Cows before they're even able to plug. Fake Cows, they just made themselves a big entrance through the wall, able to get themselves into that position. As all of a sudden we can see... And there's a little bit of a staggering going on, not quite fully something happening, but here again, it's just that chaos that Fake Cows love. And somehow the plug still hasn't happened yet. Fake Cows, they need to get themselves under control. There's the gateway to get themselves even into a better position. They're somehow still running, and there we go. Finally took us a little bit, but Lights Out have cashed in the vault. And now they find themselves into a different building, completely going away from A because they had to face the Fake Cows, and now they find themselves in a good, pretty position. But there's the steal happening, Dread.
Yeah, and that... He actually probably could have stuck that, because that... I think it was either an RPG or a red barrel there, but it actually wasn't able to drop the box fully down. Didn't even drop dead plate either. But it looks like he's going to go back on it now, as that was the RPG, it looks like, and they don't have another one to spend. So he's going to go ahead and fully hold on to that and get that flip over. And now they're going to have to hold it, but Lights Out still kind of holding that roof above them as they're now fighting in the staircase here. The dome shield has been used by Perzone. They do have an escape gateway set up by Donkrage there. Perzone not able to get all the way out, though. Is going to end up going down from an elbow from Deadplate there. Deadplate isn't able to find another one. Get the double kill. Rubinski, though, with the model, able to turn it on to Deadplate, but Glitch Cafe is there to get the trade and get another team wipe.
That early change was absolutely unpredictable. Fake Cows got themselves a second cash out under control. Listen, if they get this, Lights Out will be placed in the exact same scenario they were in cycle number 1. They have one chance of a cash out in stage number 2, and 1-3-3 if they make it through to get themselves then to the final stage. Maybe they just like this. Maybe they want to have their back turned against the wall. Spawn manipulation also now going on. We can see Lights Out spawning on the side of Hospital. This is going to be a tough take to do. Unfortunately, not as much damage has been done here, but look at that. Absolutely brutal. They're already going in. They want to make this a quick one. There's a lot of damage going out, but for both of these two teams, Lights Out will be the first one to lose a member. They're going to lose the second one. The third one will go to the side of Fake Cows. It's a 1v2. Donkrage needs to find Skodef and Glitch. Both of them are lights, and he needs to find the steal as well. There's so little time left and no time at all for the steal. All he can do is maybe save his stats and find themselves not be wiped, but even that is taken away. My God, Fake Cows, a last second moment. They find themselves on the tip of the top.
Yeah, wow, absolutely insane there. Like I said, it's so hard to predict these games because that did not go at all how I predicted. And I mean, Glitch Cafe 2 was just such a big player in that, and Fake Cows just playing so well together around these team fights and just kind of securing all floors of these buildings. And also, one of the first gateway kills we've ever seen in competitive, Jerry. I mean, that was fun to watch.
They're very rare, I'll give you that. It's a great one as well, with Rubinski potentially setting that up to do exactly that. You know, it's one of those things, if you don't know which way the gateway is pointing as you go through it, then you run the risk of it sending you off the map, especially on a map like Fortune, where the lights can put them out of the map and have some really nice spots to traverse. So it's always a risk taking those, but not a calculated one, as it seems, for Lights Out there. And Fake Cows coming out hugely on top with their 50k in pocket. 3 very quick 3 versus 3s, in fact. It was all 50k to 0 in the final scores. And it leaves us with our final waiting list, essentially, of teams churning their way back up into the upper bracket. So good news is for Fake Cows, they get 2 more shots at making it to the top 4. Whereas Lights Out, they will only have the 1 go. So we did say earlier, they like to make it difficult for themselves, Dianic. They had a rough route in the top 8 last time, still managed to make top 4 in the end, but they've given themselves a mountain to climb here yet again.
Listen, I think they just like to be the underdogs of every single story. Listen, they've done it once, they can do it again. It's gonna be a tough one, no matter what. Here again, it just comes down to that control, the cash-out control. We saw Lights Out has one of the lowest ones from the previous stats that we've kind of put on the screen. Fake Outs had a little bit of a high one, but this match, they definitely made Chaos to their friend and not to their enemy. They used it, that's what they're good at, and it showcased, right, completely. Random Tongues, they're just a much more frag team, right? They can get those kills easy done. Roma, very talented player, and there's a huge difference, skill difference also in between these teams, but also the way they play just makes everything much more interesting to watch. I think this is exactly how I would have expected the standings to come out. Random Tongues to be on top, Fake Outs as a second, and then Lights Out as a third, just by the way that these teams play.
And now we can take a look at exactly how it's panned out. Well, not exactly, but close enough to how it's panned out, because of course the bottom end is a little bit scuffed, but we work with it. So as we saw earlier, we have Boba Slurpers already booking themselves a spot in the top 4 with Skywalkers and Five Fears and Special Force also making their way through to the upper bracket. And joining them next is going to be Random Tongues after sweeping this lower bracket with 2 3 versus 3s. Then after that, you'll have Fake Cows and then Lights Out rejoining in that order. So, of course, this is all just messed up because Team Morale left. You know, it just happens. Sometimes we've got to roll with the punches. But thankfully, our admin team and everyone behind the scenes has done a fantastic job at making it all run smoothly. So thank you very much for the patience, especially to the players who've been waiting in that upper bracket. But they won't have to wait much longer, Dianic, because we have our teams ready for that 4-man melee. And that's not them. But these are the 2 teams. These are 2 of the teams we just saw. We will get things sorted. Don't worry, guys. Dread, I want to ask you a question. There's been a lot of unpredictability today. Is there room for more? Is there room for teams innovating in this new season? Could that play a part in determining the rest of the bracket? Now that teams have kind of gotten to know each other, they're feeling warm. Do you think we're going to see things like Melee be thrown in? Do you think we're going to see team comps change? We already have seen multiple teams switch it up from round to round in terms of their team composition. Lots of mediums moving on to lights and in the reverse, specialization changes. Is that adaptation key when it comes to qualifying?
Absolutely. And I think Random is the middle name of the finals, the Random Finals. I mean, it can go absolutely crazy, especially when we're at the beginning of a season here. I think we can go either way. And, you know, there was a lot of people who were really skeptical at how Dash was going to work out, but Dash has still been going absolutely insane. The people have been using Dash like Roma and Cyborg, all those guys that are playing really aggro with Dash have been going crazy. Some swaps over to the V9S from the 93R, like you said. Some people kind of trying to pick and choose between Mesh and Winch. And I think that I really like it when people are experimenting and also playing towards what they're more comfortable with and not what they think the meta is or going to be, because that's kind of where you find more success, and that's kind of what the finals is all about.
We're going to wrap things up here for a moment while we get things sorted for the next stage, but there'll be plenty of discussion about what new things can be brought along. I'm really impressed by Boba Slurper. I'm going to talk a little bit about them after break for sure. But Dianic, let's just head to a break. I'm going to make sure you don't take it from me this time. Let's go to a break. When we come back, we've got stage 2 on the docket. Don't go far. And scene.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So, our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is a too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zapped!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming!
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes! But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations!
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
And now now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Nice.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my god.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
One.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Grand Major 26 cycle number 2 for EMEA and the online series. My name's Joe the Music Man. I'm joined here by Dianic and Dread, and we have a game almost ready to start, but I just got to clue you in on what's going on. We made a little oopsie over here. We misunderstood how it was working. We have our third place team essentially determined on that waiting list, and that is unfortunately Lights Out, who lost both of their games. But right now we are going into another 3 versus 3 between Random Tongues and Fake Cows to decide for certain who is first and second place in that waiting list. So Dread, Dianic, I won't keep anyone any longer. Can Random Tongues run it back and make it 2 in a row? Well, 3 in a row, I guess.
Yeah,
Could be.
Yeah. It's going to be a rough one for sure. Basically just another rematch, I guess, for this, but it's going to be a tough one. Both these teams have been really battling it out.
Yeah, it could go either way, but Random Tongues absolutely favourites here in my book. Dianic, why don't you lead us into this?
Listen, here we are back again. This time, again, guys, to determine who's actually #1 and 2. So basically, Fake House, they get themselves a second chance. We already saw the chaos that Random Tongues is able to bring this into this game. And I'm expecting the exact same. Guys, what that means for us, guys, hey, we shouldn't see this negatively. Let's see this on the positive side. More Roma gameplay. And that's what I'm here for. I don't know about you guys, but I want to see Roma.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Roma's been going absolutely insane, getting a 3-piece on that last one, but let's see if we can do it again as we are back again on Fortune Stadium as well. These teams are going to be pretty practiced up for this one, but here comes a huge jump pad coming through, but we already have a dome shield on the side of Dead Plate, and Glitch Cafe is going to have gone down by a really big flank there by a Dyrani. And now Fake Cows are going to have to reposition around here because they have lost that fight on the roof. Roma finding Kodaf on the other side there as Kodaf found Koreki, but Koreki immediately going to get a hand rezzed up by Roma there. And now Dead Plate backing up a little bit, which I think is a good play here. But they might try to sniff him out a little bit here, Dianic, but it looks like they're just going to move the box instead.
We're going to focus here on moving that box again. Cash out is what makes a difference from the side of Fake House. We have also now Glitch Cafe has used his coin. The next second coin going to be used in a second as well. There we go. Kodaf is back in the game as well. But they're very much aware where the spawn has happened. They know that Fake House need to be coming here from this south side. And they can already see the feeds there shooting a few of these bullets. Gonna land perfectly, but the gateway was just set it up in perfect time. And from the looks of it, Random Tanks may not know that there has been a gateway used in order to transport this team to the other side. But there is a little bit of a knowledge. We can see Random Tanks on the top already looking through these skylight windows just to make sure that Fake attempt is a cheeky little steal.
Yeah, and they have opened up a lot of the roof here to be able to look down in there and try to keep control of this high ground. And Fake House just trying to make their way through the building. I think also trying to drop them as well. I think some of those holes have been made by Fake House. And Deadplate trying to set up for a steal here. Those barricades are going down, opting to hold on to the dome shield for now. Here comes Random Tongues trying to get it, but they don't come in time. The steal ends up coming through, but big damage onto Glitch Cafe. He ends up going down. Dyrani's going to get healed right back up, and they're going to hop right back on the retake here, as it looks like Fake House are not even going to try to stop it. They're just going to try to back up a little bit. I think Kodaf tried just a second, but he got beamed in the head. And now, Dianic, we are back in the hands of Random Tongues.
There's not much time left, but we can see Random Tanks already just grouping up back again. They know standing strong as a team is their biggest strength here. The wall's going to be open from the side of Fake House. They tried to do a little bit of an attempt of an initiation. Unfortunately, there isn't every single member from Fake House really pulling on the same string right now. Cashout's still in the corner. They're going to try to go for another attempt, but unfortunately, the fire is there. And they're going to find himself a little bit of a corner, but the fire is chipping away on his health. There's bullets coming along, and look at this, Random Tanks. They find that kill, and they find the wipe. They find the vault as well on top of it. So 3 things back to back to back. And again, a person or the name that constantly comes up on the kill feed, Roma. He's done it one more time. Listen, I'm here for Roma gameplay. He's already shown greatness. I want to see more from this player.
Yeah, I mean, Roma already had a lot of fans to begin with, but he is quickly gaining more as these matches go on. Holding a really good height there as well, too, as there were so much holes kind of broken into that building there, and there were so many vantage points for him just to kind of look down, and realizing that dash, every time he got looked at, he can just back out, get his regen, and go back in. But we still have plenty of time for Fake House to come back here. They're going to have to figure out a way to get control of these buildings, because Random Tongues, they find these high grounds and they hold on to that height so well that it's really hard for Fake House to fight their way up towards them. But I don't know where Fake House looks like. They're just kind of holding that middle of the map there. And Random Tongues, I mean, they're like, cool, you guys hold over there. We don't really need to move here. And I think that gateway got broken. I don't think it got glitched. I think it actually got broken as Kodaf got a little bit too far away from his team there.
Maybe just a tiny bit again. The vault is still standing strong. There's still a lot of time on the clock. Theoretically, they don't need to move for the side of the Fake House. So they definitely do need another plug here. From the side of Random Tongues, they can just play this out a little bit when it comes to the patience. We can see Fake House slowly becoming impatient, unsure where this vault actually is going to be transported to. But in the meanwhile, nothing is actually really happening, just shooting from the far. The more chip damage that is, Random Tanks definitely have the better weapons when it comes to it. But look at Fake House, they found themselves yet again a cheeky little entry onto that bottom floor, able to now trying to drop that vault down. Not fully yet, there still needs to be one more floor broken for it to fully fall down. And Random Tanks, they're just patient. They're just waiting for a move, and they're playing defense just like they would be playing defense on a cash out, but it is for a vault. They didn't want to plug this unless Fake House is wiped.
Yeah, because they don't want to give Fake House that chance to set up on that box. Fake House really good at playing defensive here, but it looks like they finally found their way up onto the roof. That gateway coming through, dome shield coming through from Deadplate. They did actually find that pick onto Roma. That's a huge pick for Fake House here. Are they going to be able to turn it around, though? That RPG going through, not able to connect. Kodaf makes it out with his life at just barely 1 HP there. Roma is going to get T-Pip back up by Kureki, and Fake House unable to capitalize on that pick.
There we go, one more is going to fall. Unfortunately, it's going to be called out as the last man standing for the side of Fake House. You may find one onto Roma. Denari is also very low HP, but unfortunately, that will be the wipe as well. Random Tanks now got everything that they needed. Now they can transport this box onto the next cash out. Enough time left. But they're just
gonna leave it there? Oh,
there
we
we go. I think there was a little bit of a sign of a miscommunication. I think they didn't quite knew who's gonna actually take the box.
Yeah. But, you know, kind of an interesting fight. I really thought Fake Cows was going to have that. They got a really good opening pick onto Roma there, but Kireki and Dyrani just playing it really well together. Not really, Fake Cows weren't able to capitalize on that pick, and Random Tongues was able to turn that fight around in their favor. And now they're going to go ahead and finally get the plug over here, be able to get their full cash out defense set up. As Fake Cows is back in, Kodaft, not sure where he's going as he went through that. Oh, he was going back to where he threw the gateway is. And now all three of them are back on the roof here, fighting Random Tongues. RPG is going through, actually blocked by the goo. And Kireki really trying to make it out of there with 1 HP, but unable to do so. Roma getting another double kill. And now we got a Roma versus Kodaft 1v1. Kodaft has to push into this because Roma still has control of that point, and they do have coins coming up on Dyrani here pretty soon.
Dyrani back in the game. Kireki's going to be rezzed. I believe in the meanwhile as well. But there we go from the side of Fake House. Kodav doing a great job just bringing his teammates back. There you go. Kireki used one of his coins. It's still back up to a 3v3. Everybody is resetted the whole team, but there is a steal attempt now coming along. Random Tanks might not be near here to fully stop this one. There is the RPG from up above, but the winch will fail. Beautiful! Look at that nullifier. Absolutely coming in huge. Random Tanks are to steal this one immediately backwards. Fake House taking a lot of damage. Need a bit, but look at that winch. Last second going to come in huge. Then Iris going to be taken out. And meanwhile, Romano needs to step up his game, but there was a defib as well. Look at it. Everybody's resetted yet again. Fake Cows, they need that chaos. They're gonna stand strong. They're all rotating back up again, but do they know that there's one in the corner right behind him? No, they didn't. Look at Roma doing that damage, but he will be annihilated. In the meanwhile, time is taken away. The winch will hit, another will fall. Denari is the last man standing now. As the heavy, he tries to do something. He gets a double, maybe a third here long, but he will just miss that last shot in the head. Unfortunately, the time is so little. He needs to get this steal.
Yeah, Kodaft doing a really good job at not dying here. That would have been huge. He just needs one stall here, but the winch ends up coming through. He doesn't land on him. They don't have time, though. Fake Cows are going to be taking it to a tiebreaker box.
Oh my god, what is actually happening here? Fake Cows, they did manage at the very end to get that cash out. Listen, maybe the revenge is coming upon us, but my god, Random Tanks, they're really performing here. The Roma, absolutely menace. From the side of Fake Cows, very well played to really keep that objective, trying to stay together. That really gave them that upper hand. That winch on the initiated steal was absolutely perfectly timed. And the fact that there was a move out, oh my god, I could say so much about those team fights, but it was an absolutely beautiful display of both these two teams showing what they're capable of.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, really the deciding factor to swap that over was that nullifier on the side of Fake Cows. While Deadplate was hopping in there to get that steal, Dyrani threw out that winch claw and it got nullified while the winch was in midair, canceling the winch out of its animation. And that was insane. Yeah, absolutely. Great place from Fake Cows here. Not wanting to have another complete 2-0 shutout in these 3v3s. But we still have one more box to fight for. And I think it's really going to be slowing down again, too. Neither of these teams really want them to be able to get that plug because it's so important to be able to set up on there. And they're trying to steal it out of there. That is Fake Cows. Random Tongues still holding that high ground, trying to stop them from getting that box out of there. He's just going to go ahead and punch throw that over. We'll see if that actually ends up making it. It looks like it does, and it doesn't fall off the map. So made some pretty good progress moving this box over, but still plenty of fight to be had.
From the side of Fake Cows, they're very much aware that there is a chase coming along. The plug hasn't happened yet. Again, if they can get the wipe here on Random Tongues and then plug the cash out, it's going to be in a little bit of an advantage, but I don't know when it comes down. There you go. Fake House is also here on this cash out. Beautiful barricade right there, but he's going to lose quite a lot of HP. Dirani Done a great job right there, but the plug is going to be done by the set of Random Tanks. Is a good little start here. They're going to use the jump pad in the middle. A lot of damage coming through. Kireki is going to lose his life in this 2v3 scenario now. Dirani waiting down below that. RPG might make a bit of a difference, but here again, they are in a disadvantage here. They're not allowed to find themselves to lose one more member. There might be a wipe soon upon us. There's the steal coming along now as well. Deadblade will be successful in this one. And Kireki's still down. Needs to be rezzed. But from the side of Random Tanks, they're trying to play this one slow. Look at that glitch. Absolutely beautiful. There will be a kill happening as well on Dirani. He's gone from the board. A 2v3 has been established. Kishkafe is gone. And look at this. Dread, this looks so much more possible all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know what they're putting in the grass over there that fake cows are eating over at the pastures, but whatever it is, it's woken them up, and they are here to take this W. And now they're in a really good spot to really kind of set up that defense that they're so known for here. But Dirani, he's got to get back in the game. Looks like they are going to spend that coin, and the timer is running out. We are past the halfway point. Look at fake cows in here. Kodaft is going to be sitting inside. They do have that doorway gooed off. The other two members, Glitch Cafe and Deadplay, just sitting up on these lights up on the top with a huge RPG to open it up. As they peek in there, the dome shield's going to go down. Not find a lot of value out of it, though. And now they're going to turn on to Dirani as he pushes in there. They still have the dome shield available on the side of Random Tongues. But they've got to go for this box. Looks like the steal attempt is going to happen here with a big winch coming through onto Deadplay. Deadplay, oh, just barely. I thought he was going to live that, but he actually finally ends up going down as Kireki comes in to help Dirani. Roma, though, taking huge damage from Kodaf. Glitch Cafe is in a good position to try to stall this. The nullifier ends up coming through, but he is the last one alive. He doesn't have any more nullifiers to help do it, and the body blocks end up coming through. Did he stall in time, though? No way! Random Tongues taking it at the last second.
One absolutely crazy of a steal at the very end. There was the steals, there was the bubble, there was the defense, and Kireki was the one stealing it, and he was holding on to his life. We saw how many times there was a steal attempt being made. Even the nullifier coming along out there yet again. An absolute brutal weapon. I would even say a utility, which is a bit underestimated as for right now. Jerry, let's bring you back into this conversation, because my god, this was a rematch, but a one of a kind.
A truly heart-thumping rematch at that dynamic. Much closer here between Random Tongues and Fake Cows, but still the same result with Random Tongues coming out on top. You're right to highlight Glitch Calf, though. He really did everything in his power to make it work for Fake Cows. That nullifier really having its moment in the limelight multiple times throughout this game to almost see them to victory at the dying moments. Random Tongues just barely coming first in this battle to secure themselves an extra spot, an extra chance to get into that top four. So that is pretty huge for them. They are now feeling warm and they can go straight into the next cash out. Fake Cows, I think that's a good confidence booster above all else though, Dread. They really haven't been performing today, and that was a massive turnaround. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I mean, they proved that that's why they're here. I mean, they can go up against these teams and they can take cash boxes on them, and they were really, really close. I believe that was Kodaft at the end that was so close to solo stalling that out, but there was just all three of them alive. The body block was just a little bit too much to end up going through, but yeah, it ended up being a really, really close one. Well, the Random Tongues make their way through to that upper bracket sooner than anyone else. Danik, you've been really enjoying Roma's gameplay so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? This light is top fragging every single lobby he plays in, besides the very first one of the day. Just what is it you love about watching Roma? I'll just give you a moment or two to glaze him a little bit more, in case anyone's just joining us, and this is the first time today they've heard his what am I trying to say? That they've heard his praises sung by Danik.
Listen, there's so much that could be said about Roma, but the one biggest thing is this player has an incredible game sense that is really tough to beat. He knows when to focus on the kills. He knows when to focus on the objective. Again, I can only revert back to the 2 times he was the last man standing against an entire whole team. One time he juked the entire team with doing the gateways, using the utility around him, let it be the gas barrels and everything, installing out just enough time that the teammates were able to coin in, and he even prevented 2 steals in the meanwhile. The other time, he just clutched up into the 1v3 because why not? He's just so absolutely amazing as a light. He's so unpredictable, and even when he's the last man standing, you cannot count this team out when they're defending. He's such a strong light. His game sense is really over the top.
Well, with Roman leading the charge, Random Tongues do have that confidence boost, a huge one after an early loss in cash out. Their 3v3s have been near flawless so far, though, so they'll be hoping to reach their way through a cash out or two in this upper bracket. As we can see, Boba Slurper earlier booked their spot in the finale. They've been waiting very patiently, and they will have to wait even longer as it stands for 3 more teams to join them. Plenty to choose from. As we move on to stage 2 now, we get to see how things will pan out. You can see, I'm going to do this in reverse. Upper bracket 3, you can see that Lights Out are waiting there with only 1 chance to try and book a spot in the finale. Before them, Fake Cows, who only just missed out on top spot in that waiting list, have 2 more chances to reach the finale, but will be coming back after a break with upper bracket 1, Skywalkers, 5 Fears, the Special Force, and Random Tongues. All of them have 3 whole chances to try and reach a finale. So you've got to make your way through a cash out and then win a 3v3. You're going to be joining Boba Slurpers in the top 4. So lots to think about, but I think we're going to head to a pretty swift break because those teams in the upper bracket, they've been waiting too long. We don't want to keep them waiting any longer. You guys at home, grab yourself yet more snacks. We always say to grab snacks. If you followed our advice every time, you'd probably gain quite a lot of weight. So use moderation, but go and grab a snack because we're coming back with stage 2 right after this.
Here we are, folks, and I think it's safe to say that the road to the Grand Major 2026 has already been setting the arenas alight.
It sure has, Scotty. And here's our chance to bring you just a taste of the special moments we've seen so far by the teams from Europe, the Middle East, and Africa during the TGM26 online series.
First up, let's check out the action from the top 16.
Insane damage coming out from both sides. Apex Fame going down in the process as well. It's just Alone in Paris now. Alone in Paris taking down Manda. Alone in Paris takes out 2! 1v1. Oh, and Emelian with the clutch at the end there.
As we do see a Shaq there coming in from Coco, able to take out Jose. Does get traded out though. No, he doesn't get traded out actually, but now finally does fall. Now a 1v2. Jordan going up against only Flop Barn as well. 1v1 situation. Flop with that bow in hand. He has the potential to end a career right now, and he's gonna do it. Taking out Jordan.
Angle, Donkrage, half HP. Duffy getting the damage onto him. Duffy now in a 1v1 against Donkrage. Ali going down to Rabinski here. This is a great position for Team Pazon to be in. However, they still got to be aware of Kay and Duffy. Winch coming out from Pazon here. Shield down. Beams coming out from Kay. Kay down to 60 HP. Duffy now trying to get the damage out to flip. Come on, Team Pazon, you gotta get this flip. Hey, now trying to make something happen. H+ Infuser coming out. Oh, and Pazon on 1 HP with the flip.
There's about 20 seconds left on this box, not much time remaining, and they're gonna have to fight 2 teams for it. Nigiri and Sideboard take out 1 each, and it's just down to this last couple of moments. There's not much time, and the steal is gonna have to come out soon. The steal coming out from Palmer, and it's not enough. Emelian will take that box.
And we see Emelian here getting the damage onto Cyborg, onto Nagiri, and that's a team wipe for Team Boba Slurper.
All three members, they know where they are. Team Prozone in a danger. They know where all they are. Only Finn just have to make a move, and they make a move right now. But is it enough? No! Rabinski goes, takes out Duffy, and that is one member. What a red barrel! Not great, you demon! Ali last alive, trying to find any sort of sacrifice he can do, and it's not enough. Ali is watching his team disappear, and Team Prozone will knock in the top 8, and they make that the 4th slot taken.
He's to pick here before they get this plug coming through. Flopard trying to find some shots with that bow, but here comes the gateway over the top. That dome shield going out at the perfect time to block that RPG there, but he goes down anyway. Now it's only Alone in Paris left alive. Blocking some bow shots, he turns it onto Flopard. Jose is still alive. He is going to get that hand res up onto, but Alone in Paris has come back up. He takes down David, and now it's only Jose and Alone in Paris again. Can Alone in Paris clutch it? He does, getting 4 kills to the name of Alone in Paris.
Is an unfortunate opening there for Golod, because now Krieger Blue is going to have an even harder time going for the steal as they winch it on out to continue to defend this point into the open. Rose just low on HP, but there's the heals. There is another frag, of course. Coco, last person standing, trying to do anything, but not able to find a singular point of damage on any of these players to round out that game, and it looks like Golod are going to comfortably make their way on in to that comfortable spot of qualification.
And Jordan both going down to the duo of Palmer and Cyborg. Nagiri not really having to do much here. We see Krieger sort of fighting for his life here. There's about 25 seconds left on Cash. Cyborg with the beams onto Krieger. Krieger 1 bar here. This is pretty much all but confirmed. Then Palmer with the melee on Krieger, and that is pretty much it. Team Boba Slurper are the second team here to punch their tickets through.
But it doesn't matter, as Treason gonna lock in with that LH1. This is gonna be a massive opening pink, and Donk gonna be the next to fall as well. This is gonna put Prozone in a less than advantageous position. He is on the roof, finds himself in an engagement against 2 players. Winch out, Winch does not connect, but now Prozone forced to run away. He does not want to wipe here. The timing is just not working out for Team Prozone. 3v1, and the Hawks are just circling and swarming. No time. 5 beers clutching up, able to take this one, and they're gonna punch their ticket into the top 8.
Holy moly, what highlights will today's matches bring us on the road to TGM26?
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment, rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus,
Hello everybody and welcome back to the top 8 for EMEA. We're in the middle of cycle 2. We're right in the middle of the top 8. Just about to start with 7 more teams, 6 of which could book their spot in the top 4 and make it through to the finale. I am your host, Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined by the wonderful Dianic and Dread. And we should see what's going on. We should have a look at the bracket just to work out what's happening and who's playing and when and all that stuff. It's important to keep you guys locked in and up to date. Boba Slurpers, as mentioned, they are waiting in that finale. We are about to play a cash out between Skywalkers, Five Fears, the Special Force, and Random Tongues. So, Dianic, this is going to be a spicy matchup.
It's definitely going to be a spicy matchup because we have so many absolutely amazing players in this match. And again, all of these teams already know each other. I think Jaya made a very great point. Every team is already warmed up. And if they win this cash out, and then if they win the best of 1 3v3, they get themselves a nice little cheeky ticket to the final stage where Boba Stop is already waiting. So, it's going to be a nice one. I'm expecting a lot here from Random Tongues, not going to lie.
Dread. Is there a team here that stands out to you in this lobby? There's some real surprises, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Dianic makes a really good point. Random Tongues, they are very warmed up, and they've been going absolutely insane. We've been talking so much about Roma leading the charge for Random Tongues there. But yeah, Special Force, Monster Pig, and team coming through here. Going to be pretty crazy. And
Skywalker's putting up like a really good performance in that first bracket as well, almost reaching the final themselves with Boba Slurpers. So they've won 2 cash out games so far, and for a newly formed roster, that puts them quite high in my books. We do have the map veto flying through right now. It is Random Tongues banning out Bernal with 5 Fears taking out Nozomi Citadel, Special Force banning Fortune Stadium, and Skywalker's banning Feng Wai. I believe that is exactly the same as what we saw from these teams in stage 1, note for note, meaning that all of these teams have come in today knowing exactly what map they're going to ban in these cash out games, and they're trying to narrow it down. A lot of meta ones out of the picture means that we're ending up on Skyway Stadium, Dianic. We don't often get to see this in a more fleshed out ban phase. It can be really oppressive, especially if you're able to control those spawns. So we're going to move on to our predictions. Dianic, Skyway Stadium, is that going to play a factor in like which team here?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to make changes. It's going to make definitely a huge impact on which team is going to come on top, which isn't. It's very tough for me to really give you guys a 100% prediction here, but I am really leaning towards Special Forces here a little bit because they have had an amazing run so far. Of course, they didn't quite get there on the top 3, but they have been quite consistent in the last games, and their stats, which we mentioned earlier and previously, also pretty good. So mine is Special Forces.
All right, Dread, what do you think?
You know, it's definitely a tough one. I mean, you made a really good point with Skywalkers there, too, have been playing absolutely amazing in the cash outs. And, you know, even though Five Fears has had kind of a rough start coming through here, I think I'm going to stick with Five Fears because, I mean, like I said, I'm just such a huge Nagos fan. I do think they have the means to turn it up. Once Five start warming up, they're going to be on fire.
This has got to be a map for Five Fears for me. I mean, the lights can dominate, especially with the LH1, with the Invis. It's all about them, but Dread, Dianic, why don't you take us into the action on Skyway, our first cash out of stage 2.
Yeah, and Dianic, this one's going to be absolutely wild too because Skyway is such a volatile map, especially in comp play. I mean, there is so many different ways you can spawn manipulation and just kind of work your way around how these cash outs sit here on this map.
As the first one from the side of Five Fears, Treason's going to be found dead. Is find himself also now being defid back up to defeat. The fight still continuing, maybe staggering out here a little bit. Yet a team to really found big success here. Nagos find himself now in a 1v2 scenario. He's pinched in the corner, nothing he can really do. Skywalkers now finally tapped the box, but again they're going to be a bit behind schedule as the other box is already being plugged from the side of Random Tongues.
Yeah, and if I was watching that kill feed correctly, it looks like Roma was going crazy yet again. Really fighting for that MVP spot in this cycle, too, it seems. Skywalker's now winning this fight as well, kind of moving their box away. Really nice gateway to a jump pad to a zip line there to really smoothly move that box over and get it plugged. And now 5 Fears are back in. They're going to be trying to fight over that. But on the other side of the map here, we got a little bit of a standoff between Special Forces and Skywalkers there, Diane.
A bit to the end, but yet teams are still recollecting each other, especially Special Forces. They are now 1 man down, and they're being hunted by the random tanks. They don't want to make sure Special Forces are not really able here to really reset themselves, but unfortunately, just the way this map is built, there's going to be too much to check for them, so the reset is going to be here any second. As random tanks, they're still just lurking around. They're opening so many rotations. This is great for them. Again, gives them a lot of opportunities and so many more things that an opponent team is going to have to worry about. There's a reset. Finally, Special Forces back up as a 3, but look at the distance. They're quite far away from each other. Monster Pig is all the way on the other side, and that might make this team fight a bit more difficult. But considering it, they're on the cash out. Random tanks have given them a bit of freedom, and that might bite them back very soon.
Yeah, it might, and that steal attempt is going to go through, but that box is going to get dropped already. And now the barricade coming through to try to stop them from pushing through there. Random Tongues doing a really good job at holding on to this point, but Special Forces want this, and they're going to get a little bit aggro as the escape gateway goes through, bringing Random Tongues back onto the roof of this building. And we do have a hole in there as well, too, but here comes Koreki with a big kick to the chest to take out Jurg there. And now Nuwak is going to actually win the fight against Roma, but he's going to end up going down now to Koreki. And Random Tongues are going to be able to hold on to the first box of the match.
Ooh, but look on the other side, there was a slight steal attempt being made. Skywalker still under control of that. Do mind, guys, they did plug the box and are still under control of it. So they're showing themselves from a great side right now. On the other side as well, 5 Fears have been wiped yet again. So the first 2 boxes have been decided. The second round is going to be much more interesting because, again, they're a bit staggered out. They want to get themselves up on the pace. So they need to make this next Vault fight quite quickly and are not allowed to fall even further behind. We saw what a staggered cash out can actually cause. A lot of third parties, a lot of teams staggering on one cash out is going to make it so much more difficult. 5 Fears, they're not in a great position right now, constantly finding themselves being chipped away and losing members. Now, the fact that Treason is in a position where he cannot be retreated unless they actually dive onto it, and he got the beautiful body, might be able to get himself a cheeky little res, but look at this, Nagost. Still on the other side, waiting for somebody to peek around. He's exposed his position and is quite vulnerable right here, but will make it back. And he is the heavy, so that little chip damage is not going to make a big difference.
Yeah, and keep in mind, too, all this is over a box that's not even tapped yet. And on the other side of the map, we do have a cash out already going. So this might be the biggest stagger of the day we see end up coming through here. And it looks like Skywalkers have noticed that. Now they're going to be working their way across the map over to where that objective is currently going. And 5 Fears are going to be left to their own here, and they're going to decide where to take this box. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and just plug it up there on C. So now we have that pretty heavy stagger going through. We got 3 teams fighting over this one box over here. With, I think Treason is also over there, so technically 4 teams. And now Treason is going to find a pick onto one. Jurg is going to get down Koreki, and Nuwak is going to take out Dyrani, which takes out Random Tongues there. Now we just got Special Force Skywalkers and a couple members of 5 Fears just kind of causing chaos over here as a steal attempt goes through. Skywalkers are going to hold on to this point now.
Because Patrick Foles is still fighting. They will find a kill into Patrick. Nuwak will be found in the meanwhile. There was a bit of a res, but the defib is going to make the big difference. It is a 2v3 scenario. Beautiful winch. Nice kill right there as well. It tries to take the pot in the game. It just disappears. The timing absolutely beautiful, but the heavy, they're just playing on that little rope right here. Still standing strong. There has yet a defib need to be played, but look at him. He's on the stairs. That shotgun is absolutely lethal. They're now back in as a team. They're trying to play this together. together. Special Forces together against 3 players, and they need to bring this back under their control. They tried to go for the steal. The question is, will this attempt actually go through? There's the RPG from the distance. He can stick it. He will get it. That is a beautiful switch, and look at the time. So little things that actually Skywalkers can do here, and the fact that they're gonna have to prove themselves is gonna put them in a little bit of a difficult position. They might find a few kills, but they're gonna be wiped. In the meanwhile, that is the cash shot for Special Forces continued and secured, as 5 fears on the other hand, they still need to fear a few things because their cash shot is staggered for quite a bit.
Yeah, that was a really important flip and team wipe for Special Force there to bring them into that first place spot as we're going through, getting ready to open up our last few vaults here. But we still got a bit of time left on this 5 fears box, and I don't think anybody's going to try to push it. Coming up on the point here, they are going to hang out just in case somebody tries to make some last-second steal there, but it looks like they're going to be okay, and that is going to slot them into that second place spot. But we still have 2 potential vaults that could come through here and get plugged. And it looks like that 5th vault is already going to make it over there. It looks like they're going to go for this far point here over onto Bravo. And the rest of the teams are going to work their way on the map over to that 6th vault that is just getting ready to be ready here.
Still a lot of time here. 1 minute and 55 for the next plug to happen, but this stagger is going to make it so much more difficult. There's a cheeky little team fight happening right here on box number 5 in between Skywalkers and Special Forces, and on top of that also tiny bit. Random lungs on the other side just holding this out close. Theoretically speaking, every team can benefit from this plug. Every single team would need a plug. Even from the side of Special Forces, if they are second place, that 3k is not going to make the biggest difference. They need this plug to happen, or at least to make sure that there is a double plug continuing. As all of a sudden, Q will find himself a cheeky little kill from the side of Skywalkers. Special Forces are moving this box towards the double plug, but again, I gotta make sure that... They're going somewhere. Going on a world tourney.
Yeah, I don't really know where they're going to end up going with that, but there is a fight breaking out over this box that is currently going. And I guess Special Forces just wants to kind of hold that box out because they... I don't think a double would really hurt them too much unless we see some crazy wipes end up going through. But regardless, that is the safe play to keep that box out. If you have an absolute mosh pit coming around through this one, that barricade is going to go up to try to keep Durrani alive just a little bit longer. Is he going to make it into that elevator in time? He's got 12 HP. Somehow makes it out of that absolute blender of chaos going on there. Carnifex is going to find a Koreki that was retreating from the spot as well. We are coming to these last few seconds on this box here. Q is going to hop on it, and he is riding it. Hopefully, if this drops here, he might be able to stick it, but he's getting shot in the head by Jurg there. Jurg actually ends up getting a triple kill with the RPG and the KS there. But we're running out of time to be able to hop on this now. Jurg is the triple kill. Going to be worth it. The red barrel ends up coming through, dropping it again. Skywalkers, they have all wiped, but they hold on to the box. Keep that in, holding on to that first place.
A few more seconds right there. We saw Skywalkers being only a few seconds, or at least a few players away from a complete wipe. Even Special Forces at the very end there. Jurg was the last man standing, and that was very crucial. They were only a few K away. If that wipe would have gone through, we could have seen an overtake from Special Forces. They played that very close. Again, there shouldn't have been a wipe. He was the last man standing. Very risky. It did turn out to be in their favor. Now, the top 2 teams of this cash out will be moving on to that 3v3. So, Special Forces definitely played it right. Jerry, I'm going to bring you back into this conversation here. We have just seen a very interesting game because it was very even though both of the cash outs, every single one, have been quite staggered out.
Yeah, but what a crazy one that absolutely was. And look at these replays that I'm coming through on how much of an absolute bloodbath that this last fight was, especially over that box. I mean, it got dropped from that suspended structure onto the building and through a couple floors in the building as well. Look at Nuwak there with 9 kills, and Q up there with 9 kills as well. I mean, there were so many kills in this match across the board, but Skywalkers actually ended up making that first place, and Five Fears, even though they were trying to take that last point away from Skywalkers that were kind of holding that last box out, they weren't able to really connect to that, and Skywalkers were just barely able to hold on to their second place.
But
Absolutely.
yet again...
And, I mean, the thing is that was a game where we saw it was such fine margins, as you said, Dianic, earlier. Special Force were the team just ahead when it came to that final box, and they played keep away with it. They made sure that it was just going to be one objective in that final wave that was in action. So they didn't need to get any kills there. They just took the box as far as they could, maybe allow a double to happen from some other team. It wouldn't matter. And they made that choice. They were, at the very end, making sure that Skywalkers were a team that could hold on to their box until the very end too. It's the second time we've seen Skywalkers funneled through into a 3 versus 3, possibly being seen as an easier target than, to be fair to them, Five Fears and Random Tongues, who are stacked with, you know, talent that have been to the major. Like, these are really strong teams, you know, some top 4 players in the world in terms of the teams they're on at the major. So understandable. Skywalkers again in a 3 versus 3, this time against Special Force. And when you looked at this lobby, they were possibly the 2 least favored teams, Dread. But that's just how cash out works out sometimes. You get those little advantages and you can be in control of your own destiny.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, there is so much little micro plays that can happen, especially in the middle of these box fights when you got other teams coming in, that can really change the trajectory of how the rest of that match plays out. But yeah, Skywalkers and Special Force coming into this 3v3 here. It's going to be a tough one, especially playing out on Skyway Stadium. I mean, we're going to see how that ends up going, Jerry.
Dianic, you've seen a lot of this action now. How are you feeling about Skywalkers in 3v3s? It's been a while since we saw them get completely demolished by Boba Slurpers, which, again, are a difficult side. Perhaps the Special Force is a task that they see themselves as being up to.
I would hope so, because let's remind ourselves, Special Force is Team Monster Pig, which we saw last circle under that name. It's the exact same roster this time, they just have a different name. And they tried last circle. They went all the way, every cash out. They played twice in the 3v3 on the second stage. They couldn't make it all the way to the final. It's a tough one, but I'm gonna have to give you guys already my predictions, because I want to say I want Special Forces to go through. They couldn't do it last cycle. I want them to do it this cycle. So Special Forces will be my pick.
All right, Dread. Dianic's already cast her vote. What are your thoughts?
And she makes really good points there, too. I mean, I think this is a really tough one. Both these teams have been looking really strong today, but I think I'm going to contend it a little bit. I think I'm going to go with Skywalkers here. Skywalkers on Skyway.
Skywalkers on Skyway. Are they going to be walking on sunshine? I don't think so. I think I'm there with Special Force. I'm there with Dianic on the vote. Once again, it feels as though this has happened a few times. I promise I'm not just rigging it or anything. We'll have to see how it plays out. As though what I say has any bearing on what will actually happen, you know. But we'll see. I think the Monster Pig is one of the lights of the region. Genuinely, he gives every single top 4, top 3 light a run for his money. This could be Special Forces' time to shine. But like I said, only one way to find out. Dianic and Dread, let's book another spot in that top 4 right now.
Who is it going to be? Will it be Special Forces? Can they redeem themselves from last cycle, but they couldn't or weren't able to get really across the line? Or will it be a complete new team, new faces, new players, Skywalkers into that final set? Dread, I'm really excited to see this. Again, we have some information on Special Forces. We know their cash out control is 53%, so kind of a 50-50. They're actually really good when they have the control. But here again, it's not always as successful. Skywalkers, on the other hand, new faces to us, and I'm very excited to see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially since we've got the heavy, medium, light again versus the double light heavy. And both of these heavies here rocking that Winch Claw, which did see a little bit of a nerf coming into this patch. You do get stunned a little bit less now on the initial grab. when it grabs you. And also, one thing I like to see that we've only seen a little bit of so far as this fight ends up breaking out, Dome Shields end up going through and huge damage onto Q. He's immediately going to get defibs back up, though. Monster Pig is going to take out 1 million right off of that defib, though. Q is going to get the trade onto Yerg, but Nuwak is there to clean it up. And as I was going to say, though, is sometimes when you get winched, that new quick melee system that kind of boops them back a little bit, sometimes that can be used really well against winch, Diana.
Absolutely, and especially now that the melee that every single player has a little bit of a knockback as well, makes it also possible to just like deny a steal. Like there's so many new things in the new season that a lot of players still need to adapt to, especially all these like tiny changes that can make a defensive part of a cash shot so much more better. But again, it really just comes down also how good Skywalkers are here able to attack this one. They're back into the game. They're gonna have a little bit of a shot here. That RPG is gonna land absolutely perfectly. It's gonna deal a bit of damage, but the healing beam is gonna make it not so successful because right there, Q is back up with his life, same as Emilian. So everybody has a beautiful reset. Look at Monster Pig. He's an invisible on the light, waiting for an opportunity to shine as his other team at New York is in the hotel, waiting to see the opponents, maybe to be a bit of a backflank here. They're all scattered, but this might be exactly what they need. It's in the middle of the open. If you don't know where the opponents are, it's going to be so much more difficult to attack.
Yeah, that it definitely is, and we are already running pretty low on the timer on this box. It got plugged so fast here. Special Force holding onto it pretty well. Skywalkers are going to have to make a move, and looks like they are doing that right now. Goo ends up coming through, and the Dome Shields. Dome Shield's going to be immediately blasted now. It's going to force them to back off of that. Yerg actually is going to get turned on and taken out, though, which puts them in a pretty good spot to try to hop back on this. But look at Monster Pig in such a good position right now to kind of shoot over that Goo and get huge damage in. Getting the double kill, and Nuwak coming in to clean it up. Special Force taking the first box.
What a clean take. Yet again, because it was in the middle and there were so many buildings, so many floors of those buildings, it makes it so much more difficult to actually know where the opponents are. If you don't have a Sona grenade, if you don't have any intel gathering opportunity, because Special Forces, they play slow, they waited, and they just... all they had to do is make sure the opponents do the first move, and then they really come out of the building and become a problem. And that is the key thing, right? Sometimes all you gotta do is hide, wait, you're the defending team, and look at this. He's waiting on the corner. Monster Pig might have a perfect opportunity to run away with a cheeky little kill. He knows these players are low HP, but he's waiting for a cue from the teammates to know that it's really safe to just peek up. And a great position here for a back flank, but also if he dies first, it's gonna be way too far for the teammates to be able to retreat him. So he needs to perfectly time this one. New Economy will be taken out. There was a little bit of an execution going on in the building. Maybe a bit too fast for Monster Pig to realize what was happening. But the distance! Look at those shots doing the damage. Might be able to pick up one here, Trent. This still could very much turn around.
Yeah, it definitely could. And Nuwak in a lot of trouble here. He's going to be going down to Q, but now Monster Pig and Yerg are the best one that's alive, and Q is by himself, and they are going to be able to take him out there. And now Special Force are going to be able to move this box again, but that was only for a box fight. But like we talked about in these other 3v3s, these box fights can be pretty important because just the fact of being able to set up on these boxes after you plug them in, it puts a pretty good defender's advantage here, especially onto this box specifically in Skyway here. One of the most notoriously hardest boxes to attack from an offensive point of view there, Diana.
Absolutely. You mentioned it, right? It gives the defenders a little bit of an advantage, but this means you are in the control of the game. You're controlling the cash shot quite well. And Skywalkers, they were faced with a lot of decisions what they need to make. They're still rotating around, but look how consistent information from Special Forces. They know exactly what the pathing is going to be. They know exactly where to look. Unless there's going to be a gateway, it's going to be so tough for them to actually cross this big hole here. They're going to have to use that jump pad, no more line, and by doing that, they're going to take so much chipping damage. We can see already Special Forces pulling back a little bit just because they've taken a bit damage, but they know one player is still on the other side. As long as they can isolate him, get that kill, it's going to make it so much easier. But unfortunately, Patrick is going to find that first opening kill. York's going to be there with the immediate trade, and that is a great start for both of these two teams, putting themselves in a 2v2, but it is a heavy against the medium and a heavy against the light.
Yeah, and these one-to-one trades work really well in the favor of Skywalkers just because they have that medium and that defib available to really get that player right back in. But Special Force actually playing that really well as well, too. They got that escape gateway up and immediately got that hand res off to turn this back into a 3v3, and the Dome Shield is going to be used by Jurg here. RPG not really able to connect there. He's going to have to back up just a little bit. Million taking a little bit of damage from, I believe, Monster Pig there. He's also going to have to back up just a little bit, but not a lot of time left on this point. Special Forces hiding below it. Now they do have that KS to drop it. And now the Escape Gateway end up going through, retaking this high ground as the rest of Skywalkers are trying to fight through this stairway, trying to make their way up, and almost picking Petrick there. They finally end up finding him, and they're going to try to hop on this point here, but there's not a lot of time on it. Jurg, the winch just barely not connecting. Monster Pig, last one left alive, finding it on cue. Special Forces taking this one and taking a spot in the finale.
They couldn't do it last time, but this time they were successful. A clean redemption, I may say so. They find themselves in the first 3v3, and they're not gonna find themselves repeating it over and over again. A ticket to the third stage has been granted, and it's theirs to take. What an absolutely wonderful play to do. Again, it showcases a lot of experience. It showcases just what this team is capable of. Jerry, let's bring you back in here. Skywalkers, there was a lot of potential, but Special Forces, they made it seem very easy.
Well, you can see the control that Special Force had over every single engagement. This is a map that lets you do that lets your lights shine. Monster Pig and Nuok did a fantastic job keeping Skywalkers under wraps. Skywalkers always had to play into Special Forces setup from start to finish. And we finally see Special Force break into that top 4. Like you said, a second time of asking in terms of the cycles, and they've done it. But Skywalkers, a second time of asking this cycle, the newly formed team, now have lost 2 3 versus 3s to try and book a spot in the top 4. How many chances are they going to get, Dianic? I mean, these don't come easy. They have to win multiple cash outs, it seems, to give themselves an opportunity. EMEA not doing quite as much work in the kills department, obviously on that medium, supporting his team, plenty of heals. So that donut in the kills column isn't quite as damning as it might look at first sight. But they can't afford to slip up this many times, Dread. It's got to lock in at some point for Skywalkers.
Yeah, and it definitely can. I mean, they do have another chance to kind of turn this around as the rest of the stage plays out, but Special Force, I mean, looking really strong, especially in these 3v3s, and, you know, now they kind of slot themselves out. They kind of take a little bit of a chill pill before they got to play again.
The 2 teams that made it to the very end of the first bracket, our stage 1, have now also made it to the finale. Boba Slopers and Special Force, a new addition to that upper echelon of teams in EMEA. Like we said, Monster Pig just, you know, coming out of the woodwork this year, it seems, in competitive, and he's always been a ranked grinder, but yeah, he's really having a moment in the limelight here. Power to him. We're going to go into upper bracket 2 soon, where you will notice we are joined by the fake cows who've been waiting patiently in their pastures, sipping their water and munching on their grass, but they're going to have to munch just a teensy bit longer as we go to a short break before that second round. So don't go far.
Here we are are, folks, and I think it's safe to say that the road to the Grand Major 2026 has already been setting the arenas alight.
It sure has, Scotty. And here's our chance to bring you just a taste of the special moments we've seen so far by the teams from Europe, the Middle East and Africa during the TGM26 online series.
To have to fend off here 5 fears. Can they 3 versus 9 is the question. 20 seconds left and they hold the high ground. That is what's most important. The winch is still available to them. Treason on the off angle finds Cyborg before he can even attempt to surface on the top floor. Kodar going for the steal, or rather that's a different cow, as Dead Plate is felled and fake cows get wiped. Another wipe on the side of Monster Pig. 5 fears are tearing the lobby asunder. And they finish top.
Onto their name, because right now it is in the possession of Lights Out.
Yeah, still in possession of Lights Out here, but Winged might be able to hop on this at the last second, or they're just going to try to keep it in control of Lights Out to keep Tycho out of there. But it looks like we just have all these teams kind of rotating around here as Lights Out is just desperately holding onto this box. They ought to hop on it now if they want a chance at this. Looks like we're going to go for it. Wireless Jose trying to get in there. I don't know if he mantled over that barricade in time. Donkrage coming in to try to stop it. He dies. I think they're going to get it at the last second. They do. Winged at the very last second take his second place. We have an 8 PS on the side of Atelco too. Atelco is throwing everything he can at this match to get this W. And they're going to turn around here as the barricades from both sides end up going out. Heal Beam coming through, trying to keep OG up. And Pika is just dancing around these barricades. But Jurg ends up going down as well. Now Nuok with just a bar and a half left up. He almost gets his regen up, and he takes a little bit more damage there trying to hold on to this. OG pops on that steal. He does end up going down by Monster Pig with those headshots. They need to hold on to this. The LH1 is doing so much damage. The healing is enough, and Tycho takes it at the last second. He get the hand res onto Treason, so they are very in and close to this fight. And now Jurg's the last one back on the back foot, and Nuok did coin back in himself as well. I don't think they're going to be able to stop this box. They do get a winch over onto Carnifex, but Nagos is there with the help to save his teammate. Now the box is back in the hands of 5 fears.
They turned it round. Monster Pig really not playing smartly there in the 3 versus 1. They didn't commit to either. They didn't commit to the steal. They didn't commit to the setup. They didn't commit to the chase down of Nagos. And it's cost them now a devastating team wipe. With only 30 seconds left, that sealed their fates. It's not going to go to the wire. Nothing like the first box we saw on this map. Narcos, he's doing kick-ups. He's training for the World Cup. Narcos, you can celebrate. You've booked your team a spot in the finale. Get through, but it hits the jump pad. That's unpredictable as hell, and it's jumping a lot now. It gets it a 4th time. As that's a clear signal that the steal might be coming in. Barricade goes down, though. 5 fears now committing to this steal behind good cover. And I don't think the denial was there, but the D-Max enough to bring it down. I forgot that was even a thing. Atelco has Carnifex, and he has the whole of 5 fears in his hand as he drops them down to his level. They take out Treason, and that's going to be it for the first map, Dianic. Takeo find both boxes, and they go up 1 in the series.
And here's the moment where Takeo swept 5 fears to become the champions of Cycle 1.
Oh my god, they're hiding beneath the stairs. Oh my god, Jerry, this could be brutal.
It's brave. It's very brave. We've seen plays like this before. Narcos is diving in. I don't know. The DMAT, this could be it. If they get a winch on him, that's over.
Oh, there comes the huge winch from the side of Tycho, and it's gonna be successful. Nagos is gonna fall down. Treason is taking so much damage. Carnifex as well, and there we have it. Tycho, they're the champions of the first cycle. EMEA, as they claim the first spot. No more chance to come back. It promise.
Holy moly, what highlights will today's matches bring us on the road to TGM26?
Howdy folks, we're back. It's top 8 and it's EMEA and it's the online series and it's TGM26 and it's lots of things. I think I do this differently every single time now. Dianic, perhaps you can help me. What have we just seen?
We have just seen the redemption of the redemptions. Team Monster Pick, aka Special Forces, qualifying to stage number 3. Last time they used all they had and they couldn't do it. This time they were successful and they've proven why they're ready to stand here. That is what we just saw. And
That's
there's
the past.
also... Oh.
What's the present looking like, Dread?
Well,
I'm gonna do it this way.
Is we've got this upper bracket 2 coming up, which now we saw Fake Cows, which were waiting in this lobby for the rest of these teams to kind of catch up to them. They are finally going to get to play against Skywalkers, Five Fears, and Random Tongues are going to be going up in this next bracket.
And I'll tell you what's in the future. There we go. It's absolutely flawless, seamless trio. Boba Slurpers and, of course, Special Force waiting in that finale for someone to join them. And it's going to be one of these 4 teams. It's going to be 2 of these 4 teams, weirdly. Or 2 of these 5. There's Lights Out as well. It gets a bit confusing. The most important thing to realize is that no one is getting knocked out just yet. I see a lot of you in chat being like, what, are 5 Fears eliminated? No. They're getting plenty of tries to get into this top 4. This represents their 3rd in total. They're 2nd in this stage. Skywalkers have come so close a number of times. Five Fears have not made their way through to a single 3 versus 3 yet. And then the Random Tongues and the Fake Cows have escaped that lower bracket. So one of these teams is going to make it through to that finale at some point in the next half hour. Let's have a look about this cash out game, though, because once again, Skywalker's in the mix. We've seen them be brought through as a potential weak target. This is shaping up to be an interesting lobby dynamic time and time again, Dianic, where perhaps the team that comes out on top in the first 2 waves of cash outs does their best to make sure Skywalkers joins them.
It has worked so far, but I don't know if it's gonna work a 3rd time, because this time, as you already said, Fake Cows are coming back into the mix, and they're a team, they thrive in chaos. It is going to be a quite interesting thing, because 3 teams are gonna battle it out yet again. The real question is, what map were we going to see? That's really gonna change my pick as well for the predictions, so I cannot wait to see the map.
Dread, full name, Mr. Dreaddelicious. Why don't you talk us through these map vetoes here? And I would just like to say this looks like the same again. Everyone's sticking with their established bands, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, these are almost the same bands we've seen come through every time, except for we got a Skyway band this time. So they don't want to go back to that maps, it seems. But we are going to go back to Bernal, which we got to see a little bit earlier. So
funnily, this is really funny because Random Tongues were banning Bernal up until this point, and now they've got sick of Skyway, and of course Bernal is the one that comes right back at them. So sorry, Random Tongues, it's not been your day in terms of bans and things, but maybe it can be your day in terms of cash outs. We haven't seen them win a single cash out yet. They've only played 1. Let's give them some credit. No, they played 2. That's a lie. They played 2 and lost 2. Dianic, what are you thinking? Who's going through to the next 3 versus 3?
I'll be saying 5 Fears, a clean, quick vote. A good map for 5 Fears. They've proven so far they're one of, again, favorite teams when it comes to the top 8. And especially in this group, I think they're going to thrive.
All right. Dread, what are you thinking?
You know, I say this is tough every single time because it always is, especially for these cash out games and how strong all 4 of these teams are. I have been going with 5 Fears normally almost this entire time, but you know, Random Tongues has been going pretty crazy. Roma has been going crazy, but I'm still going to go with 5 Fears.
All right, 2 votes for 5 Fears. They're possibly I'm going to back Skywalkers. I feel as though it's not just that they're being brought through. You know, they're not always needing that help. They are performing well. We've seen them get some good steals. We've seen them get some good plugs. And I think that in this lobby, that is going to help them massively. So they may have a bit of help from some other teams, but they are also architects of their own destiny. Let's give them some credit where it's due. I think they make it through to another 3 versus 3, but there's only one way to find out. As I love to say, Dianic, Dread, we've got ourselves another cash out. Why don't you take us through it?
Cash outs, cash out, cash out. This time, Whoever wins will go to the 3v3, and then we have a third team to the final. I think this is the time for 5Fierce to really step up their game. They have already shown greatness, but again, inconsistency is their biggest enemy. Skywalkers, are they really that good, or are the teams just wanting them to put them through? Again, there's so many questions, so many answers that we were gonna be getting throughout this match. Dread, I'm really excited because, listen, Bernal, it is a really good competitive map.
Yeah, it is, especially from a spectator point of view, because it's so horizontal and so quick. It's so easy to kind of traverse across this map that these fights are going to happen fast and they're going to happen very often. So it's going to be really good for the spectator point of view as well, as we already see a fight breaking off here between 5Fierce and Skywalkers. Carnifex is going to take a lot of damage. He's going to have to back out. And a big long-range whip from Nagos, but unfortunately, the winch not able to pull him over that little wall there to really bring him onto the other side, but he does drop on him with that SA-12, able to find that kill. Dome Shield and Barricade both going down to keep him in the fight. He is going to go ahead and get the assist onto Q as Petrick ends up going down as well. Nagos getting kill participation in all three of them. And the first wipe going in favor of 5Fierce.
Black's going to be here any second as well. That's beautiful. It's going to put them right into the face. The second one is already being transported, I believe, by the random tongues, if I'm not completely wrong. Exactly, there we go. Yeah, it is. And then we got the plug is there as well. Not too much tired out. This is actually really good phasing right now. So we're most likely not going to see many free stabs or like backstabs coming in from a third party. But there's never to say never. Beautiful winch, perfect position, gives them a lot of control again for the side of random tongues. But also, here again, many things they can play around, many buildings, which is going to make their life a bit easier.
Yeah, that is very true. And while they were trying to set up for that, it looks like Fake Cows are trying to come in for this fight. And trying to make their way up on there. It looks like they found that gateway through with a huge RPG, doing a lot of damage to Kireki, but he gets winched out of midair and turning on to Dyrani there. Dyrani's going to end up going down, and now Deadplate reloading that shack is going to try to help his team confirm that kill onto Kireki. And now it's only Roma left alive on the side of Random Tongues. And here comes Fake Cows going over for the swap, and look at Roma just sitting there invisible. Oh, he sees Glitch Cafe there. He is going to take out Glitch Cafe, and he's going to go ahead and try to get out of there because Kodaft is going to try to get that trade on him, but unfortunately, Kodaft not really able to connect onto them. Huge headshots from Roma, but the savior that is Deadplate to save his team there, and Kireki immediately coming in with the defib there.
Well, I have good news for Roma. He's back on the feet. That defib was absolutely beautiful. There's the winch as well. Tries to get in the building. Unfortunately, though, will just stop that right in time. Random Tongues and it's also Fake Cows. They're back into the game. Unfortunately, Fake Cows, they're one man down, so they cannot really quite contest this one as the building falls. Chaos will arrive even further, and this is what Fake Cows are perfectly in. This is the scenario they're good in, and as for right now, they still need to get that kill and also the swap yet again. But Random Tongues are making this so much more difficult to play with, constantly falling back and making it so much more difficult for them. Standing together as a team, they'll find one more. Kodaft is alone in a 1v3, and all of a sudden there will be a wipe as well. As in the meanwhile, 5Fierce secured themselves the first cash out. There's a second team trying to steal it now, but look at the time. So little time left at this point. You could just say it's completely over, but Skywalkers will try it anyway. They won't be rewarded, as already mentioned. There wasn't enough time.
Yeah, that is true. There wasn't enough time. They did get a little bit of kill money there to try to get a little bit of money on the board there. And now they're going to go ahead and get some money from this tap as well, because they did get that team wipe onto Random Tongues. But Random Tongues also with a really well-timed team wipe to be able to get a little bit more money before the wipe ends up going through. And it looks like on the other side of the map, 5Fierce have also got a tap of their own. While these boxes are kind of making their way across, looks like Random Tongues are going to be coming up behind Skywalkers here before they have their gateway set up. Gateway opening up just now. Looks like they see 5Fierce coming. They're going to try to set up a little bit of goo to kind of cover them as they take that gateway. They do get that plug in. They got a little bit of a pad set up. I believe they're going to winch pad that box away, but there's another fight on the other side of the map. Both Dome Shields are coming through. Deadplate's going to go down immediately. Nagos with that SA-12 is going to take out two, but he's going to get taken out himself. Now it's only Carnifex and Treason left alive on the side of 5Fierce. Carnifex did grab that body. He's going to go ahead and get that hand res up and hold on to this box just a little bit longer. Dianic.
A little bit longer. Glitch Cafe is not a last man stand. He's going to try to wipe himself because the bodies are just too far away, and unfortunately also they don't have too many coins left. Trying to swipe and get a quick little reset might be the smart decision here. As we can already see, 5 is preparing themselves, of course, with the cash out, just putting it into a better position. Meanwhile, on the other cash out box, guys, it's being stolen from the Random Tongues. They got themselves a cheeky little wipe on Skywalkers. What a beautiful winch. Look at that. That was dragged away fully. In a great position again, very open, lots of defensive spots that Random Tongues can actually play here. They're playing this actually quite smartly, and again, this is something that they're really good at, especially Roma. Unfortunately, last time he was left in a bit of an impossible scenario. What a winch! Look at that one. Immediately stopped. Q will be removed. Illuminus, the last man now standing from Skywalkers as he tries to stay alive. He gets the defeat. Look at that. Q's back up on his feet. It is a 2v2. Roma, again, the light, he's so absolutely deadly. Will come along, he'll get a kill. There's the RPG as well. And a wipe will be upon Skywalkers. 5 Fizz and Random Tongues. They make it seem rather easy against the other two opponents because, yet again, they started the first two. They got the first two. They're on the second one. And they're going to finish the second ones as well.
Yeah, and look at how these cash boxes are just now finishing. Look at how far ahead Random Tongues and 5 Fears are. But they're pretty close together. So they're going to have to really try to fight over these next 2 vaults because they do not want this to get doubled because either one of these teams are going to have a lot to fight for if this ends up getting doubled and kind of going in favor of the other 2 teams that are a bit lower in cash. So I think Random Tongues and 5 Fears are going to be kind of splitting up here, trying to make sure both of these vaults get split. On the opposite side of that, Fake Cows and Skywalkers are going to be probably trying to do everything in their power to try to get these boxes doubled because both of those teams need that double, Dianic.
They do need that double, but look at it. Of course, there's 2 teams who don't want this box to be plugged at all if needed. Beautiful 2 gateways, but from the looks of it, it's going to be 5 Fizz. They just want to make sure they're on the tip of the top here. They plug it, and they put themselves in a basically impossible task to really fall down anymore. At least they secured themselves a second place, but from the looks of it, Random Tongues, they want to do the exact same. They want to make sure they have it under their control. They're running it towards speed here again. The more money there is, even if there is a steal, they secure themselves basically from a drop down. It is not enough for a singularity team from the side of Skywalkers nor Fake Cows. If they steal one, they're still not in. So one of the teams need to steal both in order to get through.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, both Random Tongues and 5 Fears kind of doing exactly what we expected there, making sure that those boxes get split. Puts Skywalkers and Fake Cows in a really tough position here. And, you know, especially if they end up going towards the same box, because now not only do they have to fight through each other, but they also have to fight through the team that is holding onto the box if they even really decide to defend it, because they don't really need to, but it looks like 5 Fears are going to do just that anyways as they take out Skywalkers. And now Fake Cows are the last ones left alive for these teams that are a little bit low on cash. And looks like they're going to go ahead and take that one as 5 Fears are repositioning. They're going to go ahead and let that one go through. Now Fake Cows, they have a lot of uphill battling to do to try to break it into second place here. They either need to chase down 5 Fears, try to get that wipe on them, or try to get more kills and make their way over to the next box. But these boxes are not very staggered. It's going to be really tough to get both of them, Dianic.
Absolutely, and even a wipe from the side of 5 Fizz is not even going to be enough. There needs to be so much happening, but Fake House, again, they're just going a bit smoothly here. They got themselves a kill on the Random Tongues, who is now trying to contest and be a bit cheeky on the other cash out. There is a gateway. They're really going to try to go for this double. If there is a team who can pull it off, it is definitely the Fake House. Again, chaos is what they thrive in, and who knows, some of the teams might try to manipulate this one. The cash out is still going, nobody really contesting theirs. There might just be a clean 18k for them, but they're gonna have to deep dive onto B if they want to get this one through. Kodef will find one more. Random Tongues now left with a player down below, same as Skywalkers. Listen, Dread, I see an opportunity here. I don't know if you do, but there might be a chance for them to pull this one off. There's a steal attempt, but unfortunately the HP really going down below. The second steal as well, trying to go through, but the goo, the gas, the damage won't be enough, and it will be the end of the game. Random Tongues on top, 5 Fears is a second, and Fake Cows, big dreams, but unfortunately there at the end, they couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. And Five Fears trying to put a lot of pressure onto Random Tongues at the end there to hopefully try to help Fake Cows kind of get towards that point to hopefully knock Random Tongues out. But Random Tongues, their defense was just too strong, and we're able to fight through Five Fears and everybody else to hold on to that top spot. And Random Tongues, Five Fears, they're going to be working their way out of this one, Jerry.
Absolutely. It really was just a matter of two big hitters keeping control of the entire game. And at the end, you were right. Fake Cows, they had a small chance, and Five Fears kind of did their best to help them with that until they didn't and decided to kill Fake Cows at the very end. I'm not sure what that was about. Either way, maybe just padding the stats. They knew that they were through. We've got Random Tongues and Five Fears, two teams that haven't made it through to a qualification game as of yet in this cycle, ready to battle it out. And you look at this lobby, it feels expected, right? This is a pair of incredible sides. Five Fears favorites coming into this. Nagos going 10-3, by the way, on heavy. That's a stellar performance from him. We have a similar performance from Roma as he's been putting up numbers all day. 8-2 for the side of Random Tongues, Dianic.
Here again, absolutely to be expected. These two teams coming out as the clear favorites. Fake Cows, as you said, a small chance. It nearly worked if we're being honest. But also Random Tongues, they did manipulate a little bit the game there at the end. We saw them move to the other cash out and just play with it a little bit. Always trying to keep the objective on their mind. And that is something that you're going to have to expect from the Random Tongues. It's so difficult to do something on the objective because Roma, he has his eyes on the prize and objective all the time.
He does, and my left field prediction of Skywalkers doesn't quite pay off this time around. In fact, they come dead last, weren't able to get a foot in the door during that game on Bernal. Here we, though, have one more best of one, a 3 versus 3, as said, between Random Tongues and Five Fears to book a spot alongside Boba Slurpers and the Special Force in that finale. So, a big deal for them. That's where the money is as well. Just as a quick reminder, there is a massive $4,000 prize pool for this event itself. Not even in the grand scheme of the Grand Major and everything. Just today, there is money on the line. So you win one of these, you get in that pot. Big deal for a lot of these teams. But of course, the bigger prize long-term are those series points to try and book yourself a spot at the Grand Major. These are two teams that we expect to see there, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you make a good point. There is a lot on the line for these teams coming in today, but there's also more cycles going on throughout the year leading up to the Grand Major, which is awesome. I think it's great that all these players get a lot more comp time in throughout the year. I think it's just absolutely great for the game. Whoever thought up this entire thing has been absolutely cooking. Might have one of the biggest brains around. Maybe multiple people with the giant brains. I don't know, but we're absolutely loving it over here, Jerry.
We truly are. It's a great format. It's really nice. I love the fact that it's cash out into final round. Anyone can jump into the game and play exactly what they're seeing right here. So, this matchup, probably one of the biggest matchups we could have predicted coming into today, coming into this cycle. With the notable absence of Elix, who is no longer on that team. Random Tongues now with Koreki in his place. It feels as though Five Fears are still going to be favourites every single game they go into. So I'll make my bet early. I think they take this 3 versus 3, especially with Treasonal on their side. On Bernal, like that LH1 Invis combo is going to do disgusting work as long as he is locked in, Dianic.
Oh, I'm going to have to disagree here a little bit. I think Random Tongues are going to be the one who's going to qualify for stage number 3. Listen, Five Fears is great, but unfortunately them controlling the cash outs have already turned up multiple times to be very inconsistent. Perfect place. Last cash out they were last. This cash out they were second. It is a very up and down motion, and I think, who knows, maybe in this 3-3 will be a down, but I think Random Tongues will have the victory.
Well, Dredge, you've got the deciding vote.
Yeah, I mean, you guys all make very good points. This one is really a tough one, and, you know, Dianic especially makes really good points, especially with those stats coming through and those cash out conversions. Five Fears haven't really been looking great in that wheelhouse, but they do really good in the 3v3, so I think they're going to take this one, and I'm going to give it to Five Fears, I think.
All right, there we have it. 5 Fears, the favorites going into it for a spot in the finale. Dread and Dianic, take us away.
Yeah, here we go for the third spot in the finale, the top 4 here. We've got 5 Fears versus Random Tongues, and we have been talking so much about these two teams, Dianic, that they are such heavy hitters coming into this, and Random Tongues too. You know, I got to give it to them. Haven't made it through the cash outs a lot really into the 3v3s, but the 3v3s that they have played, Dianic, they've been looking really good in.
They've been looking absolutely fantastic. Random Tongues, again, a great 3v3 team, but here again, Roma, just such a difficult player to play against. He needs to be really focused here a little bit by the opponent team. 5 Fears gonna have to have their eyes on the side of Roma. Look at him. He's already spotting as the invis, waiting for somebody to peek around a little bit. Both the teams are playing very reserved, very slow. They know what is at stakes, so they don't want to make any slip-ups.
Yeah, Dyrani on Winch BFR, too. It's been a long time since I've seen that. We're going to see how that ends up playing out. I'm not sure. I don't think we've been able to see what Nagos is running quite yet, but I'm expecting him either to stick on that SA-12 or to kind of swap over to the Shack again, as he's been doing for the 3v3s. But huge damage. Treason trying to get some damage onto Koreki there, brings him down to just about 1 bar of HP, but some shots ring back towards Treason himself, so he's going to have to back off before he's able to confirm that kill. And Roma taking a little bit of damage of himself as he heals up Koreki. And both teams now just kind of backing off a little bit as the standoff continues, with the box still pretty much in control of Random Tongues here, but they don't really want to move it too much until they at least get a pick, because they don't want 5 Fears kind of getting the jump on him. But they did get that reverse gateway set up, as they've been kind of keeping an eye on where 5 Fears is hanging out. 5 Fears also doing a really good job at controlling that middle side of the map to try to force them over towards A here, not wanting them to take over that Cathedral side, which is notoriously hard to fight into. But Random Tongues finally getting this plug now, Dianic.
Got themselves a plug, but here again, 5 Fears is not wiped, so this first team who wipes gonna have a huge advantage. You see Random Tongues, especially Roman, are sitting on top of that billboard, get a little bit of information, but also those sonar grenades are gonna give so much info. Very so gameplay as for right now. We can see here again, both teams very tense, want to play this passive, want to make sure the other opponent team makes the first slip up, but unfortunately 5 Fears, they can't really rely on that ult too much because they are the attacking team. They need to be the team who make the first initiation, and there we go. Beautiful RPG, gonna do quite a lot of damage. Nearly finding a play out as well. Nagos was a chip away from death, luckily from the side of 5 Fears. They had a little bit of a backup plan. Roma's going to be the first one's going to be beautifully winched down below, executed, and also eliminated. Oh wait, a 2v3 has been established again. No defense coins, takes 20 seconds to coin in. So from the side of Random Tongues, a bit of a difficult position to be in right now.
Yeah, definitely difficult position to be in. And that RPG landing on that barricade, not getting a lot of damage, but the winch does connect. Nagos rocking that SA-12, able to take out Koreki there. Now it's only Durrani left alive, and they are chasing him down. He is not able to make it out of there, and that is 5 Fears swapping this money over to their control.
A little bit of time left. Again, they took their time, especially that first kill on Roma was absolutely beautiful. That was kind of play deciding. A great winch coming out from the side of Nagos. Not only did that isolate Roma from his entirety of the team, but Random Tongues couldn't even really execute on that winch. They were a bit too far away, but they're ready to be spawned back into the game. Unfortunately, a bit too far away, so the first cash out is going to go to the side of 5 Fears. They have a great head start here, but they gotta be careful because there still might be a few more upon them. I don't think Random Tongues are gonna really let that one rest. I think that just fires them up a little bit more.
Yeah, it might do just that. And, you know, Random Tongues, with the way their loadouts are set up, especially with Durrani rocking that BFR, these rooftop kind of neutral ground fights are much more in favor of Random Tongues. 5 Fears with Nagos on that SA-12 are going to have to force close range fights a lot more often, which they've been doing pretty good at, using that gateway to kind of close that gap. But we'll see how it keeps end up playing out here. Treason is really the only one that's kind of able to battle against Random Tongues in that neutral ground with that LH1. and rocking that invis. Roma opting to switch over to LH1 in this one as well, too, which kind of means that Random Tongues are all on long-range loadouts here. And we do have this gateway set up. Fox is going to end up going through that right about now, through that gateway, and Five Fears are still just kind of holding them there. But they know that Treason is on that flank there. 2 shots landing from Dyrani, but unfortunately, neither one was a headshot, so leaving him just about 1 HP there. And he makes it out of there with that escape gateway, and they have stolen the box away from him, Diana.
It's a plug, but they're gonna have to be careful that there couldn't be really a setup time. Beautiful winch coming up, but no, he can't really use this winch if there is an execution coming in from the side of Five Fears. They're gonna have to play a little bit back here. Maybe even let the steal happen just because of the winch fact that it makes a huge difference. There we go. The steal has been successful. They tried to sneak up, but it's not gonna be as into their favor as they hoped. It's gonna be dropped as well. Look at it, down from the roof. Back under possession and control yet again from Random Tongues. Five Fears, they're big split up. Never mind. Carnifex's going to be taken out. And then meanwhile, Kareki's going to take quite a lot of damage. We can see the hunt happening right now. They really want to make sure that Five Fears have no chance of really setting up back again. But unfortunately, they've just slipped through. And Random Tongues, they really are not allowed to lose the prize here. Or the eye on the prize. You got to make sure that the objective is their priority #1.
Yeah, and Five Fears, their movement is just so good. I mean, immediately taking that high ground away from him, and Durrani using his RPG to try to get that chase and not end up paying out, which is a really high-risk, high-reward play. You end up using that RPG, and you might not have it for the beginning of this fight, but Nagos is going to throw out that winch. It's not going to connect, but they do have a reverse gateway up to that high ground again. Treason is going to set up his own reverse gateway and hop on that steal to see how much is going to go. Carnifex with the help, trying to do as much damage as he can as they go through there. They're going to end up using that escape gateway to get out, and nobody end up dying in this one. And Random Tongues are still going to be holding on to it just a little bit longer. But as I say that, Roma finds a pick onto Treason, which is really going to open up this fight. But Five Fears are going to turn it on him. Nagos and Carnifex each getting one of their own. Roma has been back in, though, and he is the last one alive. Is he going to be able to stall this out? He has a little bit of an angle on this, but I don't know if he's going to be able to clutch it up just in time. He dives on him, but it's too late. Random Tongues, they got it at the last second.
Last very second, and here again, this is something really difficult to pull off if your opponent is Roma. You just saw the split-second decision there, and this is what I really want to highlight about this player. He was the last man standing, he had the gun, he's done previously damage, so he knew the player must be very low HP, the one who's going for the steal, and he didn't focus the kill on top. He dived in, he went in, full sent it, and got the kill, and eventually it turned into a cash out to the advantage. It means we go all the way to a third box, and this is really gonna make now the difference. And here again, Five Fears, they're gonna have to be expecting this. They need to expect Roma to constantly be doing this. So far, he's clutched up 3 cash outs by being the last man alive, and that is just something to really stand out of a play.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And look at Treason up here on the very, very top of this cathedral with that LH1. Just getting some nice pot shots in across the map there. Getting a little bit of jiggle peeking going on. Some of them connecting there, which is going to kind of, well, it might slow them down a little bit, but it also just kind of keeps them on their toes as they're trying to decide where they go, as the rest of Five Fears, that being Carnifex and Nagos, can kind of decide where they're going to really hop onto. Because remember, Nagos has that SA-12. He has to be able to get in there and close the distance. And while Treason is getting those off angles there, really the only way that Nagos can get in there is he's got to be thrown in there like a Pokemon by Carnifex pretty much through that gateway. So we're going to see how they're going to end up doing this, as now Random Tongues has this box, knowing that Five Fears is kind of surrounding them, just kind of keeping this on this high ground, Diana.
The invis and a long distance guns that Random Tongues has. Trying to play this one slow, evaluate where Five Fears are. They're currently just holding strong on cash out D, building a bit of a fortress, trying to make sure that Random Tongues cannot plug. You at least have to give away a body if they want to plug. There's enough time for them to really play this out. Unfortunately, cash out B is right behind Five Fears as well, so Random Tongues, they need to come up with a solution, because they cannot run around, because it's in the exact same direction as the one right in front of them.
Yeah, that is very true. And Treason here, sitting up here on Invis, Again, trying to get some crazy shots, but look at Roma there. Invis as well. Kind of behind that box a little bit. Treason knows he's kind of in that general area, and it's just kind of coming down to whoever can sit there the longest. Looks like Roma finally moved. Treason does give a shot up on him there, but Roma's going to go ahead and just kind of safely reposition. Really well thrown sonar nade by Treason there, though, able to find out almost all three of them. I think it only pinged 2 there, but kind of knows the general area that they're sitting now. He's going to feed that information to his team, and I think Carnifex and Nagos, they don't want to overcommit here. They're going to wait until Treason can get a little bit of damage, or he's going to calm that they start moving, which, look at that. He's going to go through. Treason saw that. He kind of aimed down a little bit. But here comes Nagos and Carnifex. That's what they were waiting for. Big winch ends up coming through. Dyrani, though, trying to get some BFR shots as he can, but Carnifex coming in to help Nagos. Nagos finding the kill onto Dyrani. Here comes Kareki with the Revo, though, able to take out Carnifex. Treason going to get the trade, though, but here comes a trade with Roma again, too, leaving it down to a 1v1 Roma versus Treason. Treason's going to res right in front of his face. He wasn't able to find him. And now Nagos is back up, left alive. That box is here, right in here, and it's finally going to get plugged, leaving 5 Fears in a really good spot. Roma, though, with a really good heads-up play, is going to grab a body and back out. They're going to have to wait for Kareki to coin in.
Oh, unfortunately going to find himself in a next team fight. They need this first kill in order to bring it back down to a 2v2. They're quite splitty away from each other. The coin has happened in the meanwhile, but there is a kill going through. 5 is currently standing still stronger than Random Tongues. Yet again, Kareki and Roma very split from each other. They're slowly closing the distance, but Roma has been spotted in the meanwhile. They really got to be careful to not lose the timer on the cash. And look at Roma, he's just going towards the cash up, maybe trying to drag them back towards the cash out. There is go. A bit of a gateway has been established. They know exactly what's going on right now. Kareki also rotating around and setting up towards and closer as before. Denair is also now back into the game. And this is going to set them up for a great execute, Dread. This is going to be quite spicy because this is their only attempt. If the wipe happens in a longer time, they're not going to have a second chance.
Yeah, they won't. This is going to be it. The last fight of the match here. Dyrani is going to end up going down, but they do get the trade onto Treason there. Turning us into a 2v2, but Kareki is on the medium. He's got the defib off onto Dyrani and gets the kill onto Nagos as well. Now Dyrani is going to stick this as Carnifex is the last one left alive. And we might have spoke a little bit too soon. We might have one more fight go through as not a full wipe has happened. And a reset is coming through for 5 Fears just a little bit. But they're not going to be able to get to Nagos spotty. So it's really only going to be a 2v3 here. Carnifex and Treason. They're going to try to clutch this out as best they can. But Treason walks right into a winch from Dyrani there. He's going to hit a little bit of an emote there as he is really proud of that winch because Roma found the kill on the Carnifex. And that is the last wipe of this match. Random Tongues taking out 5 Fears to secure another spot in the top 4.
They're going to send 5 Fears right back into the rotation. Random Tongues now into stage number 3. What a chaotic last fight. Yes, of course, it was a bit of a reset, but let's be honest, a 2v3 should never be possible, especially when you have the upper hand. And when you have a team like Roma, a player who will always focus the objective over kills, it is going to be an impossible task to really bring back. An absolute wonderful of a play, that initiate execution to switch around, to manipulate the spawn and bring everybody to the cash out and not fight on the other side. Good key play. They made the call. They were successful. Jerry, again, a showcase why Random Tongues should not be underestimated.
And that's 5 Fears Folly. Possibly the most exciting and tactical 3 versus 3 we've seen today. It went the distance. And holy Roma. I mean, he is the man today. He is him. He's turned up and said, I am going to clutch every clutch you throw at me. And the damage he's putting out, whether it's with the V9S, whether it's with the LH1, it's making the difference. Look at that combat score. 4K, over 4K, which is more than Carnifex managed to get with his 7 kills, bizarrely. So a bit of a strange lopsided lobby finishing there, but it was the fact that they managed to convert so many of those kills, so much of that damage, into meaningful team wipes for Random Tongues. It was a very slow start from both teams, in fact. There was only really one fight over that first cash out, but from then, Random Tongues were on top. And yeah, I have to credit Roma because it felt like everything was hanging around him. Even when things weren't going entirely to plan between Kiriki and Dyrani, he was the one picking up the slack. So They absolutely deserve a spot in that top 4, and 5 Fears will get now one more chance to try to join them. As we take a look at the bracket and see how that's played out, you can see Random Tongues in that gold slot right up the top alongside Boba Slurpers and Special Force will be joined by one more team. From this point on, it is ruthless. Every single game we see is an elimination effectively. So, Dianic, I mean, there's so much to talk about. Have you any final thoughts about that brilliant 3 versus 3 between Random Tongues and 5 Fears?
The one thing I can genuinely just say, the one time 5 Fears were able to get the cash out was when they got the first kill onto Roma. Every other time, Roma survived. There was something going on. The one time they got the wipe, they got the steal, was because Roma was winched down, executed, and also just split by the team. And that just shows he is really the glue of that team. He makes things happen and always focuses the cash out. 5 Fears, they need to pick up because this is their last chance. Same as all the other teams, no more chances after this one.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Dread. I feel like you have something to say about that game as well. There was just so much to dissect, wasn't it?
There really is. And I just kind of want to point out, too, I mean, we've been talking so much about Roma, rightfully so. He's been going crazy. But I really want to give a shout out to Kareki and Durrani, too. I mean, they're playing heavy, medium, light. As a medium and heavy duo, they're playing really well, really close together. A lot of those fights could go the other way, but Kareki was there with really fast defibs. As soon as Durrani would end up going down, Kareki is immediately defibbing him up and getting him back in the fight, which really helped them win some of those fights that could have ended up going the other way if he didn't get such quick defibs. So, I mean, shout out to Kareki and Durrani as well.
Yep, they've proven the perfect base, the perfect platform for Roma to shine, but we won't see Random Tongues for another half hour or so. They're waiting in the finale, but we'll see you in only a few minutes as we have our upper bracket 3 ready and waiting. Don't go too far.
The competition is heating up in the finals, and our viewers must be enjoying the show.
That's right, June, but it's time to present another exclusive interview with 5 Fears, brought to you by Caroline.
I think the best would be to just start with a few simple questions. So maybe both of you want to tell me a little bit about who you are and your team.
Yeah, I'll start. I'm Carnifex. I'm the light of 5 Fears. I have a competitive background in Overwatch, Valorant, and Fortnite. And yeah, I've been playing the final since day one.
So I'm Ghost. I've been playing the game since open beta as well. Been playing heavy for 5 years since like the start of 26. And I mostly played CS my entire life. And yeah, I made the switch when the finals came out.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. And also good. I'm saying Nagos. Is that correct if I pronounce it that way?
Yeah, if you say NA Ghost, I'm gonna.
I will admit something to you right now. The first time I read your name, I may have read it a little wrong, and I thought it said Nachos.
That's a good one. That's a good nickname. Nachos.
And now I'm like, I need to say Nagos and not Nachos. So,
yeah.
How did you two get into the finals?
I got introduced by a friend of mine. Before finals, I was playing Overwatch. I was kind of waiting for a new game to come out because I wanted to compete on another game. And yeah, when finals came out, I tried it day one. I unfortunately didn't play during the close and open beta. But yes, I started since day one, and I've been completely hooked since then. And yeah.
I think I saw the open beta randomly on Steam. I just downloaded the game, and I remember spamming the beta. And when the beta was like closed, I was so sad waiting for the game. And then the game came out, and I just like go upon it directly.
And then you just logged in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite parts of the finals? Like, what makes it stand out to you? Because I mean, you're both pro players, so you obviously play the game a lot on a very high level.
To me, mainly it's the shooting and the movement, I would say. It's also cash out, like the game mode that everybody hates and love, all the pro players hate and love. But yeah, it's the way it's designed. It's like something completely new that I never experienced before, and yeah, I don't know, I love it.
I would say aiming for me, and like the way the game is played is never the same. Basically, like there's so much happening, so much like random factor. This is I think I like the most probably. In the destruction.
That's amazing. I like that too about the game. It is very
Mm.
chaotic, and you know, sometimes that's to my advantage, and sometimes I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, sometimes it's just
Yeah,
like
it's also
guessing.
for the pro players the same. Sometimes you don't know what's happening. You're just shooting.
Things are just happening.
Yes.
Carnifex, could you tell me more about who Five Fears are? For like, if you're thinking that you're explaining this for like a first-time viewer.
I mean, 5 Fears is the best team in Europe. Like, what kind of question is that? No,
There
I'm joking.
we
I'm joking. I mean, 5 Fears is the new roster of Alliance, basically. Like, we were playing for Alliance in 2025 at TGM with Treason and Palma. And we had a roster change after TGM25. We swapped out Palma for Nagos. And we signed with 5 Fears. And 5 Years is a North American org. So North American organization that was at the major event 2025 with another roster, and they just picked us up.
Nagos, you joined the core roster of a already made team with Carnifex and Treason already playing together. How has it been learning to fit into the team?
Actually, it was really hard because I needed to switch the class because I only played medium and I learned heavy basically from the start of the year, and also new teammates. So yeah, it was a hard time at the beginning, but I think I made it. I still can improve probably, but I think I made it right now.
Do you think that the swap from one class to another was the most difficult one?
I mean, in a casual level, probably not, but like in comp, people like most likely one trick a class, so they basically play the same class over and over. So yeah, I was a little bit behind at first.
Dagarst, so Treason isn't here right now.
Mhm.
He's kind of known for leaving calls after winning tournaments.
We won the whole tournament.
Easy, bro.
Do I have to play anymore?
No, you're done.
Alright, see you later.
It's no way he did that. It's no way he did that.
But chat always spams this chant. Goat for a reason, we have Treason. So what's your favorite thing about playing with Treason?
Treason, I think you can't expect anything. Like he's always like random factor. It's like I don't know. He's funny. He's enjoyable to play with, and he's also like one of the best players in my opinion. In you,
Carnifex, you're considered one of the best teams in the region. First on the leaderboard right now is Takeover, the team you lost to in the finale of Cycle 1. Does this give you guys freedom heading into the top 8 for Cycle 2, or does this carry more weight on your team to perform now?
I feel like it kind of gives us more pressure on us, because if we manage to do good now, we're gonna have like a very good lead to go into like the Cycle 3 and 4, which is gonna translate to like maybe getting first place and getting the golden ticket to the major. So yeah, I think we really gotta lock in this weekend and do well, because if you actually are gonna like do well and get a lot of points, we're gonna be ahead by like quite a lot. I feel like.
It seems like all eyes will be on 5 Fears this cycle, Scotty.
The pressure is on, June. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge.
Hello, and welcome back to the Grand Major 26 Road to Glory. That is the online qualifiers series. I'm Jerry the Music Man. This is Dread and Daniac. This is Dread and Dianic. I'll get that right. Yeah. I know, I've known you for how many years now? Maybe 4.
Too many years. Too many years, Jerry.
And yeah, that's the first time I've ever called you Daniac. Yeah.
This might be my ADHD kicking in just a little bit, but I really like the tongue twister you brought in earlier, talking about dynamic Dianic. That was a fun one.
I didn't even notice I said that, but I guess I'm just a poet without even knowing it. So, let's go back to where we are. Let's go back to what's going on today. We are deep in the top 8 for Cycle 2, and we already have 3 teams that have booked their spot in the finale. We can see now that there are 4 left vying for a spot to join them. As I mentioned before the break, every single game from this point on is effectively an elimination match. This cash out will see 2 teams go home with only a 6th/7th place finish to their name. And then, of course, after that, we'll have a 5th place team essentially eliminated from the 3 versus 3. And then when we get to the finale, there's a cash out which eliminates another 2 teams. And then at the end, it's a best of 3, which eliminates 1. So yeah, it's all elimination from this point on. Could not be higher stakes. Right now, Five Fears, Fake Cows, Skywalkers, and Lights Out, the team that have been waiting for so very long to join us here in the upper bracket, are finally back with a vengeance. And look, this has been a long journey for Skywalkers. They've won so many cash out games. They've lost so many 3 versus 3s. Dianic, I'm going to ask you, do you think they have the force?
To all the Skywalkers fans out there, please close your ears right now. We'll take off your headset. I don't think so. Unfortunately, they haven't shown me what it takes. They've had great moments, but unfortunately, they're quite inconsistent when it comes to actually closing out what it takes. Jerry, I know you like Skywalkers. That's why you turned away and you didn't want to listen to what I have to say, but I'm sorry. I really think it's the inconsistency that really gets them quite a lot, and if they're targeted, if there's another team that's just slightly better than inconsistency, it just makes it so much more difficult for them to actually pull off what they want to pull off.
They've tried it a number of times. Last game, it felt like they were found out by those really strong teams that could just dominate all the way through a cash-out game. But that was on Bernal. Maybe things will be slightly different here, Dread, as we go through our map veto. Lights Out banning Fortune Stadium, other stadium. And then there are a lot of stadiums, actually, Vegas, whatever. We haven't seen Vegas at all yet, interestingly. Not in the bans, not in the picks. Oh, and it's not going to come up either here. So Nozomi Citadel banned out by Skywalkers, Monaco gone from Fake Cows, and Skyway Stadium, the other stadium, banned by Five Fears. We get another Bernal cash out and 3 versus 3 Dread. I mean, Five Fears are going to be loving this. They've just proven themselves on it, falling just short. Are there any other teams you think will like Bernal specifically?
I'm thinking that the randomizer might have a little bit of weight on Bernal, it seems like, because Fangway was open here and we're not seeing that either. But yeah, you know, we'll see, because like you said, Five Fears is looking extremely strong on Bernal, and they've kind of always historically looked strong on Bernal. So it's going to be a tough one. And with that, I'm going to kind of lead into my prediction right off the bat, and it's going to be Five Fears again, because, you know, if they don't make it, that's going to be a huge upset, being arguably one of the most favored teams coming into this top 8.
Yeah, it's a big deal. You know, they came in, they're the top seeded team that are here. Only Takeo beat them last time round right at the death. So they would have seen this as an opportunity to gain a load of points, and this is their last chance to get in amongst the cash, in amongst the big points. Dianic, how are you feeling? Are you backing Five Fears as well, or is there another ace in the sleeve for this cash out game?
I'm going to be back in Five Fears again. They made it to the last 3-3. They're going to make it this time as well. There's no way that they're going to be kicked out unless there's going to be 3 teams uniting to make it pure hell for Five Fears. But at this point, who knows what may happen with 3 teams that thrive on chaos and 1 team who wants consistency. So it's a big question mark. But Five Fears, they need to prevail.
I'm going to say I don't think Five Fears make it through, because I think every other team is going to find their way to making sure they don't. And I'm going to back Fake Cows in this one. So, with that said, I'm not just being contrary. We have our game ready. Dread, Dianic, take us through the first elimination cash out of the day.
Wow, that one, you know it's going to be tough getting the predictions when it's hard to even predict Jerry's prediction. But we'll see what happens.
Crazy.
That is crazy. But here we go, getting into this one, Dianic. I mean, Lights Out, Skywalkers, Five Fears, Fake Cows coming into Bernal again. Let's see what's going to go down.
Last time I already said, Jay kind of tipped onto it. 5-Face, they played quite well on Bernal, so I am expecting the exact same, but of course Jay had to throw us a little bit of a curveball there with his prediction. I don't really see a big fear here for 5-Face. I'm really not gonna lie about that. I think they're quite a good, consistent team. They are definitely the favorites into this one. It would be a shocking reality if they don't make it through. On the other hand, if you talk about maybe the second team who might make it through, I really do see Fake House or Lights Out here on top. I'm really sorry, but Skywalkers just haven't proven to me that they have what it takes.
Yeah, we'll see here as these teams are really trying to get this plug as fast as possible. Lights Out, trying to make their way across, getting chased down by Skywalkers here. Petrick did end up going down already, and it looks like there's just a little bit of Fake Cows coming in off the corner here as well, too. Skywalker is going to turn on to Fake Cows and get that team wiped. They're going to have to go back and get Petrick's body here. Looks like they did just that. And now, is every team in the lobby here? I think every team in the lobby might be here, Dianic.
I mean, Fake House, they were trying to chase them, but unfortunately they were fighting Skywalkers on the other box. 5-Face not trying to go in for a steal. But we saw a little bit of a switcheroo happening. It's Lights Out, they took the longer path to the closer cash out, which was towards vault number B. Anyway, as we can see, a little bit of a cheeky killer has happened in the meanwhile. Defib as well. Lights Out now back up with the full force, but 5-Face are right there. There'll be one more fall and a second one as well. Lights Out, my god. They're trying to make it difficult, but look in the meanwhile, there has been a plug and a swap of a cash out. A wipe on top of it as well. Even though 5-Face had the control, the cash out will be swapped any second, but there is a second team. Fake Cows might help you unintentionally 5-Face to keep the cash out under their control until they spawn back in, since if they've changed their attention towards A, are not contesting the other one. And there we go, the swap is happening, but for the Fake Cows.
Yeah, the Fake Cows going to go ahead and stick that. They are going to get that one there, and there's a massive stagger between these two boxes here as Skywalkers have been able to plug that other one across the map there. But now Fake Cows, they got that steal. They're going to have to hold on to it. Lights Out still trying to play reset here as they did not fully wipe coming into this. Also worthy to note that Perzone is on mesh this go around here, being the only one in the lobby on mesh, and everybody else on double light heavy, as well as Rubinski on that medium heal beam. So they're probably going to be playing a little bit slower with the Rubinski kind of playing behind Perzone, keeping him healthy there. And now 5-Fears trying to battle out Skywalkers here for this point, as Fake Cows were able to hold on to that one. And look at how massive this stagger is. We're just now passing the halfway point on this box, while the other one just ended, Diana.
Oh, but that, opens up a lot of opportunities for a third party. Look at Lights Out. They're now also contesting the church while 5-Face is fighting against Skywalkers. The real question is Fake House Mood try to cause even more chaos, maybe chip in a little bit into this, but there is a steal happening now for the side of Nagos. He wants to bring this under control of 5-Face. There's the drop down. There's the kill as well. A good start for the side of 5-Face into this matchup. Unfortunately, the top bit. Oh no! Luckily, the replay has been stopped. There we go. The swap will be happening any second, as we can see, finally under our control. In the meanwhile, the second box has been plugged, by the way. Look at Lights Out. They're so much ahead of pace. Luckily, 5-Face, they get themselves the first cash out box onto the first phase.
Yeah, that's going to be a really important plug from Lights Out, but Perzone getting a huge double kill with that KS. He has to be able to stay alive here, but he's not going to, because Kodaft is going to get the kill on him there, being the last member alive on Fake Cows. And they're going to go ahead and get this full reset up and get that steal before another team goes to push them. And on the other side of the map, 5-Fears and Skywalkers are going to be trying to battle for this vault. It looks like actually only 5-Fears is here, trying to get this pacing as fast as they can to get that plug. But 5-Fears, or excuse me, Skywalkers went in to fight Fake Cows, and they already got wiped immediately.
Look at it. Fake Cows gonna get themselves a cheeky little vault. There we go. Took them a little bit. The plug has happened on the other side. Look how much staggering there is. This is an absolute crazy spot to be in for the side of 5-Face. They're gonna have so many teams trying to really contest that one. But Lights Out, it was spawned in for the Fake Cows. They have a good chance, still along of a timer, but they're looking for these players. Little does he know, there's one right in front of him. He didn't know. He got He got himself absolutely eliminated right there. Fake House, they hold on strong, but there is a defib coming along. Lights Out, they're back up with full force. Glitch Cafe is the only one who's been removed. But look at this, they don't really have the setup right here to deny the steal. And Person is doing the exactly right play right here. He's going for the steal. There is a gateway right upon him. There is the winch as well. But the kill is going to go into the favor of the side of Lights Out. One more player from Fake House gone, but they still keep on this cash out. They're not giving it away. They're chasing, they're killing. They got the wipe nearly. Glitch Cafe is the last man standing, and there is Skywalkers trying to be the heroes, but they're only gonna help Fake House in this moment. There's so little time left, and 5 Fears on the other side. They're not being contested. The timer is out, cannot be swapped anymore, and 5 Fears again, they're being completely left alone, and this is great for them, but even better for Fake House. They were saved by the Skywalkers.
Yeah, that was an interesting play by the Skywalkers there. I mean, might have been a little bit of a macro misplay. They had to have known there wasn't enough time on that point with that many members of the defending team being alive. But, I mean, Fake House can't be happier. It worked out really well for them, and now they're going to go ahead and be getting the next point set up and ready to go. 5 Fears boxer is just coming up towards the ending now, and 5 Fears coming in this last box. They're going to also want to go for a split here, as they're going to get a pretty extensive lead as this one is getting ready to finish. They're going to go ahead and pop a gas barrel on that just to guarantee. And it looks like Lights Out was kind of looking ahead to see if they can scout it out a little bit and maybe go for a last second steal, but it looks like they've decided they can't, especially with that gas barrel being blown up on that. So now Fake Cows, 5 Fears, really, really good positions here in the first and second place. 5 Fears, they're going to want to fight over this last box here and try to make sure it gets split. They really, really do not want this to get doubled, especially with Fake Cows being so far ahead in the lead.
There's this opening of the vault immediately happening. There was a little bit of a switcheroo on the other cash out box. We can see Skywalkers have stolen the possession. Our Lights Out are just opening this one. There's enough time, if we look at it, right? A minute 35 still for this one to be transported, to be plugged, and the cash out B is very close. Great gateway right here. Of course, a bit in danger. There we go. The plug has been gone through, and it's going to be plugged any seconds by the side of Lights Out. Here again, same issue, right? They plug a lot of the boxes. Unfortunately, they can't quite convert a lot of the boxes into a winning position, but Fake Cows, they're really standing on the top in a great spot. They got to make sure they don't find themselves in a wiped position, but 5 Fears, they're not safe. They need a cash out.
Yeah, and you know, just it's good to point out too that Fake Cows kind of just let Skywalkers take that box too, because they're in such a good spot. They don't really care that they're going to take that money, and now they can go and kind of dictate what's happening at the other box as well. But it's kind of surprising to me that no one else is going for A here. I mean, it's so staggered. We've got Deadplate still kind of hanging around here, and Q just kind of holding this high ground, defending it. I'm really surprised that 5 Fears didn't want to fight for this box, but they're going to go try to fight for Lights Out anyways. But the thing is, if they end up taking that, there's still so much time on it that everybody in the lobby is going to be collapsing on that. So 5 Fears kind of making this a little bit harder on themselves, because even if they do end up winning that fight, they're going to have to defend everybody else coming that as well. But we're going to see how it ends up going. Fake Cows just doing a really good job. I mean, they just need one member to kind of anchor there, which is what it looked like Glitch Cafe was doing, just kind of staying alive. But here they come, Dianic. Every team in the lobby is going to collapse on this one now.
And there we go, the steal attempt is here, but 5 Fears are going to be a bit interrupted into their play. Unfortunately, yet to take that cash out under their possession. They're getting quite a lot of kills, so it's helping them at least a bit on the standing. From the side, when we look at it, Lights Out is not that far ahead when it comes to the cash out. The more kills 5 Fears get, the better it is for them. Soon they're going to be overtaking them, back up on their feet. 5 Fears is full, but look at the time, Dread. We have only 20 seconds left. It's 7 seconds for the steal to be successful. Every single team, as you said, is now going to be looking at this cash out, maybe wanting to even force 5 Fears out of this position. But look at it, 5 Fears that try and stay along. The Skywalkers have been wiped. Lights Out only have Rabinski staying.
No
the
way!
is falling up and down. 5 Fears are getting the kills, and they're up above Lights Out. All they gotta do is not wipe, and they got it!
Wow!
5 Fears! They made it a kill race!
They did it through kills!
They did not care about it!
Holy moly! I mean, wow, that was such a high-risk, high-reward play, but 5 Fears, they've done it. I mean, they kind of chose the hardest route possible, but they did it with kills and Carnifex. We saw a couple of those kills go through. We might be seeing some of them in the replay here. Some of these kills were so close, and he ego-chowed them perfectly, and they were such key wins, because if he would have ended up dying without getting those kills, I don't think Five Fears would have been able to make it, because I'm going to have to see the money one more time, because I think they were only 2 kills ahead by the time that ended there. But wow, I mean, Jerry, what a crazy play by Five Fears there.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole lobby was against them, it felt like. And I think you're right. It was 2 kills that did it in the end. We'll get the final replay, but look at that. The kill feed is just littered with orange names on the left-hand side, every single one of them chipping in at the end here. When you need to get kills, and that's your win con, you could not ask for a better trio than Narcos, Carnifex, and Treason to make it their mission to cross the line in that manner.
Wait,
oh
it
my
was
goodness.
only 1 kill.
It was only 1 kill. I guess Lights Out must have gotten a kill close to the end to close that gap as well. Unbelievable from Five Fears to cross the line just like that. And they are joining Fake Cows in a 3 versus 3. It does, however, mean that Skywalkers and Lights Out, it's Lights Out for them, and they are skywalking their way out of the top 8, unfortunately. Congratulations, though. They made it so far. They did so well, and they do grab themselves some points on the standings, but that's not where the money's at. The top 4, not yet decided, as Fake Cows and Five Fears will duke it out in that 3 versus 3 dynamic.
1 chance, but unfortunately, Lights Out, they couldn't pull it off again. They tried it, they did it last time. This time they were really stopped by singularity of a kill. 1 more kill could have been the difference. And I mean, the crazy factor here from Five Fears to go for the kills, to try to wipe Lights Out. It was a win condition, of course, a very small one. The safer one would have been the cash out, but they really just went above and beyond. Do not need the control of it. They're gonna try to wipe Lights Out, and that's why they didn't go to A. Small things, but it made the difference. A singularity kill, and it would have been through. Dread, I am still in disbelief what we have just seen, and the fact that we're gonna be seeing Five Fears and Fake Cows into the next best of 1 3v3 is making me speechless.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we're gonna have to see how it plays out, but it's going to be a crazy one. Five Fears, I think, you know, they are the what's the word I'm looking for?
They've got to be the
hitters,
favorites, right?
They
have to be the favorites.
I would say in the scene,
and I think
especially
Fake
coming in
Cows,
with the 3v3s. But
we've
Fake
talked so much
Cows,
about Five
I mean,
Fears because the way that round ended.
They've seen some crazy upsets.
Dread has disappeared from my ears, and that's why I'm having some issues. Apologies if I was talking over Dread there. I lost connection with him, it seems. So if you were making a really good point there and everyone heard it at home, I do apologize to you.
It's all good. I agree with your point, by the way, too, even though I didn't hear it.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. Well, just to make it clear, I think we've talked a lot about Five Fears. They are clearly fantastic. Can we just talk for a moment about Fake Cows and what they did during that game? They withstood an onslaught in the amphitheater. I mean, it must have been 4 different teams came out, or maybe 3 teams over and over, the same 2 teams over and over again, defending their box, and that's what gave them the control going into that final wave of catch-outs. They were incredible, holding their own and surviving way longer than they had any right to, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree. It was actually insane. Also, just crazy macro plays all the way around. I mean, when they defended against Skywalkers there, before they swapped the Lights Out points into their own around that circular rising platform, I didn't think Skywalkers were going to be able to go over there. I don't even know really why they did. I mean, there wasn't a lot of time left on that point, but like you said, you got to give props to Fake Cows because they were able to beat every team that came at them on that point and steal the point.
It was absolutely wild. But we must turn our attention to the 3 versus 3 that is ahead of us for that final spot in the finale. And we're going to make our predictions right here, right now. When it comes to 3 versus 3s, I don't think I can back anyone besides Five Fears. Dianic, what about you?
Oh my god, you're putting me on the spot again, Jerry. I'm not ready for this, man. I'm coming from an absolute shock of a game. I'm gonna go with the side of, you know what? Fake Cows.
Ooh.
No explanation. Right,
our predictions,
just Fake Cows.
Our predictions swapped here, interestingly, from the cash out game. All right, Fake Cows has a moo in their corner. What about you, Dread?
You know, it's a tough one because I really want to give it to Fake Cows because they have been showing that they are strong underdogs, and they've absolutely been showing out. But I'm always going to stick with my homie Nagoat, the Naghost. I'm going to stick with 5 Fears on this one.
Final time of asking for 5 Fears. The first time that Fake Cows have been in this situation, though, with a potential top 4 spot on the horizon. But again, it's all to play for, making it into where the money's at, making it to that top 4. Who's going to do it? Dread, Dianic. You guys find out for me, would you?
Yeah, we are definitely going to do just that and find out who is going to get the 4th spot in the top 4. Dianic, this one's going to be pretty crazy. I think this might be the first 3v3 we've seen so far that is double light heavy versus double light heavy. There is no more mediums in this 3v3.
No more shenanigans, one could say, especially between these two teams. Listen, I'm really excited to see how this one goes. Again, of course, the favorites are going and is looking at 5 Phase, but Bernal, we've seen him multiple times. It can cause for a lot of chaos, and that is multiple times, I said, the point and moment where Fake Chaos really thrive. This is the last chance. The team who wins is gonna go for the next stage. Every other team has been eliminated. There's one spot remaining, and we already have a really stacked lineup in the finals waiting. So the team, whoever goes through, really need to put on their big boy pants because it is not gonna get easier from here on.
Yeah, it is definitely not. And now we see 5 Fears moving this box over, and Fake Cow's kind of mirroring them right on the other side of this cathedral. And it looks like, I don't know if 5 Fears really know that they're there yet. I think they kind of know that they're in the area, but I don't know that they know that they're sitting right on the box there. But they know that they're in the area, so that's why they're going to go ahead and slow down and drop that box a little bit. And those sonar nades are going to go through as they're going to try to find out exactly where they're hiding in here. And it's going to slow down a little bit because Fake Cows, they've kind of positioned themselves right on that box, knowing that they're on the roof there. And it's going to be really tough to fight up into them. And 5 Fears don't really have a reason to go in there unless they've seen them. And there it is. Deadplate, though, is going to throw out that RPG. Unfortunately, not able to grab Naghost. He is going to grab that ledge and mantle up before he fully drops down there. And now that they've forced them to kind of walk away from that box a little bit, it almost looked like Carnifex was going to try to throw it in, but he's going to hold on to it a little bit longer, Diana.
Just a little bit longer, and Naghost does a little bit damage. Now here we go. Oh, there we go. The third time is the charm, as we like to say. There was a little bit of a misplay happening, but they're back on the roof. They have a lot of control from up above, and we can see a lot of damage coming on to Deadplate. Semiskodaft is going to be removed now. Unfortunately, Fake Outs, they don't find themselves in a great position when it comes to this team fight. They were chipped off one by one, and they have so little HP. There's not much they can do. Look at 5 Phase of how much control they actually have over HP, and in this team fight here, they're really standing out right now, especially that gateway all the way to the top roof. Makes it so much easier for them. Treason, back up on the... listen, he's just playing Batman at this point, right? He's watching over Bernal.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I mean, we talk about gargoyling a lot, but I like the Batman. I mean, he's definitely just sitting up there ready to pounce on anybody, start throwing out all the crazy gadgets in his tool belt. And there it is. We've got, I believe that was Glitch Cafe there with his invis, getting a little bit of damage onto Naghost. But like I said earlier, Fake Cows, they're kind of in the same spot where they really have to fight upwards towards 5 Fears. I mean, 5 Fears, I talked about it a little bit earlier too in one of the cash out games. 5 Fears is so good at immediately taking that high ground in every single interaction, and they're always prioritizing taking that high ground first. But look at that, we're going to winch it through a little hole in the wall. Barricade's going to plug up that hole, but Naghost is ready with an RPG to open up the other side. And escape gateways are going to go through before the steel ends up coming through. Carnifex taking lots of damage, but putting out some damage of his own. Glitch Cafe is going to get that kill onto Carnifex, though, turning this into a 3v2, and Treason is going to have to back up just a little bit. 5 Fears still have control at this point, but they're going to have to slow down just slightly. They don't want to spend all their HP before the steel ends up coming through. So now Fake House, they are going to hop back on this steel. He's going to stick it. That glitch grenade is going to connect. Some big damage coming through, but the steel does end up going all the way through. But are they going to be able to hold it? It's only Kodaf left alive. He did take that escape gate. He's going to try to dash back in, but there's so much barricades and dome shields, and 5 Fears are just going to take it right back.
No chance whatsoever. There was a little bit of a slip, but unfortunately Fake Outs, they couldn't quite hold the control. All the barricades that they set up for their own success, unfortunately ended up biting them back. Oh, what a first game. Here again, it was played in church, so it kind of really want to say favored 5-Fierce quite a lot. We know that 5-Fierce, they're really good when it comes to this long range, distant control. Close range, where there's a lot more possibility for chaos, is where they struggle here and there sometimes. But even there, you saw that last second swap. It was a dangerous pull. If they wouldn't have gotten onto the steal right that second, it could have gone to the side of Fake Chaos. So even though it goes to 5-Fierce, I wouldn't count Fake House out yet. They're really dangerous, not to be underestimated, and they can really pull one back here.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You definitely can't count out Fake Cows just yet. And looks like they actually got the early positioning on this box here, so they're going to be able to kind of hold this a little bit. But they are coming off of the back foot here because 5-Fierce did end up getting that box. So the only downside for Fake Cows here, they are going to have to move this box no matter what. 5-Fierce don't really have to commit to this, and they can try to hold them. And look at how far away Treason is playing from his team, just kind of trying to dictate where they want him to go. It looks like they don't really want to let them have that B side, but it looks like Naghost and Carnifex are kind of postured up towards that Charlie side there. And Naghost, as he's watching them kind of rotate out, he's kind of pushing up just a little bit. But Treason is pushing up a little bit, but, you know, it kind of puts him in a really risky situation, too, because if Fake Cows are able to sniff him out of that invis and find him and turn on him and get that pick, he is so far away from his team, there's no way they're going to be able to get that body. That's going to force them to either run all the way over there and get that, or force him to coin and let them get that plug. But look at Naghost already up there behind these barricades, just sitting up on this high ground on this point, Dianic.
Just waiting for them to get a little bit closer here. Fake also trying to play it slow and steady, but here again, this is a great catch-up point for the side of Fake Chaos. A lot of rooms, a lot of ways to create chaos, and also just a lot of confusion, especially when you start opening up these floors, the rotations. That's something they could really thrive on. This is the perfect cash-out. They are not allowed to let 5-Fierce grab this box and run it over to the other cash-out. That would be absolutely detrimental for them. Of course, it's very unlikely to happen, but here again, if it does, they find themselves maybe in a bit of an unfortunate position, as Fake Cows have made their way into the building. Some may be on top, some may be one floor down below, but they gotta regroup here a little bit. They find themselves in a bit of a difficult position, yet the cash out to be even plugged, by the way. We're still waiting for the plug. Needs to happen with one of these two teams. They're still waiting to find where each other are.
Yeah, I mean, we've got plenty of time left in this match. I do really like the trigger discipline from Fake Cows here. It is pretty important to get that pick before they start the timer on the cash out, because if they push a little bit too hard in there and they end up getting picked, then that timer has started and it puts themselves in a really bad spot. But it looks like they're trying to inch just slightly closer to 5-Fierce here to get as much damage as you can, but you really got to be careful with that LH1. He does get a headshot, but they end up finding Treason, and they gate on top of his head, end up finding that pick, and there it is, opening up the fight now for Fake Cows. Now is when they're going to try to move this box over. We got a little bit of an overthrow, though. No, Dianic, this is so detrimental for Fake Cows. They have overthrown it, and they might have lost all the time that they bought themselves by getting that pick.
Absolutely can. Treason might still be dead, but his corn is really running low. The plug still hasn't happened. There's not really an advantage gained. Look at it. 5-Fierce, they're playing this so slow. They're waiting for the teammate to come back in the box, yet to be plugged again. It's really that first pick. They want to get the first one, but little does he know he's right above him. He's going to be dropped down. There's a bit of information. He knows 5-Fierce Naghost is very low HP. They really need to commit upon this damage. Kodaf will do exactly that. Will find the kill. Yet again, 5-Fierce in a disadvantage. Fake Cows, they need to make a commitment here. There we go. The plug is here, and now they need to find the other two players back up on their feet. They've heard that res. They know the backup on the 3v3. Now they need to defend this cash-out box, and they may find themselves a bit surprised that 5-Fierce have already made their way into the room while they're still hunting down Carnifex as he just uses these stairs to his advantage.
Yeah, and I just want to give credit where credit's due. I might have been wrong, actually, kind of looking back to where these players were positioned. It might have been Carnifex that tossed that box away, actually, kind of buying a little bit more time for his team. And now they have found a pick onto Deadplate. This timer has started, so these picks are going to start mattering a lot more, and Carnifex is going to hop on there for the stick, trying to get the steal to go through. Fake Cows might be the better play here to just let them have it as they get the reset through. And now they're going to have to be fighting through the rest of their team, because I'm not sure where Deadplate's body is, but I think his body is in a pretty tough spot for them to get it. And I think they're trying to rotate around for that right now, but Carnifex is on the hunt, landing right in there on Kodak, but the huge dome shield coming in from Nagos and the RPG with the help to save Carnifex's life. Treason is going to end up picking Glitch Cafe off on the other side there as well. And Deadplate, unfortunately, coining in at a very rough spot, but knows that, and he's going to go ahead and slow down and wait for his team to coin in, because if he goes down now, that's going to be it.
Well, a very unfortunate moment to be really coining in. Of course, it gives them a bit of time, but look how much he needs to wait, right? Still a singular second. There we go. Glitch Cafe is back into the game, and they have basically a singular attempt at this to really bring this one back. They gave the control earlier. Maybe that should have been the moment they really commit. They're trying to drop it down. It kind of just flops down a bit, but there is already the engage happening. Winch as well. They get the kill at least. They are in the advantage. Carnifex losing a lot of HP, and here we go. Trying to play the game. They get the wipe.
No way.
They get the steal as well. No way they pull it off.
Wow! Fake Cows proving that they deserve to be here, and they are here to fight for it. And they are going to turn this into a tiebreaker box. This 3v3 is so important here for all these players, and now I think we're going to really slow down, because these players are so worried about getting these picks before they get the plug in so that they can set up their defense there. But man, that fight was absolutely insane. Fake Cows playing so well together as a team on that last fight, Diana.
Absolutely crazy. I was not expecting that play whatsoever. Last very second, he get that first initiative kill onto Nagos with that winch. Basically was the round winning play. They had all players up. All they gotta do is hunt them down, find the skills. That's what they did. Beautiful demonstration that it is actually never over. And look at it, already doing so much damage. They know they need to get Nagos out in this scenario.
Heals.
They can, but unfortunately the heals can come out at the very last second. Glitch Cafe will be the first one to be found here. Good use of the gateway. They're back in. They're gonna get that res as well. A little bit of a cheeky little reset here for both of the two teams, just to bring everything back to zero.
Yep, bringing everything back to zero now. And Fake Cows, understandably, just kind of holding the box there, just kind of hanging out. Kodaft a little bit farther from his team here, really being a little sneaky underneath the feet of Five Fears, knowing that they're all waiting on this box on top of him here. Just kind of getting a little bit of information for his team. But again, for the same reason that Treason was in a rough spot earlier, if Kodaft gets found out here, it's going to be extremely bad for Fake Cows, because there's no way they're going to be able to get that body. But it looks like they have completely changed directions. Five Fears, we're ready for that though, and they have a gateway of their own set up, completely mirroring them on the high ground. They're going to take that zip line over towards D. I don't really know why they've got Deadplate carrying it, but it looks like Five Fears don't want to wait anymore. They're going to hop on this and get aggro. RPG end up going through. Same with the Dome Shield. The Dome Shield finding so much value, and the heals end up coming through. Nagos finds one. Carnifex finds one. Deadplate with the RPG is going to get the trade down, but Carnifex finds that trade, and Five Fears are going to get the wipe, and now they're going to be able to go plug the box.
Luckily, there's still a little bit of time left before the box can actually be plugged, meaning that Fake Cows gonna have a few more attempts before this actually becomes a critical point of view. They're gonna be back in 5 seconds. I mean, the only reason I could see here why Deadplay was carrying it, to leave the two lights having their guns up, because those really make the damage. They have the DPS and everything, and the only one that kind of can take a bit of damage if there is a few shots being fired is Deadplay. I think that was the right smart decision here, considering also Glitch Cafe has the invis. He might be able to play more around Kodaft in a moment than actually Deadplay. On the other hand, we can see they're already back into the building. They open up themselves a cheeky little wall. No, the counter winch, that was absolutely beautiful. It just winched up on top. If Deadplay would have gotten that winch, that could have looked very much different. Good little play there from the side of Nagos.
Yeah, absolutely great play from Nagos there. As soon as he saw that wall open up, he knew that they were going to go try to pour that winch play, and he was able to get that one off before that. But there is still lots of time on this box, and Fake Cows are kind of working their way around, and the winch does go through now. Not quite able to get it all the way through the hole here, but he is able to reach that, so the steal is going to end up coming through, but the box still can be dropped, or it's just going to get winched away anyways by Nagos. But Five Fears taking a lot of damage during that trade as well. Fake Cows, though, not really able to capitalize on that, but here comes the gateway going through onto the roof. And an escape gateway from Five Fears is going to be going through as well, as they are just kiting this out, living as long as they can, knowing that they don't have to commit to this fight unless they absolutely have to, because they have control of this point. And look at them, Dianic, just running around circles around this point, not able to stay in one spot, just fully kiting around. And then we got Glitch Cafe with a huge pick onto Carnifex. This might be what they need to open it up, Dianic.
It might be exactly what it was wanted, but look at it, he had to come off the steal. Unfortunately, he's left in a 2v2, but the damage isn't enough.
Wow.
Five Fizz make it in the end. Nagos and Treason is all that they need in that moment. My god, the damage output at the very end there really made a difference. Five Fizz make it to the top, and they find themselves in stage number 3, and they get another shot at chance of winning the entirety of this cycle. Fake House at the bitter end, they weren't able to clutch it out. It were seconds away so many times. A very close game. I cannot tell you how close this game is if you haven't watched it. You would think Five Fizz are the best team ever.
It was Carnifex.
This was so losable for them. It is actually shocking how losable this game was. Jerry, I want to hear your opinion and thoughts on this game.
I am absolutely lost for words. What a match. From front to back, that was just so entertaining. That first box where so much cover was made and Fake House gradually pulled it into safety, and then the last second steal from Five Fizz. The second box with the incredible clutch from Fake House, somehow getting all 3 kills in a matter of moments. I swear, Deadplate landed absolutely everything he needed to. And then this one, the final box, a huge pickup here onto Carnifex, but Nagos just goes nuclear. Like, the damage he puts out with the SA-1216 in a 2 versus 3 there was unbelievable. And it was, before that, there was a tug of war with the winches. We just didn't know where that box was going to end up. We never see that objective in pro play, it seems like, but wow. A fitting end to stage 2 here. And commiserations to Fake House. It feels like every time we see them, they're getting better and better. They're pushing the biggest teams to their very limits, Trey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a great match. You know, we're sorry to see Fake Cows go, but congratulations for them making it this far and putting up such a battle against Five Fears. Arguably one of the best EMEA teams, if not best teams in the world in 3v3, and Fake Cows put up an absolutely amazing fight.
That they did. Dianic, we now have our top 4 teams decided, ready for the finale. Five Fears just about made it. We had Random Tongues, who actually progressed from the lower bracket earlier as the 3rd team to make it. It was Special Forces that booked their spot alongside Boba Slurper, who have so far not lost a single game, but they've been waiting several hours now, watching from the sidelines. Before we make our predictions for certain, Dianic, is there any team that you feel could have the upper edge here?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go with Boba Slurper. They've proven time and time again why their control of the cash out is so good. Last time, they found themselves in this exact position. They couldn't close it out. Again, Redemption Time is here for 3 of these teams to prove themselves why they should be in the best of 3 final. Five Fizz already had it once. If they make it to the final, they're gonna have the second time of a shot as a champion. So many stories that can be written here, but the one story that still has nothing written is the one about Random Tongues. They come in new, they come in from the low bracket, they have the chance to be the underdogs like lights out in the last time.
Well, there's one thing that is for certain. We are going to have a new top dog in EMEA after the next set of games. So do not go far at all. Keep your TVs on the same channel. Don't turn that dial or however it works. I'm an old man. We're going to be with you for the finale in just a few minutes.
The competition is heating up in the finals, and our viewers must be enjoying the show.
That's right, June, but it's time to present another exclusive interview with 5 Fears, brought to you by Caroline.
Carnifex, how would you summarize the playstyle that 5 Fears like to adopt in competition for a casual viewer watching you play today?
I would say we are pretty aggressive, but at the same time, we tend to like pick the right moment to go aggressive. So it kind of looks like we are chilling, but like we are ready to like go in at any time.
Just being very quick on adaptive from going from a more waiting standpoint to like really going at it.
Yes, we're basically waiting for the right moment to go in. That's how we like to play.
Nagorst, Hagar caught you off guard while they were kind of playing Harry Potter under the stairs, using the APS and then the dematerializer combination with RG's Winch Claw. How did your team review the match afterwards, and what things would you change?
I think first map it was kind of my bad because I couldn't adapt. I never played against that before as a heavy. So I was thinking, but I had no idea what to do. Most of the time I was just like too late, so we lost the map. But Monaco was like kind of unlucky, I would say. We retake, they're hiding into the stairs. I say Cardi throw a sonar into the building. And he goes into an APS. So I don't know if they're inside or not. So I say fuck it. I force point. And then I heard like a demat and I see 3 people Avengers running like me. And I'm like, yeah, GG guys. So,
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
it was a random APS in the room, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, how did you feel, Carney, in that situation? Because like I saw that happen. I remember as a viewer watching. I'm like, wait, are they?
Yeah, I don't know.
These?
I don't know. I remember I coined inside construction, and I was like coming into the house from the construction angle. So I threw a sonar above, at the window in the middle of the room to like scan the whole house. But it did the APS that was like previously placed from the fight before. So I threw another one on the left, but the second one did the APS, but it was too far from the staircase, so I couldn't scan anybody. It was also like really unexpected for us because they knew we had sonars, they knew we could scan the staircase. So it was like kind of gamble for them, I feel like, to hide inside there, because if we do end up scanning them, they're like that, they have nowhere to go. But I mean, it worked out for them, so props to them.
Conifex, as I mentioned, you're heading into cycle 2 with a lot of momentum right now. Your opposition likes to frame you as team 5 frauds when you do not perform. But why should a first-time viewer make 5 Fears their team to support?
I mean, we have the best light, best heavy, best medium in the live. Oh, I'm joking. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you like how we play, if you like maybe Nagos, Treason, or me, if you come by our stream, like you have a reason to support us. And I don't know if you just like how we play and watch us play. You know, I wouldn't mind an extra fan in chat. You know.
Yeah, this was a pretty short, fast interview, so thank you so much both for this interview. I am super excited to catch up with you again as we head into cycle 3. So best of luck to you this weekend,
Thank you.
and thank you for taking the time as well to answer some of these questions.
Of course, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
It seems like all eyes will be on 5 Fears this cycle, Scotty.
The pressure is on, June. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the finale of Cycle 2 for EMEA. My name is Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined here as ever by the wonderful Dread and Dianic, and we have just 2 series left. A cash out to first of all decide which 2 will progress to the best of 3 final and book themselves not just $2,000 roos, but also 100 series points in that leaderboard to get yourself a spot in the Grand Major. There's a long road ahead, but for so many teams, it begins right here, right now. Dread, there's just so much to talk about. I feel like we've got some brilliant stories here. Five Fears, Random Tongues, Special Force for the first time in the top 4, and Boba Slurpers. I mean, take your pick. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, it's absolutely insane. I think there's a lot to talk about. I think Dianic is way better than me with the specific player and team stats themselves. I want to talk a little bit about kind of the meta and how we're kind of coming into this on the beginning of Season 11. And I was a little bit worried. You know, I thought we were going to see a lot more invises and maybe even a sledgehammer breakout here or there, possibly. Maybe a little bit less winches. And none of that happened. We're still seeing lots of dashes. And there's not really a lot in the meta that changed. And I think there's a few different reasons that could be. I think it's a little bit more comfortable for the players that they don't really want to lean into it too hard on the changes.
Very early, isn't it?
Yeah, they just kind of want to stick with what's comfortable. But I just wanted to point that out because it kind of surprised me a little bit. And the dashes,
it's true,
especially, you know, in a lot of the forums and the community forums, there's a lot of dooming going on with Dow. Dash is dead. Nobody's going to play it now. There's 2 charges. But man, I mean, people like Roma, for example, and Carnifex have been going absolutely insane with Dash still, even though he's only got 2 charges.
Yeah, there's a lot to get used to, and maybe this is not the time for experimentation, but we've seen flashes of brilliance, especially from the teams that do want to innovate. So let's have a look at what's going on right now. I'm going to bring up a graphic and sort of talk our way through it for a moment. Dianic, these are the current standings for the top 8 in the region, and we know, of course, that this is how this has gone today. This is for Cycle 2 specifically. So Fake Cows, Lights Out, Skywalkers, and Team Morale at the bottom there have gained some points, with the rest of them still to be determined. It's worth mentioning, Fake Cows and Lights Out, they had points from the previous cycle as well. So maybe overall, they'll be gaining a little bit. But perhaps you want to talk us briefly, just quickly through what's at stake for the top 4 here, right now.
I think it's already obvious to say, right? Not only is there money on the line, but there's so many more points on the line as well. For Five Fears, if they get themselves in that second place again, they overtake Tycho. There's so many things, right? Because we have 3 of the teams that have already once been here, it's gonna make it much more interesting. With 2 teams who are reoccurring in the top final, Boba Slurp and Five Phase, with the new additions as you previously mentioned earlier. And these 2 teams are really gonna make a difference in their standing, same as Special Forces. Depending where they land, is gonna be a huge difference in the overall standing. But here's the factor, right? It is a cash out at the end of the day. They need to prove themselves in a singularity of a cash out. Boba Slapper couldn't do it last time. Five Fears did it last time. Random Tongues, they're really good when it comes to the 3v3s. In cash outs, they do seem a little bit sloppy, not quite 100% there. And Special Forces, we've already seen last cycle, named Team Monster Pig. They just changed their name, right? How brutal they can be in cash out and in the 3v3. So this is going to be one of the most intense cash outs we had throughout the entirety of the day. And the one team that I do fear here is going to have a bit of a disadvantage is going to be Random Tongues, because they do struggle a bit in the cash outs.
They absolutely do. And they won't want to be speaking in Random Tongues because they're a slightly newer lineup in terms of Kiriki stepping in for Elix. They've got to make sure those comms are nice and clean, hopefully all in the same language. Dread, I feel as though this is the most ruthless that the format gets at any point in the long stretch. A single cash out where 2 teams are eliminated at the end of it. How's that going to feel for the teams coming in right now?
I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming into this, and it's going to be interesting to see whether it changes how they play or not. I think the teams are just really going to have to stay on top of that pacing. I think we're probably going to see a little bit less third parties possibly as we're going into that, just because I think these teams are going to be trying to play a little bit more careful. But we'll see. I could be completely wrong, and the complete opposite might happen, and we might just see crazy doubles in the entire lobby mosh pitting. Who knows? But we'll see. This is the finals. Anything can happen. Yeah.
Which map do you think is the best for mosh pitting at the moment? Is there a good...
Nozomi.
I love the little basement area in Nozomi where you've got the grid lines. Yeah, that's definitely mosh pit. So, well, maybe that's a bit more of a rave. I don't know. Slightly different scene there.
Definitely rave-worthy. Yep.
Yeah, heavy metal stuff maybe slightly different.
That's the Vias side too, and they probably put on some pretty mean raids.
Oh, for sure. Dianic, we're talking about, before we got spun off talking about raves and mosh pits, about cash out control and who's going to come into this with a better record, because you were feeling pretty smug earlier. I'm not going to lie. You brought in these incredible stats, and we backed Boba Slurper all the way, and they delivered. First team to book their spot in the grand final today. Do you think they can do it again?
Listen, absolutely I do. Not gonna lie, after the performance we've seen today from Boba Slurper, these stats just showcase what teams are actually capable of. Of course, it then comes out to converting into the actual play, but guys, Boba Slurper on the top with the biggest cash out control. This is just the exact same graphic. All the games already played are not included here. This is just from the first cycle, and it kind of proves Five Fizz inconsistency, if we're being honest, guys. Today, what did we see from Five Fizz? A lot of inconsistency, and it just showcased that's something they need to work on. Jerry, I've talked about this so much. I actually want to have your opinion on these stats, so let it be how the teams performed with the knowledge of the last stats.
It's a great question. We've seen so much change over the course of the last few games. And Special Force, they've come in actually with a pretty good record. If we're just looking at today, they've only lost a single cash-out game. So I feel like they are absolutely up there in the conversation. But then you look at Five Fears and you look at Random Tongues, and they are the teams with the experience here. You know, they've got TGM25 royalty amongst their ranks. And that doesn't count for nothing, especially in a do-or-die situation like this. So I'm so stuck for my prediction. I'm going to have to delay it a little bit longer, perhaps. And that's good, because we've got plenty to go through. For instance, the map bans. Where is this all going to play out right now, do you wonder? We're going to go through our regular system of 4 bans, followed by a randomized pick amongst the remaining 4 maps. 5 Fears. Taking out the Nozomi Citadel. Random Tongues remove Skyway Stadium. Special Force take out Fortune, and Boba Slurpers remove Monaco. So that's 2 meta and 2 off meta taken out. We've ended up with Fengwei City as our final arena. Dread, I know you've been waiting for this for a long time, but to take your name and apply it to the situation, I think particularly 5 Fears and Special Force, they've banned meta maps. They're going to be dreading this one right here.
Yeah, and I love that. But we're going to see how they end up playing on it, because this is the first time we've seen something that isn't such a safe pick like Bernal end up coming through. Not that the teams are picking these, but you know, if they could pick it, I'm sure they're all fine when Bernal ends up happening and in the randomizer. So this one is really going to shake things up. And I think that's why most of the time they've been banning it. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they end up playing this, especially when we're coming into the top 4, the craziest cash out game of the day. And it's going to be on Fengwei. I'm excited for this one.
2 teams getting eliminated on Fengwei City. I bet the timeline's going to be popping off after this one. I was just going to say. So there's going to be a lot of teams that really want to survive this. Obviously, everyone's coming in just to survive, to make that top 2, get all their points. It's such a difficult choice, because Fengwei Stadium is just the biggest curveball. I was so confident. I felt like I was just going to come into this and say Boba Slurpers, but now I'm not so sure, because I mean they banned them they banned a meta map. No, they banned an off meta map. Oh well, they banned a meta map. So I'm completely lost. Boba Slurpers. I'm going to go with my vibes here. I've lost all train of thought, of logic. It's going to be Boba Slurpers. Dianic, what do you say?
Listen, Jerry, I'm going to put logic to your vibe here. I'm going to put logic to your feeling. Think about it. If you come to an off-meta pick and you have a team like Boba Slurper is really good at controlling the cash out once they have the cash out, do you really want to play a map where you are not so certain how you want to be attacking a cash out and then leave it to a team who's really good at defending it? I think Boba Slurper are going to have a huge advantage here just because of so many reasons. It is an off pick. I think that makes that team so much more strong. Boba Slurper is going to be my pick here as well, just because they're so good at controlling, and it's crazy. Dread, what is your pick?
I'm going to go with 5 Fears, not just because I am a Nagos groupie, but also because if they make it out of this cash out, they're so strong in the 3v3s.
All right, that is it. Those are our predictions done and dusted. The final cash out of the day. 2 teams go home. 2 teams get to the final. Dread, Dianic, take it away.
Oh, Fengwei City, Dianic. Oh, I'm so excited for this one.
Listen, my veins are popping right now. I want to be honest with you, man. Fengwei City as the last cash out map is gonna make things so much more spicy and interesting. We've already seen this map last cycle, but not at this stake. And right now we can definitely tell that these teams are going to be under a lot of pressure. Boboslap already fighting against 5 Fears. The two teams that have been picked in the prediction on the first fight already. Look at Nigeria already being taken out. That's the first one gone. It's a 2v3 now being established. Bama taking a little bit of damage. Barricades himself in a corner, but he's going to be cooked alive. He's going to be found in the meanwhile. All up to Cyborg now in a 1v3 scenario. At this point, might as well just take the wipe and reset every single one of them. He will find to his name. Treason is now gone, the winch there as well, and the wipe has been delivered. In the meanwhile, Dread, a plug has already happened. Special Force, they made it quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they did that, but they just prioritized that plug because the fight is still going on over there, it looks like, with Special Force being on the upper hand of that. And there it is. Yerg with a triple kill on the other side of the map, taking out random dunks and buying them a little bit more time on that cash out that is already plugged. Wow, what a play by Special Force there. And now we've got both of these cash outs going. Timers starting to tick down.
It's a big issue for the side of Boboslap, but they really need to get this under their control. But we can see how much manipulation there is with the cash out itself. So many positions is being winched into. A lot of exposure as well to the cash outs. And we can see Boboslap now having a bit of a cheeky attack here onto Special Force. They might be able to get to the first pick onto Jörg. Look at how much damage they're just delivering, but they're not taking any by themselves. They also have a gateway already ready, and they have the building of the cash out under their control, but there's a flank. Look at that. Monster Pick will get the first one. It's going to set them back just a tiny little bit. They're going to have to regroup here and do not fall under the chasing. But it's just a bit difficult to get away when there's so many Sonas. Look at him. He's really just trying his best, but they're back up on their feet, back down to a 3v3, and the meanwhile being chased and not allowed to lose their eyes on their prize. A kill has happened, and they're just so far away from the cash out.
Yeah, but Cyborg was able to get a trade onto Nuok there, which is a really important trade, especially since he was able to bide so much time there running around without getting caught there chasing. But the point is still in control of Special Force, but Jurgens have gone down and Monster Pig. Now it's only Nuok. There is plenty of time on this, but I think if Nuok's not able to get this, then that's it for Bobo Slurpers to take that box. What a really good play by Cyborg to be able to run around and stay alive there and then turn that on them to be able to get that point, which puts them pretty healthily in coming up into, actually no, not even the first place spot, because I guess 5 Fears have just gotten that much kill money, and I believe they got the plug over here on this side, but he can't get in there because of the barricades, but he is going to still stop them on the other side. Carnifex coming in with the help. Treason, 2 HP, getting away from Roma there with that escape gateway, and 5 Fears able to hold on to that one.
Nearly a cheeky little bit of a swap, but it's not going to happen. Roma will find one very low HP now. Gonna have to be careful here not to be wiped. Every single cent of the money is now important. Finds himself being the invis, but of course he's gonna have to reset his entirety of the team, and that's gonna be a tough one. If every single body's in there, the witch just misses. But here again, it just comes down to not be wiped. He cannot really undo the already destined future. But there's already a Volt fight happening on the other side. It's already been opened. It's gonna be Bopus up against Special Force, yet again battling it out on the rooftops here. Especially on that mountain on the shrine. But Nigeria's just falling back here. A little bit of Special Force have the upper hand. They're 3 men against 1. He's just running away to just make sure he does not lose any money from the game cash out.
Yeah, and it's crazy to me how much money 5 Fears has right now. I think they definitely got that plug, which got them a little bit of money there, but they must just have so much kill money right now to put them at 16.5k. But Special Force, even though they did wipe and lose that last point, they were able to move this box around and get a plug of their own, which will push them into the second place spot there. And 5 Fears getting another plug, which is really, really healthy for their lead there. And Jurg is going to go ahead and winch that box out there, kind of surfboarding it a little bit through the air, just for some extra style points while he repositions that cash box. But we got a little bit of a fight breaking out on this side. It looks like a steal is going to go through. Random Tongues is going to hold on to it. Carnifex is down, and he only has 1 coin left, so he's going to have to back off just a little bit, and they're going to have to get Carnifex up because they do not want to spend too much here, because it looks like there's another team coming in, Dianic.
So 3 teams gathering around this D cash out box from the side of Random Tanks, this is not a great position to be in, but Special Force, they're just enjoying the time on the other side, not being contested. The real question is here now, which team is actually going to fall off with the second they realize it's a 3-team cash out. Might be one pulling away, and we saw 5 phases. The team is going to pull away and focus their attention to the other cash out, while Bobaslurp are going to have now a face-on fight with Random Thunks. If they really want to make this one true. Nigeria is going to be first one to be taken out. Quite a lot of damage there. Was a bit staggered away from the team. Cyborg and Palmer now need to be the difference here, but unfortunately, Random Tanks are just so good at controlling the whole building. They're all over the place. At the same time, never to be seen in the mine. Oh, a bit unfortunate. Gives away the position and opens up an opportunity when they hit for Bobaslurp to come in with some kills, but unfortunately, it's going to go against him as Palmer has been found. Cyborg is the last man standing. Is going to be wiped as well. That's now money lost, and Random Tank's gonna keep the cash out under control, while Special Forces, again, still contesting or waiting for somebody to contest them.
Yeah, and everybody really putting lots of pressure on 5 Fears there because they've got such a massive lead. They do not want them to get any higher on that, but they did a really good job at not wiping there because that would have been extremely detrimental for 5 Fears. But now that they are back up and alive, they do lose that cash out, but they still hold on to that second place position. And now, here's where it starts to get really tough because we're coming into the last couple cash boxes, and Special Force, they're in the lead right now. They can really kind of dictate what's going to be going on here. They can either play keep away with this box, or they can plug it, but they're definitely going to want to make sure that this stays split because they don't want everybody in the lobby fighting for it. And it looks like Bobaslurper's coming in right now to try to contest them on moving this box because Bobaslurper, they really, really need to get a plug here to get that extra money as they are so far behind on the cash right now. But look at all the fire on that box. It ends up going through. Palma ends up going down. Nuwalk with that V9S. And Special Force, they are able to keep control of that box. And now the box on the other side of the map did get plugged. It looks like, are they going to split it? They're getting jumped on by Cyborg here because Bobaslurpers, they do want this plug. Because even if it does get split, they're fine, but it's not going to happen because Special Force says, no, we want this Nuwalk. End up taking out all 3 of them there, and now they're going to move this box to the other side of the map and really guarantee them getting that second place spot with the double here. But they do kind of got to be careful still because it is still kind of a kill race, and it looks like they're noticing that, and they're going to opt for the safer play, and they're going to split it instead.
Split and plug in now with a good bit of... a little bit of staggering going on as well. On the other side, we see Random Tanks and 5 Face already trying to contest this spot right here. There's an attempt of a steal, but it's not going to be able to be pulled out. 5 Face still staying strong. Never mind. Counterpick's going to be taken out. Treason as well from a different team. The steal is now going on, but there's 2 teams already contesting this. Maybe 3 if you count 5 Face still into the game. Nagos as the last man now standing. It has been swapped, and right now the 2 favorites of this, Bobaslurp and 5 Phase, are not in the game. They need at least one of the cash outs. Both of these 2 teams, one is enough, and that is really what is going to matter. But there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of time left there, and somehow 5 Fears have avoided a full team wipe again. They have so much pressure on them, and so many people are trying to fight them over there. Bobaslurpers are here, ready to fight now. Nagiri, really good trigger dish, been staying invis there, but he gets jumped on by Kareki with that Revo anyways. Palma is going to get a kill with that quick melee on them, but Kareki is going to get the defib off. Roma is back up alive, immediately traded again off of that defib sickness by Palma. Kareki finding another one onto Cyborg. It's just trading back and forth. Bobaslurpers finally end up going down now. 5 Fears, I'm not sure if they're still around on this side of the map, but if they're going to go in, they got to go in right now. They might have actually rotated all the way around to the other side of the map. It looks like they did. They're now fighting Special Force on this side. Nagos is going to find a pick onto Yurg. They're going to try to swap this over, but Monster Pig is there to stop it, but Nuwalk ends up going down. Now it's only Monster Pig less alive. He has to stop this because if he doesn't, 5 Fears are going to take it. The Gustav is going through. Nagos is going to stick it, and he does! 5 Fears is going to take that box. Can they hold it for the last 10 seconds, though?
Boboslap already here and ready to fight this. They're trying to dive this as quick as possible. It's going to be a bit of a tough thing to do. The time is ticking away. 7 seconds now left. They need to start it. They're on the steal. But the question is, can they hold it? They cannot. 5 Fizz will prevail and get themselves on the top bit with Brandon Tongues. They're now in the final. Boboslap are out, and same as Special Forces at the bitter end. He could not stick it. Dread, what an unbelievable of a switch at the bitter end. 5 Fizz will prevail, and my god, they're in the final yet again.
Wow, absolutely insane. I do not know how 5 Fears didn't wipe a single time there. There was so many times where one of them was last alive. Carnifex was last alive for a little bit. Nagos was the last one alive for a little bit there, and somehow they were able to slip away and live for their teammates to end up using their coins. And I don't know if we were even able to check this. Maybe we can see on the scoreboard once it opens up, but I think they might have used every single one of their coins. Jerry, what was that?
That was unbelievable. That was the finals, ladies and gents. That was just pure entertainment from start to finish. And I don't know how 5 Fears kept themselves in that game. I've got to be honest. They felt like they were on the back foot constantly. Random Tongues coming over here, making sure that Cash Out Ace stayed protected for the longest time. And you got to think back to that moment that Special Force hesitated and moved the box away, thinking, oh yeah, we want to double it here. No, we want to send it back and play the safer game. Committing to neither may have just cost them that game, because 5 Fears able to come in and make the early steal, then defend it with that long stagger in their favor as it turned out. Just unbelievable. Look at the kills across the board, by the way. This was just so close. So close. Every single team turned up here, Dianic.
Absolutely. It was a constant back and forth. Unfortunately for Boboslap, but they were again caught in the same issue as last time. Their offense is one of their weak points, and that's something they really gotta work on. Their defense is great. They're good to hold onto the cash outs, but the second they find themselves needing to steal, needing to retake, they really find themselves constantly split, constantly in the disadvantage because they lose a member early on, and it is a 2v3. And at that point, you lose so much utility, so much gunpowder, and so much more with it. Boboslap, unfortunately not making through. Special Force, again, they made it through this time into the third stage. Unfortunately not quite being able to keep a hold of that. And you perfectly pointed out, Jerry, if they wouldn't have hesitated, if they would have just went with the plug, there wouldn't have been a staggering, and 5 Fears wouldn't even had the chance to go through, steal that, and even collapse completely onto the cash out. Moments like that really make the biggest difference. And I mean, Random Tongues, is there much more to say then about this team constantly surprising me?
They've been so consistent today. Besides losing that first cash-out game, they've won, I believe, every single game that they have played, whether it's been a 3 versus 3 or a cash-out. So they do kind of go into this final 3 versus 3 with a lot of momentum, a lot of self-belief. 5 Fears have taken the much more difficult path, you could argue, but here it is, just a summary of that finale bracket as it stands. Random Tongues and 5 Fears progressing to the best of 3 final, and Boboslap and Special Force occupying the 4th and 3rd positions respectively. There is significance in that as well. 50 points will go to Special Force in the series point standings, whereas unfortunately Boboslap having a miserable cash out on Feng Wai. You know, against my predictions, against your predictions, Dianic, that means they only gather 30 series points for the day. But we'll do our tallies when it comes to it. At the moment, I want to talk a little bit about 5 Fears and Random Tongues, because this is a 3 versus 3 that I was hoping to see at the very start of this top 8, and it's we've had it once before. You know, we had that 3 versus 3 in upper bracket 2. That's how Random Tongues booked their way here in Banal against 5 Fears, and it went the distance. It was a 2-1 there. We're going to have 3 maps to try and decide it now instead, Dread.
Yeah, and that's what really makes the difference here, is it's going to be a best of 3, which is going to, I mean, I think it's going to go all the way. I mean, I think before I'm going to even predict which team wins it, I'm going to predict that it's going to go all the way, absolutely down to the wire, because like you've been saying, both of these teams have been absolutely going crazy throughout the day, and they're both extremely strong in the 3v3s especially. I mean, it's going to be insane. I think, you know, all of these guys specifically, I was going to say we're going to see some crazy 1v1s probably between Roma and Carney, but it could go any way. I mean, any of these 6 players could have some absolutely clutch plays, Jerry.
Yeah, I want to highlight Kiriki being the sub essentially on Random Tongues, or just joining the roster, the main team. Making his way to top 2 in EU. Like, that is something to be proud of, as especially the only medium left at that stage in the tournament as well. We did have one other earlier on. I forget who it was. Let's have a quick check. It was Emilian who flexed onto medium at one point. But yeah, he's solely representing the mediums here. Rubinski as well was on lights out briefly. But this is kind of another... I don't want to call it a victory for HML, because we had that with Tycho last cycle, Dianic, but we have plenty of time to talk about it. The importance of having that stability in your lineup with a medium to sort of see you through the chaos. Is it something that a lot of teams are missing the trick on? Because that's twice now we've seen HML reach top 2 and it's still not very highly picked.
I think it just really comes down, right? If you have a great, fantastic medium in the team, why not utilize that person? At the end of the day, we are still at the very young stage with this esports, where when you are comfortable in a role, why not play it? Medium has gotten, again, a little bit of a buff by considering light has been nerfed, heavy has been a bit nerfed. That doesn't make medium the victim role anymore. They're not as weak as they were last season, especially with a few tweaks as well here and there. Damage, melee, even utility. I believe it was one of the turrets from the side of medium, which has been a little bit adapted. And here again, those small changes may be not significant to the play, but doesn't make the medium role more of a victim. It gives them a bit of a buff considering light has been nerfed. And again, why not utilize a great medium when he's fantastic on a medium? Why nerf him to put him on a light or in a heavy only because it's the meta? We're so young within the esports. Play what you're comfortable on. Play what you can perform. That is gonna make the difference in every single game.
This really does feel like that kind of meta we're in, and I know a lot of pros are very happy with this Season 11 patch. It seems to have pleased everyone. I've been playing the hell out of Galaxy Estates, by the way, and I just cannot wait to see that in pro play whenever it happens, because it's an absolutely brilliant map. So go play Season 11, not right now, because we're going to have a short break and then have the finale. After that, you can go and play Season 11, but do come back very soon, because we're going to have that tussle, that magnificent standoff between Random Tongues and Five Fears. You'd be a fool to miss it.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
distance, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Eight teams turned up today, and now only 2 remain. Thank you for joining us. We have the grand final of Cycle 2 on its way. Five Fears versus Random Tongues. It's got to be an Italian brain rot reference, right? It's got to be the Tongue Tongues to Her thing. I've decided, it's taken me this long. But that is what they're going for, isn't it? And what they've done with that name is nothing short of incredible. Kireki joining them as a new player for this roster, essentially, with Alex ducking out. And now they find themselves in the final 2, Dread, up against regional favorites and Titans, Five Fears.
Yeah, they find themselves in the finale, the final 2. This is going to be a 3v3, but guys, remember, this is now a best of 3 instead of the best of 1s that we have been seeing earlier. And I think we're going to go all the way with this one, Jerry.
I genuinely think so as well. We had a best of 1 between these two sides earlier in the bracket, and that singular map went the full way. We had 3 boxes, so it stands to reason that these teams are pretty evenly matched. But where are they going to match up? That is the important question right now. We have a whole map veto process that's gone on behind the scenes, and this one we can really get dug into right now. So Five Fears were indeed the first place team at the end of that cash out game, so they will have the first ban. The previous map will be played. Fengwai City continues and will be the first map in our best of 3. We see Nozomi Citadel being taken out by Five Fears, a fairly standard map. Random Tongues don't want to play Skyway. Random Tongues then have their next ban as it's kind of snake draft system, and they ban Fortune Stadium. Interesting. A more meta map. And then Five Fears take out Monaco. So each team banning a sort of a well played out map, and one that is less commonly seen in the competitive meta in those 4. We'll continue to roll those on and see what else is playing out, because now the picks come in, I believe. Five Fears pick Bernal. That's very interesting. That's the map they lost on to Random Tongues earlier. And then if we do get to a final 3rd map, this is going to be Random Tongues pick, drum roll, and it is Sis Horizon, which we have not seen banned. We have not seen played at all today. Very strange. I feel like Sis Horizon was just wiped from my memory, and it's at one point the most popular map for all pros to play. It's just not come up here in the random seeds at any point, Dread. But this is it. Fengwai, Bernal, Sis Horizon.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised. I'm with you on that. I'm kind of surprised that Five Fears is picking Bernal. But the Sis Horizon pick kind of makes sense to me. I mean, it's very comfortable. I think that's why nobody was really banning it earlier, too. I think everybody was kind of fine with it, kind of ending up on the randomizer. But we got to go through Fengway City first, and that one's going to be the really interesting one in my mind.
You know what's really funny? Vegas just didn't exist today.
Yeah.
Same with Sis. Until this moment, we hadn't seen Sis. And now we've gone for an entire 6 hours. Vegas did not appear in any of the bans. It didn't get random picked either. So no Vegas for today, unfortunately. But here we are. Fengwai, our first map. And we've just seen both teams, navigate it fairly well. But it is a very unusual one, Dianic. Plays out incredibly different in 3 versus 3, where those cross-map rotations aren't quite as big a deal. So you've got a lot of choice when it comes to objectives, deciding, you know, do we go to the entrance side of the map? Do we go to the open pagoda? Do we head to the apartments or the office block? There's lots of variety in the objectives. What do you think of that?
It's gonna make a huge difference. Also, the fact that there's no third party about to come, right? We saw, especially in the last map, especially in the cash out, there has been a lot of third parties coming along, especially on those last cash out boxes. That factor is now eliminated. Rotations are gonna be different. Teams gonna have to really pick what they want to defend and where they're actually better at. But aside of random tongues, it's so much. And 5 Fierce, I hope their inconsistency doesn't flop again. It was really good there right before they had a few struggles. My vote, my prediction, I'm gonna take it away from everybody of you guys, is gonna be random tongues. They done it once, I think they can repeat it again.
All right, Dread, how are you feeling about that? Random tongues, the first vote from Dianic.
I'm wondering if I could fit all of my hair into a bald cap, and maybe I can cosplay Nagos at some point too, because I think I'm going to go for 5 years at this point. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit all my hair in there, but, you know, I think most of their inconsistencies come from cash out. I think they're very strong in the 3v3s, so I think they're going to end up taking this one, but it's going to be really tough. I mean, random tongues could pop off, Roma could pop off. It's going to be a crazy one, but I'm still going to go with 5 Fierce.
There's potential for anyone here to be the hero. Let's just get that straight. We've got wall-to-wall legends, and it's going to be just a case of which team is better, which is how it should be. I can't get past the fact that 5 Fierce they've really got a bottle in them. Like, they have dropped the ball historically, not just in the last cycle, but you think about the Grand Major as well. There's so many times that they have lost their nerve. I think they turn it around here. I think 5 Fierce lock it in right here, right now. They finally undo that curse. But there's only one way to find out. Dread, Dianic, we are here with the final best of 3 for Cycle 2. Who's going to win it? Let's play some finals. Go.
Yep, let's do it. Let's play some finals. The Grand Major 26 Online Cycle 2 finale for EMEA. We're going in now with Random Tongues 5 Fierce to see who's going to make it out of this map 1 in this best of 3. And Dianic, this is the map that I think least confident on who's going to take this one, because this map is kind of the wild card of the 3.
Listen, even earlier in the 3v3, the odds were against Random Tongues and they still prevailed. And this time, it's the exact same votes. You guys don't believe in the greatness of Roma here, apparently. But listen, he's just gonna have to prove it to you guys. This player is an absolute machine, especially with the support from his other 2 team. Is absolute menace of a team that we have right here. But, of course, that world needs to be plugged first in order for there to be a lot of crazy stuff to be happening. We can see a few rotation already happening, but 5 Fierce, they got themselves a cheeky little gateway up above A. So even if there is a rotation coming along, they're going to have to be a bit quicker here now, because as we can see, the gateway has timed out. So now they're going to have to walk on foot, while Random Tongues, they're just going to have to close that distance. Again, very slow game so far, Dread.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be continuing to go that way, because this is coming down to everything. This is the the final of the finals in the finals of TGM Online Cycle 2 2026. There is so much going on right now, and, you know, it's going to be really slow, I think, especially for this first box. It's going to come down to who's going to try to get this first pick. We got these guys, Random Tongues. They're trying to move this with Invis, trying to cross this gap, but all of 5 Fierce, they are on this top floor already, knowing that they're coming in, waiting for them to cross. We've got a Pyro Nade. Actually, I think that might have been an Orange Barrel that was pre-placed up there on that staircase, trying to stop them from going in. And look at Roma, so far away from his team, trying to find where he knows that Treason is going to be trying to take an off angle here, and I think he's trying to look for him to see if he can get that pick to open this up. Koreki taking a little bit of damage, though, forced to drop down and back up just a little bit, and there it is, Dyrani finding Treason, getting that first pick, and now this is where it's going to open up in Carnifex, going down to grab that box. He was going to try to throw it away, I believe, but he gets stopped by Dyrani again, who gets a double kill, and now it's only Nagos left alive. He's going to have to get out of there and back out. He doesn't want to wipe and make the res timers reset and go a little bit longer, but that's going to be the plug finally in favor of Random Tongues.
Kreki's still there. A good start for Random Tongues. There we go. The coins are now being used. Nagos has got himself diffused out of the situation, but because they have a lot of information here, a lot of views as well, the Cashet is in a great position to be manipulated, played around. It is a heavy medium light against a heavy light, so they know that there's going to be defibs. There's going to be that support from Kareki onto Dynare. It's going to be so much more difficult to work with. And Roma, again, a menace. Treason really needs to make sure that he finds that first kill onto Roma. He needs to be annihilated first if they want to have a success here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because Treason is normally one that's going to be taking those crazy off angles like he is right now with that Invis LH1. Trying to get an angle if he can. Gets a little bit of damage off, but that dome shield is going to block some of it as they end up going through. Nagos showing some trigger discipline with that RPG, but they end up pushing out of that dome shield. RPG ends up going out, gets pretty big damage, but it's going to drop there, and it's going to be immediately healed up. And now we're just back to stage 1 here as everybody's full HP. 5 Fears. They are actually going to go for a little steal here, but they're going to back up immediately and hop off that as Random Tongues have pushed in. But there goes Treason with huge damage from that Revo and some team fire from Durrani, and then Carnifex is going to go down as well, and Nagos follows right after. And that's going to be the first box, Dianic, in favor of Random Tongues.
If I'm not wrong right there, we saw another 3-piece masterclass from Roma. He definitely got the last one. I'm not so sure about the first one, but that winch even there was absolutely brutal. Again, they played it slow. They went to the Cashet. They knew they had the upper hand, and especially the damage coming in from Roma, forcing Treason and Carnifex to fall back a little bit, leaving Nagos in a 1v3 scenario onto that Cashet box wasn't the right play. But unfortunately, with a heavy light, the lights need to stay alive. If they're picked out early and already have so much damage upon them, they need to reset, and that gives a great opening pick for the side of Random Tongues. But the second box is right here, and we know, and we've already seen it in the 3v3 earlier around against these two teams. There's always a comeback possibility. Look at that angle. Treason doing a little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough yet for a kill. And from the side of Random Tongues, they're going to play the Cashet, so they're going to have to wait, because luckily they're very close to each other, meaning rotating to one another is going to be so much more easier than the one that 5 Fears had to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 5 Fears coming off of the back foot here. They're going to have to get this plug, and it's going to be pretty tough because Random Tongues can just sit there and delay this as long as they possibly can, but they might be a little bit too slow to stop it. I think Carnifex and Treason having that double light movement are going to be a little bit quicker here, and they are going to get that plug, but Random Tongues are pretty close, and they're going to be making their way over. That gateway is going to go through, but Nagos was ready there to stop it with a big RPG coming through the end of that. Kireki is going to go down, and now Durrani is stuck on the other side of that gateway by himself. They're going to go through it. They're going to chase him down. Roma did make it through as well, but he's going to have to run around. Durrani using that using that dome shield and the barricade, trying to live, doing a little bit of shenanigans on the zip line there, trying to stay alive as long as he can, but I fear he might just be... No way! I thought he was going to just be delaying his death, but he was able to stop that winch and get rid of the zip line at the last second, and somehow stays alive there. And look at Roma getting a kill of his own on a Carnifex. Kireki has now coined in, Dianic.
He's running away for his life. Roma put his team in a great position. Look at it. Even the gateway is going to give them so much more time to really close that distance. That was an absolutely huge overpick. Of course, they know they're going to have to reset off of this. They can't fully commit. Every team is now back up on their 3 piece of players. But that just means it's going to be so much more intense at this moment. There is the winch. Beautiful. Naga's going to find that first kill. But look at these lads and looking for the kills. Treason finds the next one all up to Kireki. And a 1v3 scenario. He's being dived by 2 players. They're trying to keep them a bit alive.
They're keeping him alive.
Around. They didn't want to kill him. They're trying to take everything away. Look at him. Even making sure he can't run away. But at the end, Carnifex will end his suffering. And at this time of point, we can say the second cash out is going to be secured by 5 Fears. What a play. That winch, Nagos landed the winning play.
Yeah, and that was such a huge play by 5 Fears there, and I think we're going to be coming down to the wire here, at least in this map 1 of this best of 3. We're going to be coming down to a tiebreaker box, and this is going to be really huge. I mean, obviously, either team wants to win this map 1 because it's going to put them in a huge advantage coming in for this rest of this best of 3, but This is going to be a tough one, especially now that some of these points on Fengwei are so hard to fight into. It's going to be really, really important for one of these teams to be able to get that plug. As we've seen, I think both teams now that have gotten the plug, I think have won the box at this point, and I think that's going to continue to be the case. So the teams now are just going to be posturing up here, ready to fight over this vault. Got a little bit of a gate, or a little bit of a goo pad pre-set up while they're waiting for 5 Fears to kind of come in. Not really committing to go for the tap just yet because they don't want to give away their positions. Because remember, guys, taps in the final round do not give you extra money. So there's no reason to really focus on that and go for it first. But 5 Fears did get that tap. Nagos was seen out a little bit. He is going to eat an RPG to the chin, but he's going to get healed right back up a little bit. But Kireki, with some Revo shots to Carnifex, is going to find that pick, and that's the pick that they wanted. That box is going to get sent over towards that point now, and Random Tongues, Dianic, they're going to be the ones to plug it.
Looking to plug this one from the side of 5 Phase. They need to make sure that they get themselves a bit of a reset time, but look at this.
What?
Random Tongues, they didn't want to plug it right there. They're going to go all the way to the other cash out on the other side of the map. They don't want to really give them that advantage. Also, mind you, that box is quite in the open, so distance fights is going to be so much more available. But 5 Years, that's exactly what they want, especially when they have 2 lights who are easier to rotate around. On the side of Random Tongues, they want to bring this into close corners because of that medium, because of the defibs. They're going to be much more viable. So all of a sudden, listen, you're going to have to wait here. Oh, they want to stagger out here 5 Phase a little bit. The second they get the swipe on the 5 Phase, they have a great chance to rotate around to both of the cash out. This is a very small play here from Random Tongues to face the fight and not to go for the cash out. The first team who wipes here is going to have... The opponent team is going to have a great chance of that plug. Beautiful winch by Naga. Second one as well. Oh no. He got himself that death though. Kireki's the last man standing in a 1v3. Gets RPG'd, and now they're running the box back to their advantage point.
Yeah, and... you know, I agree with you. I think that is a really good call for Random Tongues to go in. You make a good point about that medium there, wanting to have a little bit more of a close quarters battle. I think, you know, maybe that's why I'm a pro yapper and not a pro player, because I think it could have gone either way. They did have that pick, and they did have the advantage in the fight, but they were playing it safe, just like you said. But 5 Fears were able to win the next battle that pursued right after that, and they are going to get this plug now, and they're going to be able to set up here. And Carnifex setting up right on top of that point on that little mini pagoda there. Getting some goo up on there. It's kind of hiding on top of that. And Random Tongues, they're coming in hot. They're coming in fast. Already Dome Shield used, surprisingly, by Durrani. Not going to find any value off of it. And we are going to get a winch from Nagos going through. They're going to take out Kireki, which is a huge pick for 5 Fears here. And here comes another another RPG from Nagos there with some big shots by Treason to finish off the team fight on Roma. 5 Fears. They're going to hold on to this one for a little bit longer.
Luckily for the side of Random Tongues, this was a quite early on fight, a quite quick wipe as well, meaning they're going to have another chance at this cash out. But that just showcased, right? The second Kireki is gone, it's going to make it so much more difficult. At the end there, we saw Roma, by the way, a perfect flip nearly on Treason there. If he would have just gotten that first hit headshot, Treason could have been gone, and that could have flipped to the other opponent. Roma, a very dangerous player, something that Treason Carnifex not to be underestimated on, but they're playing this very smartly, and this is what I was talking about. Because it's very open, Carnifex and Treason have so much more advantage coming into the fight, especially also because of their guns. And Kireki is a player, he really benefits of those close corners. Also Roma, given that their guns, they need close corner fights. This cash out makes it so difficult to actually utilize the surroundings for them. But there is the winch, beautiful. It's going to be Nagos now in a 1v2. And he gets both of them. He gets all 3 of them. Nagos, what a machine.
Wow. Nagos going crazy at the end there. That's why they call him Nagoat. And that is 5 Fears going to be taking map 1 of this best of 3. And wow, Dianic, this is... I still think we're going to be going all the way, as we just saw it there, coming down to the wire on that one. Absolutely insane.
I'm speechless, Dread. I'm actually speechless. I wasn't aware of the Nagoat. I'm aware and fully made aware of the Nagoat as for right now, but what an insane play. Every single cash out, fought till the bitter end. Every single time, so close for it to be swapped. At the end there, that was the actual real domination coming in from 5FaZe. And you're gonna have to give credits where credits are due. Nagos, he really stepped up to play for his team and make his team the winning team in that first map of this best of threes. Not over yet, and already the first map was quite spicy. Fangway City maybe turning out to not be as profitable for the side of Random Tongues as hoped. Dread, I'm speechless.
Yeah. I'm gonna be speechless after this one.
Look
Look
at
at this Nagos here. He landed absolutely everything here in the middle of his dome shield as well. He was able to drop that dome shield, land the winch, and land every shot, flicking to the third target there, which was brought low by the help of his team. But wow, Nagos 7-2 on the heavy SA-12 with 4,000 damage to end off that map 1 there. Absolutely insane. But Random Tongues putting up a great fight, able to win that first box and almost win that last one as well too. But you know, Dianic, I think it's going to be crazy going into Bernal here, because I think it kind of evens it out a lot more between these two teams.
It's going to even out a lot of the things, right? And again, from the side of Random Tongues, they thrive close corner. They want to have those closer things. Of course, Nagos with that shotgun, of course he wants to play close corner as well. But just look at the utility, look at the medium. Of course, they have a lot more mobility, but to really close that distance when you have two lights with gateways, with heal beat, with H+ infuser, it's gonna make it so much more difficult for them to play the distance, because they can't really reconnect as quickly. So if they want to play reconnected, and that is what really is well played from the side of Random Tongues, they need close corners. They need a Bernal. They need a Stadium. They need even a Sis Horizon, even though Sis Horizon and Sunpars can be played quite distantly apart. It still needs to be quite a lot of team play together. This next map might bring everything upside down, because that last cash out was in 100% of the favor of 5FaZe.
Yeah, and it's going to get absolutely crazy here, especially now that we're going into Bernal for this game too. If 5FaZe win this, that's it. It's theirs. If Random Tongues take this, we're going to be going on to Sis Horizon, which is, I think, pretty similar to Bernal. I think it could go either way. So this is going to be a crazy one to watch. And also insane to point out, too, especially to the viewers out there, that it's insane how much of almost a chess match it is, a brain game between these two teams. All of these teams have insane aim. They can all shoot extremely well. But as you can see with what we saw in that last map, these teams really, really know what box to play, what cash out to play that really works towards their team comp, and they really are going to try to focus hard on to get it there. We saw those boxes go all the way around the map before it's plugged where that specific team wants it to be plugged, Dianic, and I think we're going to be seeing the same thing coming out of this game.
Listen, Bernal will be our second destination, Dread. It might all end here. It might go all the way to the distance. And Random Tongues, they're gonna have to prove themselves. And here again, they've already done it on Bernal once. So 5FaZe, I do think they have a few things to fear about. Random Tongues not to be underestimated. But here again, distance is something that they're really good at. And we can see already them trying to build up that distance. You see how far they play away from each other. Look at Nagos' position. Look at Treason's position. And look at Conifex's position. They're basically all over the map, where you can see Random Tongues are really more together. Besides maybe Roma, because he's that light. He has also that long distance weapon. He's trying to, you know, pick off a little bit, fall into that same direction that 5FaZe is doing. But they're a lot more closer because of that medium.
Yeah, exactly. And they do a really good job playing around that medium as well, too. You could tell that they're very comfortable with that team comp. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Kureki and Durrani play so well together as a heavy-medium duo. Kureki so fast at getting those defib when he needs them. But look at that. Treason spotting Roma at the very last second there. And the decreased damage on the quick melee, he wasn't able to kill the sonar in one melee. He just knocked it over instead. But Nagos, I don't know what happened there. I think it might have been a self-RPG. I'm not sure what happened there. We're going to slow down just a little bit. I think we might have had a little bit of an unfortunate DC come through.
Might be... It was a disconnect. Look at the death timer. It's not going down. Great spot right there. We're just gonna have to slow this down a bit. Maybe the question is if there's gonna have to be a rehost completely. Nagos is unable to reconnect. And we're just quickly gonna be coming back towards us because, again, a few things need to be figured out. Unfortunately, Nagos has lost his connection. Who knows? CNS has got him really good right there. Maybe just a need of a little bit of break.
CNS has been out in force today.
Oh yeah, they have hands. They have hands today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody needs to be updating their VIA chips, getting some more Alto insurance, anything like that to thwart off CNS. But now, as we figure out how to get them back in the game, I just want to talk a little bit more about, like I said, the heavy-medium combo from Durrani and Kureki there has been absolutely insane. And in a meta that a lot of people are worried about mediums, they've been showing that medium can absolutely still be viable if you play around it well enough.
It's a tough one, right? Because here again, the meta pulls one, it changes to another one, and because we're a little bit on a break here till stuff is being figured out, let's bring Jerry back into this conversation to have his thoughts as well into this discussion. Because at the end of the day, right, first of all, the teams need to figure out what's happening right now. Unfortunately, Nagos, after that insane play, maybe the PC just couldn't handle his performance. What can I say? There's so many things that could be said about. But Jerry, to pick it up on Dread's question here, medium is definitely a role that was in danger, is a little bit in danger. Is medium really the play here for the side of Random Tongues, or was it something else that brought them to the final?
It's got them this far. I think it's probably a folly to decide that is the reason that you are not even struggling against Five Fears, right? I don't think there's anything that we've seen in that last game on Fungi City to indicate that they need to switch it up, right? They made that call traveling all the way to, back to the office area to try and make sure that they could get a plug in construction instead of out by the sort of fountain area. But that's just a normal macro play that they made the call. I think, you could make the argument that that's tied to the fact that they don't have that double light comp. It's a little harder to fight in that area. But, I don't think they get as far as they do without that medium. They probably don't win the first fight where they had that incredible jump pad set up and able to kind of take control underneath the office. There's a lot of things going on there. I think it's fine. I wouldn't overreact, basically. I don't think there's room for panic just yet in the Random Tongues camp. But, these games are really quick. So they have to make, I would say, more, micro adaptations and things to make sure that they're not being picked off by trees and at distance. That's the biggest threat. You don't want to lose a fight before you're already involved in it. And they've done fairly well at countering that at points, even on Fungi Stadium as well. So I think they're still in with a fighting chance here, Dread. What about you?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And, going back on the point of choosing which cash out to play, the argument could be made that they kind of overthought it just a little bit. Because I thought, they had the pick on Carnifex there. My thought was that they could have just plugged it there and they kind of had the numbers advantage. But, the stakes are high and they want to make the safest play possible. And I don't really disagree with the play of trying to bring it over to the construction side as well. But
all right. Yeah. Well, with Funway's in the rearview mirror now for them, we've got Bernal, and it is a lobby rehost just to get things back up and swinging. So, with a little hiccup, let's get right back into that best of three. Dianic, Dread, take us into Bernal.
Thank you so much, Jerry. As already mentioned, it was a little bit of a rehost needed here because Nagos couldn't quite reconnect here. But we're back into the game. All things were set to 0. And we've just had a cheeky little talk. I fully agree with Jerry here. No need to panic. Was the first match. I definitely think they're still going to go the distance. The medium has already worked out multiple times in their favor. I think just gotta, again, the placements of the map may have not just worked in their favor.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I also think if not more so now that medium actually works a little bit better on Bernal, just because it's a little bit of a smaller map. It's a little bit more horizontal. The advantage of having the two lights and the movement isn't as apparent on this map. So we'll see how it ends up playing out, but Random Tongues definitely still in this and have a lot of fight ahead of them as well, with a huge winch coming through from Nagos, but Dirani is going to get that Dome Shield down as well. Here comes a Glitch Nade coming through, but Roma is able to pick Carnifex as he's trying to throw off that Glitch Nade. Both heavies have now used their Dome Shields and RPGs, and look at Nagos. He actually has all of his gadgets used. Dirani, unfortunately, is going to take himself out with that RPG, trying to hit Nagos there, but he is immediately going to get defibbed up by Kureki, and Kureki's going to come in to help save the day with that Revo, and Treason is left alone, trying to do as much damage as he can with that LH1.
He's in very low HP, gotta make sure that he doesn't get a wipe, but maybe just wipe up. Ooh, never mind. He's gonna find himself the first pick. Does quite a lot of damage even to Korek. He may be able to find a second one, but Roma will just shut him down right on time before it got dangerous. Carnifex will get his teammate back up on the feet, and now they can get himself a quick little bit of a reset. The cash out yet to be plugged. Both teams are fully resetted now. Very good to go back to a bit of a fight, and the cash out also very close to be plugged right here. Again, 5face, they still need to close a bit of a distance. Easy to do with their two lights and the gateway. But as we can see, Random Tongue still holding on to that plug. They don't want to fully commit yet. They want to make sure maybe that there is a wipe before plugging it. It will give them a lot more greater advantages.
Yeah, I completely agree. And look at this little barricade mantle up. Unfortunately, not able to hit that next mantle as he ends up falling down there. But he's just going to opt to go down anyway. He's going to pick that barricade right back up. As now maybe a plug is going to end up going through, but here comes a Sonar Nade. It's going to turn and get shot out by Carnifex there. They learned not to melee it anymore. But here comes the big winches coming through. Nagos ends up going down. And so Durrani actually doesn't. I thought he was so low. Yes, he ends up not going down. Correctly, he's going to go ahead and heal him up. Now he's going to get shot at by Treason there. Treason is going to get that pick, but Durrani and Roma are very healthy coming into this. They're going to go ahead and get that plug. Treason is just rezzing right under their nose, but it's not going to be enough. Roma sniffs him out at the last second and is going to delay those death timers, and Random Tongues looking pretty strong on this first box plug.
Very much, and exactly that what we were talking about, right? They waited to just be on top of 5face to have the advantage, then going to the plug, because it gives them a lot more time, right? Look at this, how much time has already been wasted by just waiting for 5face to come back into the game. Now they're gonna have to make their way to the cash out, plan a few things, and it might just be one or maybe, like, if it comes good, 2 attacks that they wipe quite quickly. So it is like a really bit of a tough take here for the side of 5face, considering how much control Random Tongues right now have over the cash out and overseeing so much of their surroundings. Look at the view that they have. Look at the information they're gathering. They see the 2 players from the side of 5face on one side, and I mean Treason back on a distance. Oh, nice shot, but it is the execute coming in. Beautiful gateway, completely distracted by Treason on the other side. They're gonna find themselves the first kill, the second one to follow. Roma, as the last man standing, will be wiped as well. What a play. They can go for the steal as well, and that basically means Random Tongues, they have no second chance on this one. The first one is going to 5face.
Yeah, it is definitely going to 5face. Random Tongues, they might end up maybe doing a Hail Mary play at the end of this, but it might be more beneficial for them just to kind of get a spot on the middle of the map there to kind of pre-position for that next vault opening. But we'll see what they end up doing here. They do have a pad gateway available. They don't have that dash available to kind of get them closer. But it looks like they are just going to go through with that middle of the map play and kind of pre-position themselves for that next vault opening up, which I do agree with that. I think it's kind of a safer play here, because if they were to kind of Hail Mary that, it's such a high-risk, high-reward play. There's not a lot of time left on that box. Yes, they probably could have gotten in time to stuck it, but there's so much damage that could have been done, and if they wipe there, then that really gives 5face an opening to really just dictate where they want that box to go. So, all in all, I think good heads-up play by Random Tongues to just go for that, and they ended up getting that tap as well, kind of beat 5face over there. Now they're going to have to try to move it with 5face having that upper hand, being able to kind of dictate where they go with it, Diana.
Again, going and bringing it to C would have been an A's probably the best play. But unfortunately, if they lose control of it, it's going to be a tough thing to retake. Again, considering all the utility that they have. 5face already making their way towards the cash out number C. Even B is right around the corner, so again, not a great start when it comes to the casual placements for the side of Random Tongues. Especially their utility and what they have, they would really need a casual inside of a building. Again, B would be exactly that, but with the distance from up above, may make a few things more difficult. They're still fighting to even make their way across here, as they're all still standing on the building. Look at them, just overseeing, trying to land a few shots, but 5B is not giving them a singular inch here.
Yeah, and the unfortunate part about where B is, too, is it's kind of in line with where C is on that suspended structure as well, too. So 5 Fears can kind of sit up there on C and stop them from plugging in that box, but they can kind of oversee B as well from that same spot. And Durrani is going to go ahead and shoot that red barrel balloon and just start chucking red barrels as fast as he can over there, trying to drop as much of that suspended structure as he can. And I think that's what Random Tongues have to do. I think they have to just keep working their way around and using some of the map to their advantage. But they're going to go ahead and try for a play here. They're going to gateway on top. Durrani, unfortunately, not able to make it all the way up there. The big BFR shot to get some damage into Nagos, but he's immediately going to get healed up by his lights there. And now,
luckily,
Random Tongues, they're just kind of right back to where they were, Dianic.
Absolutely. Luckily, though, they got a little bit more space right here. You see how they've taken the control below the objective? That is something they're going to be in. They are in the favoritism here a little bit because, yes, 5-phase, they're good at the distances, but the second you see 2 lights dropping from up above, you're going to have a easier time killing the lights while they're in free fall than any other moment. But they've made themselves back up to the roof for the gateway. And look at that huge damage coming through. Now being taken out immediately. There's only 2 more players standing. Make it 1 all up to Roman. Even he's gonna be wiped. Card effects. Going absolutely huge with a double there. Unfortunately, that just wasn't the right play in that moment. But they took the chance because they saw 1 player from 5-phase move to cash out number B. And right now, 5-phase, they have the control over the entirety of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nagos, I mean, he just doesn't miss with those winches. Just always hitting the most important winches, especially being able to pull Durrani up out of position there onto that high ground. And now it's going to be Random Tongues again trying to fight their way up onto the suspended structure here, which is such a tough spot to fight. And, you know, some part of you probably wants to be able to bring the suspended structure down, but you got to be able to use that environment and find red barrels. You don't want to waste that RPG, especially since it's going to take more than 1 to even be able to bring that side of that structure down. So we're just going to go ahead and gateway a little bit closer, trying to close that gap just a little bit. Going to be right below them here, and then maybe because we've got that medium on our side, we're going to go ahead and jump pad up. We are going to make it over here to the box, but they know that 5 Fears is right above them. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a bait play go through, possibly, Dianic?
Definitely one of the plays. But Random Tongues got themselves in a good position. That is what matters right now. 5-phase, they're going to have to be really focusing them onto right above them. Or even having this moment, but Dread, this is not looking so good.
Oh! Yeah, and Koreki is actually going to get winched off of that steal. And now Nagos is going to jump in there. He doesn't miss, and he actually lands that winch, but he's going to get turned on. And that's going to be it. 5 Fears taking that fight. Random Tongues. It's going to be a really close one again. They're going to have to absolutely Hail Mary this, Dianic.
I'm gonna lie, Dread, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even think they're gonna have a chance. It's 10 seconds till they spawn in, and that point is gonna be a no return for the cash out. 5 Fears, you said it. They made it. They got themselves the second map, and they wiped just perfectly on time. Of course, they're still setting up. They're back into the game. They're gonna have to deep dive this, and we all know it's not gonna be happening if you're fighting against a player like Carnifex, Treason, and Nagos.
Yep, exactly. And here comes the winch to move it over again, in the dome shield going out because they know that that is it. Treason, Carnifex, Nagos, 5 Fears taking the win and taking Cycle 2.
They are the winning team as they stand this time, made the redemption. Dread all the way last circle to the second place to be taken up by Tycho, a team who plays heavy, medium, and a light. Back again in the final, and this time they're not gonna let themselves be put down below. It's gonna be their redemption, proven why they're the better team against Random Tongues. Even though they had a few struggles, they made it work. And with that, they claim place number 1 in the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you were talking about, 5 Fears had a very rocky road coming through this, but able to take it all and win Cycle 2. Random Tongues kind of a new name coming through, kind of the underdogs coming through. And like Jerry has been pointing out so much, Kureki being a sub coming in through and absolutely going crazy and then taking that second place spot. Jerry, how we feeling? CNS might have stolen Jerry's mic as well.
Yeah, someone did. Someone did. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was CNS. Maybe it was Gremlins. Either way, I'm just thrilled to finally see Five Fears upend their curse, right? We called it just before the game. We said this might be the time that they do it. So many times it failed to cross the line, and this is going to be a refreshing change of pace for them. 100 points in the standings. That shoots them way up into first, way clear of pretty much everyone. Massive congratulations to Trees and Carnifex and Nagos. This is a stack that, when it formed back in, February? Even maybe before that, people were terrified. And rightly so, because Dianic, it doesn't feel like there's a single game that they play where they aren't justifiably the favorites.
They're always the favorites coming into a game, but the issue is just that inconsistency from going to first to second to last, first, second to last. It is a tough place to be in. I would love to see Five Fears fix a few issues when it comes to cash out. In 3v3s, they're definitely one of the most amazing teams that we've been seeing. When it comes to cash outs, their inconsistency is really getting the better of them, and that really causes them to even rely on last second qualifications. With a team like Five Fears, you would never think of that they need to.
I know. They are just, they're always being tested. It has to be said. There have been some incredible teams throughout the day, and we'll give them their flowers in due course. But we are readying up a discussion with the one, the only Carnifex in just a few moments. So stick around for that, because we need to pick the brains of Five Fears. He is known to be one of the biggest thinkers, a thinking man's final player in this game. And yeah, I want to get to know the guy a little bit. So that's all looking forward to that. Dread, what do we say, right? That was 2-1, 2-0. A victory in 2 maps in the grand final, and they only conceded a single box, that very first box, in fact, over on Fongwai City. From that point on, I don't think Random Tongues played badly. We certainly saw that control on Bernal come out in full force. Suspended structures could be so oppressive at times.
Yeah, no, I don't think Random Tongues played badly at all. I think Five Fears just absolutely locked in, and they were just playing their hearts out. I mean, we saw that crazy play on Fangway with Naghost landing absolutely everything, placing down his dome shield before he even dropped down, landing the winch, and then landing every single shot of his SA-12. I think Five Fears just really locked in to take that one, and it didn't end up going the distance like I thought. Five Fears locked in so hard, they were able to take it in 2 maps.
Yeah, fully deserved victory for Five Fears. And we now have our interview ready, so let's hop on over to a call with Carnifex, who is, of course, jubilant, celebrating, but you've had a moment or two to calm down. So, Carnifex, first thing I want you to do is just recreate the moment of victory. You're in the call there with Treason and, of course, Naghost. Now, I'm gonna try and help you recreate that. Just give me a second, because I want you to feel Naghost's presence. Right now. Okay, cool. So now I look like Naghost. Right? Now I look
it's actually pretty accurate.
So now, could you recreate for me just how excited you and Naghost and Treason were at the very end of that?
I think I just stand up and I started screaming. But yeah, it was very exciting, that's for sure.
Cool. All right, I won't make you scream on cast, but yeah, what does this mean to you when it comes to the fact that, it's been so long since you've been at the top? It feels like you've been at the top on paper for a very long time in EU, but now you've got some silverware and prize money to justify it. How does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, especially how we make it through the final round in this cycle. Like, we almost went out on the last cash out. We won by 1 kill. It was so close. Like, when we won that game, I was screaming on top of my lungs. So it was crazy. That cash out was absolutely crazy.
Listen,
all right, Dianic, have you got anything to say?
I'm so speechless. Listen, I'm completely speechless with every single thing that you guys have been doing all day. I do want to ask one thing. You guys are considered one of the best teams in EMEA. Somehow, you guys struggle with inconsistency. What is the core? Is there a reason? Is there something that is like maybe coming from the private lives or like from scrims that causes you guys to be inconsistent with your victories? Because sometimes you're at the top and perfect, and a lot of the times you guys are then at the bottom and can't really climb back up that ladder.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I feel like the finals is also a game where it's like a lot of like on the moment how you feel. Like sometimes you're just like kind of a day off and it's like very hard for you to like come back. But I mean, today was not really our day, I'm gonna be honest. Like we played some pretty bad like games. But I mean, we still managed to like make it through to the final round and win the whole thing. So yeah.
That's pretty good. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. And I just want to thank you for being here too. It's awesome. Congratulations on the win as well. Also, I don't know why Jerry, of all people, has a bald cap. But anyways, I just want to ask you...
cosplaying Narcos. I explained it all. Otherwise, I wouldn't look like him, all right?
That's fair. That's fair. My bad. I think one of the biggest questions I have, though, that I think a lot of the questions that some of the viewers have as well, too, is with even more so with this top 8 coming into cycle 2, just because it was launched on a big patch launch at the same time too, where there was lots of balance changes, lots of things coming through. Some small patch changes have happened in other tournaments as well. Does that ever change what you guys are thinking of when it comes to loadout changes? Are you guys ever thinking of maybe leaning into what the patches are changing, or do you kind of always just go with what you know and what you're comfortable with?
We played some scrims yesterday to try like some things out. We tried some HML in scrims and all that kind of stuff. But since we only had like 1 day and a half basically to like settle on the new patch, we just decided to go like with our comfortable picks. We just like basically played what we were used to play before. I just like swapped from the 93R to the M11, but for the rest we just like kept the same loadout basically. We just felt like it was like a better option for us with like that like short of like practice on the new patch. Just like play our comfort picks and do our best on our comfort picks.
That's exciting. Awesome. It means that possibly we see some more development in next week or the week after when it comes to the other cycles, to cycle 3 across the region. So yeah, that's exciting. I'm glad because we were feeling a little starved of new stuff. Carney, is there anything that you think going into the next cycles, and as players get more accustomed to Season 11, what are you thinking the meta will sort of develop into? Because you're known as a sort of a thinker in the scene, and I want to pick your brains on this. What's going to be big this season?
It's kind of hard to say. Like, as I said, we only had like... We literally only played like actually one scrim on the new patch. We didn't even play the new map. Like, there's so many things to like discover still. It's kind of hard to say, in my opinion. But I don't know, maybe we can see some more HML, but I still feel like Double Light is probably going to be the most big comp, in my opinion. But I'm not too sure. We will have to wait and see.
Yeah, no better way to find out, as I always say. Thank you, Carney, so much. Is there anything you want to say to the fans of Five Fears, to your fans, friends, family, whatever it might be? The floor is yours.
Yes. Obviously, shout out to Five Fears, the GOATs, absolutely GOATs. Shout out to my community, all the fans in chat, and shout out to you guys as well for all the crazy casting you did today.
Oh, thank you so much, Carney. All right, thank you a bunch. Congratulations on that massive, hefty $2K dollaroos. All that money, that sweet, sweet moolah for you, and of course the 100 points going towards the cycle standing. So congratulations once more, Carney.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that just about wraps things up here. We have lots to dissect, though, because we've got to take a look at where that leaves us. You know, we can take a look at the bracket and see what happened today. I think I have so many thoughts I just want to pour out of my brain. And actually, it's going to be a lot easier to do that if I just quickly whip this off. God, that sticks. That really sticks. Anyway. This is how things started. Dread, perhaps we can take some turns. You want to take us through just how things started? Stage 1.
Yeah, so it started off with Lights Out, Special Force, Boba Slurpers, and Team Arau making it through these first 2 cash-out games with Fake Cows, Five Fears, Skywalkers and Random Tongues in that last cash out, going all the way through. Then we had a little bit of a hiccup with Team Arau dropping out at the last second, unfortunately. We had a little bit of a round robin play through. Random Tongues making it out in the top of that to play through that first cash out.
Yep, and then that spilt straight into our stage 2 as well, didn't it, Dianic? So we had all of those teams in the lower bracket feeding their way gradually back into these upper brackets.
The upper bracket fights, I think it just got even more chaotic by the day went by. Closer games, interesting games, and I mean, just look at that upper bracket number game for in the cash out. So close when it comes to the actual money difference. We had 34, 32, 31, and 20. It was probably one of the closest games that we had, and even there we saw then 5 Fizz and Random Thugs. And even at the end, like special forces earlier on, going and giving themselves the spot into the third and last and final stage, where everything then was decided by, my god, crazy plays.
Yeah, it was a wild finale. If you didn't see any of this stage 2, by the way, at home, definitely go back and check out some of these, particularly the Fake Cows versus 5 Fears best of 1 on Banal. That was just that was an all-timer, I feel like, that 3 versus 3 series. But let's just have a look at that final stage, stage 3, the finale, which was just seen wrap up. Began with the single cash out game, Boba Slurpers and the Special Force, unfortunately not making it through, and then 5 Fears just sweeping it up, completely dominating in that best of 3. Random Tongues did not play badly either, but it's impressive to see just how consistent 5 Fears were in that best of 3 when they've lacked consistency throughout the past, even today. But they really stepped it up when it mattered, Dread.
Yeah, absolutely. And you make a good point in that. Absolutely recommend going back and watching this through if you didn't see it live, because these numbers here, these scores, do not paint the entire picture of what happened. I mean, Boba Surfer only making it out of that was 7K, but it was an absolute battle to make it out of that cash out rounds. And same things, 5 Fears, 2-0ing Random Tongues, but that also was some really close games too. Definitely recommend going back and watching that. But man, what a best of 3 series.
Now, Radar in chat has said, I've never seen Jerry and Nagos in the same room, by the way. I despise the insinuation that we are the same person. Coincidence, you think not? I question it. Either way, let's get back on track. Top 8. This is what we have today. So this was the Cycle 2 Top 8 leaderboard. Everyone finishing in different places. Team Morale finishing last with that quick early exit, the withdrawal. And then we had Fake Cows, Lights Out, and Skywalkers not quite make it through from stage 2. Boba Slurpers, interestingly, the second time that they've come 4th. And that sort of consistency, even though it's not the top of the pile, is bound to pay off in the long run. So really good performance from them. Special Force coming 3rd. This is a side that gradually just continuing to improve and climb up the food chain. I'm really excited by this roster of Monster Pig, Jurgen, and Newok as well. So yeah, really exciting to see them breach into that top 3 and get 50 series points and $750 to their name. And then of course we can see Random Tongues falling to that 2nd place, just shy of 5 Fears at the very top, who gained the maximum 100 series points. But what does this all mean? Because we've already had a cycle. So we're going to come back to our faces and just have a little bit of a... oh no, we're going to go straight into the extra leaderboard because we are so ready, so ready to do this and see exactly what it all means. So these are the combined series points from both Cycle 1 and Cycle 2. And a reminder that if you finish top, 1st place after 4 cycles, then you guarantee yourself a spot in the Grand Major. You don't have to go through the open quals or the closed quals at all. 2nd through to 5th place will eventually get you a spot in closed qualifiers. So those are also valuable. And then 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place as well, which is not displayed here, will get a bit of a round skip in the open quals. So big props to 5 Fears for jumping way out in front. Tycho and Random Tongues close behind. Special Force as well, 70. That is so tight. That spread between 3rd and 6th, those teams can be really confident that they will have some say in trying to qualify for the major. Fake Cows, I feel for them. I really feel for Fake Cows because that's the 2nd time that they've come to the top 8 and only garnered a measly 10 or 20 points for their efforts. So it could be better for them, but they're always here. They're always showing up. And then Golod were a team that were there in cycle 1 and gained 15 series points. So that's our overall leaderboard wrapped up. And sorry if you're tired of the sound of my voice, but, you know, that's what happens here in the finals. I get to talk a lot. Someone decided to let me do that. Should we come back to our lovely faces and let Dread and Dianic talk a little bit? Why not? Let's see. Dread, I'll come to you first. How are you feeling after that incredible day of action? I'll keep it as open as that.
I'm not going to have a voice later. I'm going to need to rest my voice a lot. I mean, that was absolutely insane. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the finals, obviously. It's absolutely insane watching these matches go, and it's so hard to make predictions all the time because these matches more often than not come down to the wire. And like I said, the scores often don't tell the entire picture. You got to watch the matches play out because there's so many last second steals that happen. But man, Dianic, I think, you know, I've been really enjoying the stats you've been coming up with, and I think you got a lot more stats to kind of put together now as we kind of build the storylines going. And we got more cycles to come throughout the rest of the year, which in my mind, that's one of the most exciting parts. I mean, we're still kind of in the beginning of the cycle storyline here.
Absolutely, it just keeps on getting better. Every single team also now has a chance to, again, watch back the VOD, improve, and that's what we've seen today. Every single team that we saw today, which has participated in cycle number 1, there was an up in their performance, an improvement in their performance, and this is what I like to see. As you mentioned the stats a little bit, even for the next cycle, we're gonna take all the information, put it into some stats, and see where the teams stand. Then, we must also say some teams still always revert back to the usual Boba Slurper, maybe a team I expected quite a lot of them. Unfortunately, their offense is a bit weak right now at this state. I really hope until the next cycle that's something that they can work on. 5 is, I would love for them to work on their inconsistency, and there's so much more said about every other team. But it has been an absolute blast. I'm gonna say exactly like Dread, I don't believe I'm gonna have a voice in a few hours, so I'm gonna keep my words here and not say much more.
Yeah, you guys absolutely killed it on the mics today. I could not imagine a better pair. Thank you so much, Dianic and Dread. Some really exciting, promising stuff for the future of the finals, especially talking to Carney, knowing that there's meta developments in the back of everyone's minds right now, behind the scenes. But it's just... there's been so much action today, and I know that everyone is feeling a little bit tired, but you can go and play Season 11 right now. You're done watching, get playing. That's what I say to you. Galaxy Estates is an incredible map. You've got to get on it. If you haven't played it yet, go and do it. I think it's just about time to round things off. Thank you so much for being here, everyone in chat. Thank you to the teams and the production and the admins and everyone that has made this happen today. Congratulations to 5 Fears finally lifting that curse and putting themselves right at the top of the pile for that tasty TGM26 spot. My name is Jerry. I've been joined by Dread and Dianic, and we'll see you next time on the finals.
out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans. Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and